Hey everybody, how we doing? Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, soon to be Happy New Year because we won't be playing until I think New Year's Day. Assuming we're playing that day. It's weird playing on a Thursday, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it weird?
It feels a little weird.
Right?
It's
Friday
we're
for
doing
me.
D&D on Thursday, and tomorrow is my Tuesday. So I'm doing this. I'm Benjamin Buttoning this week.
Okay. Does that mean you're getting younger? You're gonna get hair back?
I'd have to Benjamin Button for a long time. 5 years of this.
Hey, Mario, I probably ask you this every year. I'm asking because of the hat in the corner of your screen. I probably ask you this every year. In Australia, do you guys have different Christmas music? Like,
What do you
the
mean?
first day of Blokemas, my true bloke gave to my.
I mean, like, you're not dreaming of a white
the
Christmas,
drinking.
right? Like all the Christmas music that references
that
like
good?
cold and winter, like my baby, it's cold.
Oh, yeah, no,
out.
that's
Not-
this is
not the word I
we
didn't use.
don't change. We
Was that a
don't
good
change
impression? It felt like
the
Jake was
lyrics
singing,
there.
didn't
No. You know, like my baby is hot in air. Like no, like nothing.
Nah, it's the same.
Wow, that's somebody had asked me that. I can't remember who it was yesterday. And they were like, "Oh, I wonder," and I was like, "I honestly don't know if I've ever asked if you guys." Because so much of the music is based off of being cold, you know, like,
Jesus.
and it's
Yeah,
summer for you,
Baby,
So-
it's not
It's-
hot.
I've never
outside.
thought about it though, so that's just what they are.
Fair.
Oh, that's weird. So if you're thinking
That is weird.
like thumpity thump thump thumpity thump thump, look at Frosty go.
Frosty's a camel in Australia.
Yeah, Frosty the camel. Frosty the emu.
That is 100% true
Yeah.
and correct.
Look at Frosty has a whole new meaning as the emu is like rampaging through cities.
They don't have the North Pole. They have the center pole in the middle of the desert. They have that little town.
Oh, nice. Okay. Do you guys enjoy your holiday? Everybody here's Christmas, yeah?
Yeah.
I thought so. Okay, I was almost positive. You guys all have a good Christmas?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was good.
it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice.
Did you give kids have fun, Jake?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, good.
I ended up going out on like not Boxing Day, sorry, the Christmas Eve, and like spent hundreds and hundreds of more dollars. So I was like looking at like all the presents, and I was like, I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's enough there.
It adds up fast though, like cost wise and
that's
like
right.
the amount. Like a lot of things look small, and then like you spend 2 hours watching kids open like small gifts.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got them. I got them both like what is it, the MetaQuest 3s, and it's like they're expensive. And I was like, okay, well, that's
you
one
say
present
each?
that's like, yeah.
Jesus Christ, Jake.
And then I was like, well, I've got them that, and I was like,
Whew.
yeah.
Jake, I don't think we've properly met. Here's my PayPal.
Yeah, I know. Jesus. Oh, wow.
I
I've
don't
never
need
even
the
seen one.
podcast. I need a Jake.
Yeah.
Hey, my dad's been
God.
gone for 24 years. If you're looking for another kid,
Jake, you want to be my sugar Aussie?
Mm.
No, so that's awesome. That's cool. So but your kids enjoyed it?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Did you get a
was
chance to
good.
try the MetaQuest yet or no?
My daughter has, and she played it for about an hour, and then I was like, I want to play it, so then I took it off.
Yep, that's
the
enough
best
for you.
gift are the ones that
you
dad
got
can
two so that you can use one while your other kid is still using one.
That's
get
right.
it. Okay.
Yep,
Yeah, it has nothing to do with them.
exactly. So was it a gift for them, or was it a gift for myself?
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
use. Brilliant.
Just make sure that you wipe the browser history from the POV 3D porn before you put it back in the room.
Yeah. Will do.
Imagine framing your own kid for porn.
What did you do?
Oh God.
Cool. So that's fun. That's good news. We what was I gonna say about it? Oh, so no, you mentioned Boxing Day. It's one of those days that like I don't know when it is, and I always forget it. Like we watched that new movie Red One, which was like a cute, like it was cool seeing Santa be a badass. But like we watched the movie Red One, and they said, "Oh, we work 364 days a year. We get Boxing Day off." And I'm always like, "Wait, like for like boxing? And Brittany's like, no, for like wrapping presents. I'm like,
Jake talked about Boxing Day last week, and he was like, "You do anything for Boxing Day?" And I was like, "Oh, when is that?" 'Cause, yeah, it's just not something that means anything over here.
like so what?
Oh, holiday talk over. It's 8:15.
So last time on Dungeons and Dragons, for a smooth segue experience, we
I don't make the rules.
You penetrated the keep walls, and I crawled up that shaft, avoided the crushing bouncing balls, and stopped at a
I
pit.
feel like this
that was
is
two
two
sessions
times ago.
Yeah, it was 2 sessions ago. Okay. Then finally, you discovered the answer to a combo lock, and went inside. You crawled around a nest, found a bunch of locked doors, saw somebody get brutally murdered, and talked to a ghost. I want to say ghoul. Cool. You talked to a ghost, and then I think Jake.
What sort of ghost was it again?
It was like a parrot.
I think he was an old man.
It was
an old
was he a young
parent
man?
who kept talking about Vivian.
Yeah. Might have been a young man.
Yeah.
There's no need.
Some
to
type of
be
old
down.
man, young man, ghost.
Either way, it was a ghost, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it was both. Maybe it was all three.
Oh yeah, we kept asking him questions, and he was like, "I talk slower as the session go." Poof.
This is where Scott like pauses the recording and then restarts a new one.
Wait, why am I going to do new recording?
No reason.
Did you start
You
your
did get
AI
progressively
companion?
slower.
Well, I'm gonna do that as we getting into the session, and then it literally ended with Jake's character Aldo drinking people. So he's like slurping down people juice. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, he
So-
found a box and was like, "Hey, yeah, the only loot that we've gotten for 6 sessions, liquid and bottles,
and he's like,
questionable liquid and slightly damaged bottles."
Yeah.
Nom.
Very questionable.
Cool. Then with that, let's Jake, I believe you ended last session with the intents to run as fast as you can to the balcony. And I DM'd you on the side, and I was like, where do you intend to go? And you told me, and I was like, ha 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 ha. Con check. The first con check for you to try to get there is going to be 3 con checks to get all the way there. The first one is a DC 7 Constitution check. So you try to get to where you're trying to run to vomit.
Yeah, sounds great.
Hey, he
Oh, wow.
passed. Awesome. The second one for you, as you are running down the hallway, trying to get as quick as you can, and running through the massive chamber with the multiple stairs cases going up, is going to be a DC 9 con check for you. Wonderful. Good job.
Oh.
Good job. Now, if I remember correctly, one of your characters intended to kind of, not necessarily jog, but follow after him. And the other one was going to like linger behind that room for some last second look-see of daisies. Was it Mikhail that was following after?
No, I remember arguing that Koa was the faster of us.
Ah, gotcha.
We were just a bit behind because we bickered about it.
And Koa, you weren't like properly chasing him. You were just kind of like, yeah, I got it. And you were like,
Yeah,
following
it's
after
kind
him.
of like the jog after like. Aldo's probably drank worse.
Yeah, all right. Anyways, cool. So you're like jogging after him. So like you break out of the hallway into the large room as you see him, leave the large room to the door to the left. Like he rips it open, and so the sunlight comes pouring in, and he's like running out, into the room where the nest is or whatever. And now he has to like run down the stairs around the nest, and he's trying to get over like where that glass area is. One more con check for me, Jake.
I hate to be that guy, but wasn't it an acrobatics to get over
yeah, it
that
was.
too?
So Jake, you get over to where the glass is, and you try. So you're running through there and trying to get over whatever it is. Roll me the acrobatics check.
It was a 5, I think.
I don't need to roll, do I?
You're
It was
that's
DC
right.
5.
You're high enough. You don't have to worry about it. Even with a minus
do.
2 check, you don't have to roll. You still
Yeah.
pass. So yeah, you're able to get all the way over outside so what is it, to the glass, whatever it is, and hoist your body up and throw yourself over the glass and what have you. But unfortunately, it's just one of those things where like the motion it takes to get yourself up and over and so on and so forth is just too much, and your stomach can't bear it any longer. So you actually are going to have to vacate your belly. Let me bring you guys so you can see where you are.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd go in and role play this one out. Jake, can you actually vomit for us?
Just once.
Yeah. So you end up making it all the way over to a balcony or what have you. But as you make it to the balcony that you make it to is going to be the one that's like just on the other side of where the nest is, but overlooking, like you still have like the roof over your head, overlooking down where like the pillars were that was supporting the rest of the what's the word I'm looking for here? The rest of the like the roof balcony kind of area. So you're there as you get to the railing, and you're able to lurch over the railing and just start kind of vacating your stomach because you're sickened from what you did. You ran a good distance, to be clear. Just so that we put this into context for everybody, is his poor character realized what he did and started running. He ran like a solid plus hoisting himself over glass. He ran close to 300 feet. When you factor
Unfortunately, listen, I was an athlete for a long time, and there were a few instances of like, I remember one time I had a pizza party with my basketball team, and then we had practice shortly after, which went fine. But we pissed our coach off, and he made us run. I don't know what they're called now. They were called suicides back in the day, where you had to do lines or whatever. And the more you move when you're not feeling great, or you have something on your tum-tum.
Yep.
Aldo, you are clean. You are cleaned out from everything that's not being going out the other end, because that sucked. And there was one toilet in our locker room, and boy, oh boy, were we all. It was not a fun experience.
Yep.
So.
So anyways,
tell me plus that.
You can imagine as Koa jogs down and comes through the ripped open door, because the amount of force he had to use to like rip open the door or whatever, because I described it being rusty before. You can stop at the balcony kind of like above that overlooks down to where the nest is. You can even stop up there and just look down, and just you can hear the and just see him like lurched over the balcony down below as he's like taking his moment. I don't know if you approach anymore at this point, Koa, or if you just give him a
It was one of those,
second.
I'm just gonna jog after and make sure nothing goes horribly wrong, but let the boy have his fun.
Okay. So you stay back in the room with the nest or what have you, up on the balcony, just keeping an eye, make sure he's okay. And Mikhail's looking around back inside there. And so Jake, after your character takes his like 20, 30 seconds, whatever it is, to, vacate his stomach and maybe wipe his face on his sleeve or kerchief or whatever it is you have with you, and collect yourself. I don't know if there was anything you intended to do after that.
No, like, how far away is Koa, I guess?
I mean, if you were to turn around and see him, he's not far from you. He's about 40 feet away laterally, but he's then also up like some stairs on one of the balconies. But you'd be able to, if you turned around and looked, you'd be able to see him. Focus your eyes for a second.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I see him there, and I just kind of yell out. He's kind of out of breath. He's just like, oh, I've drank some questionable things before, but I don't know if I've drinking blood, and if I have, I didn't know.
Perhaps some water then. Rinse it all out.
Yeah. He see him. He kind of like wipes his brow, and he'll walk over to the edge, just to get, I guess, like the wind on his face as well. He's sweaty.
Like down
Instead,
before,
a knoll spear comes flying in and hits you in the face.
down below, so like you can see like the great beyond kind of a ledge you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down to. I can't move myself for some reason.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, no,
So anyway, so you walking down there, grab at whatever skin you have with you, which is more likely to be a wine skin than water skin, but whatever it is that you happen to grab, you can take a swig, maybe swish it around, spit it out off the balcony, and take another swig or whatever. Obviously, you're there taking in the sights. You're welcome to roll a perception check if you want to, if you even think that your character can focus enough at this point to look beyond. By no means do you have to. Wade, does Koa just kind of like stay there, like, you know, almost like leaning on the ledge up above, you know, leaning on his elbows on it, just keeping an eye? And or do you like approach, or you head back in to speak to Mikhail?
I think we've gone in and out of this window enough. What Koa might do is get like his sword or something out and actually go up to the window and just keep breaking off the glass, because he's like, we've been going in and out of this thing a lot. So I think he'd walk down to get a little bit closer, but like rather than make Aldo think he's babysitting him, he would just like shave some broken, jagged edges off and be like busying himself, but also making sure Aldo's actually okay.
You could do that. You could also, like, because you're actually strong enough to do so, the broken, twisted door, you can also spend the effort to like rip that door open. It might screech metal on stone or whatever.
Yeah.
But you could do that even if you want.
Yeah, I would definitely do that. I didn't realize there was a door here this whole time.
Yeah, well, I described it beforehand, but it's just like twisted metal and not really movable, whatever. Cool. So while you're there, you know, moving the door, whatever it is, Jake, you made the perception check to look down and beyond and all the details there. Jake, I do want to point out that Aldo is looking beyond and trying to see what he can take in. It is getting later in the day, as we discussed beforehand. The wind has picked up a bit, and it is a bit colder. You can see clouds off in the distance, which makes sense for what Koa had said this morning. But it is the clouds are kind of darkening as they do look like they're on their approach on the way in.
How long have we been in here? I didn't think it had been that long.
In here for a while. I mean, even just going up the stairs and solving the lock. Every torch is an hour, and you're already good way through. What, your third torch now?
I was gonna say, I think we were on our third torch.
Yeah. So plus the late start of the day and the combat and the travel and the searching and all the other stuff.
Damn winter hours, sun going down at 4 o'clock.
Yeah. So anyways, so Jake, yeah, you are they're kind of like taking in the sights, looking at the clouds, kind of approaching or whatever. And not that you see rain coming or anything like that, but you do smell like a nice crispness to the air, which is a bit refreshing considering everything that you just went through. You don't see any signs of the gnolls down below. You do, however, see the area where the gnolls had fought that person before. You can see that there's still something down there if you guys ever make your way down below to go check out what it is. But it's actually Koa who's breaking the glass and, you know, occasionally looks up, whatever it is. It's Koa breaking the glass that sees the last second moment of a pair of taloned feet drop down and clasp around Aldo's shoulders and seem to get a nice firm grip on Aldo before one large pump of the wings takes the bird up a little bit, and then it starts dive bombing down off the ledge down below.
What the
Merry
fuck
Christmas.
is this, Scott?
For fuck's sake.
This is Patrick's bag of holding moment for you.
I'll get to you in a second, Jake. Wait.
Koa just belts out Aldo and like runs. Stupidly probably to the ledge rather than back through. Like he runs to the edge to look down.
Mikhail, perception check.
Okay.
What was that? Hey! Thank you so much, Solo Wolf and Valorant. Thank you.
I don't know what the Valorant thing is, but if you gift subs right now, like Valorant can randomly drop some in or something. I don't know what the.
Oh, Valorant the game is.
I think so.
Oh, okay. I was like, I know that's the name of a video
But
game.
I don't
didn't
know
that
what
was
the
name
Twitch
of a viewer.
promo is. I just keep seeing Valorant. Like if you look at the under the stream, it'll say like there's 6 days, 6 hours left of Valorant presentation sub thing.
Cool.
Neat.
Yay, Valorant.
There's gift subs are discounted, and Valorant can add in more. So there's all kinds of gift sub bonuses right now.
Woo! I'm sorry, Mikhail, your perception check. You heard him yell Aldo, you know, echoed through whatever it was, but more importantly, you heard kind of like that fear or desperation in the voice as you heard it. So like you could tell like that was not a like Aldo, you fool, kind of like one of those Aldo, like you know. Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. I
look
set
at that.
down the.
It looks like 1 per 4.
I was gonna say, how many did Valorant give?
Ooh.
They gave 4. So they give 1 for every 5. So if you give 5, Valorant gives 1.
Wait, no, 1 per 4. Right?
I'll get to 20 and 4 Valorant ones were given.
5 came from Valorant.
I'll only see 4.
Oh, really?
Oh, it says 5.
This is 5.
It says gifted 5 tier 1 subscriptions
Yeah.
below it.
Interesting. I don't know why I see a different number than y'all do. Valorant added 4 gift subs and one bonus gift sub.
Oh.
Whatever that means.
Oh, so maybe it's 1 per 5, but then they have tiers where it steps up a bit. That's
Yeah, I don't
cool.
know.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Oh, and by the way, thank you, Wade.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. All right, cool. Sorry.
Yeah, I set down the bottle of blood vinegar or whatever the hell Aldo drank that he handed me, and I'll start running that way.
Cool. And I imagine your character was in there looking around to some degree, but not a ton of time had passed to find anything beyond what we already discussed.
Okay.
And so you go sprinting down to see what's going on, but obviously you're going to come in a bit later. So feel free to chime in after, say, maybe what feels like a minute or so of, not even a minute, like 30, 40 seconds of what's going to be action for Wade. So Wade, your character sees this and you're like, Aldo! And then, you just go jumping through whatever it was that you were like already starting to rip open. Not that it was completely open yet, but open enough that you just shoulder it and then just push through, right?
Oh, okay.
So
I rolled because I had to go through the window.
Oh, no, you're good. So maybe a bit of the rusted old metal clipped like a bit of your tunic or whatever and gave it a tear, but you're able to get through as you tear through down the stairs and trying to run over to see where Aldo is. But as you're like running, trying to see where he's getting to the ledge and looking out, you will see that Aldo, what happened was perched up behind you, unaware, like you were unaware of, was a large bird that was there. And as you were standing there and swishing out wine to cleanse your mouth from the vomit that you just tasted and spitting it off the edge, taking in the sights, as you were there doing so, you didn't notice that there was a bird that was looking down and analyzing the situation. Swooped down and grabbed you in its talons. The talons you did notice because they did not feel gentle. They pinched you, not cut into you, not pierce through, it's not making you bleed, but the pinch that you're feeling is like a pretty nasty pinch, like a very uncomfortable one that just is not letting up. And you feel that pinch, and you felt a jerk of motion as you went up one swoop, which is, to be clear, one swoop of that bird's wings brings you up, like lurches you up like a 10, 12 feet, and then dropped in a dive. That dive brings you down, like you just see the ground rushing towards you as you're, in whatever state of mind your character is right now, as all of a sudden your legs are now out behind you as you were intentionally diving, moving at very high speeds unlike anything you've ever experienced before. You feel them as you see the ground rushing up to meet you. I'm not sure what thoughts are going through your character's mind.
I have it perfectly. Right? As he gets picked up, there's like that surprise. Then there's almost an acceptance as is it Ave Maria begins to play in his head, and as he's heading towards the ground, the only thing he can think of is like everything's muted. There's just his music playing, and he's going to meet his maker. So he's got his wineskin in his hand already. What else can he do? He just
Koa's doing this
puts it to his lips. Just puts it to his lips. Has a sip as he's heading at breakneck speed towards the ground.
Ave Maria
what else
has
is there
so
to
much
do?
different meaning now than what it did before. Like, it literally is just kind of watching the world burn. So, I'm like, oh God. Okay. Thanks, Jake. Thanks. All right. So, anyways, as Ave Maria is playing in the background of your character's mind, sung, of course, in idioma. It is. You see the ground rushing towards you, and then right as you think that the impact might happen, you realize that it's not. Instead, the bird had opened its wings and cut outwards, catching the wind beneath its wings, and cut outwards, and is now traveling very fast, not very high above the ground itself. So you can imagine, like, maybe you're with your feet dangling beneath its talons as it's holding you. Your feet are, if 5 feet above the ground, would be a bit of a surprise. And you are moving at very high speeds, traveling along the ground at the end of the thing. So when you come out, Koa, to the ledge, and you see that the bird is, you don't see where he went. You just see the bird is moving very fast along the ground.
What direction?
Away from you. So that would be southwest.
Kind of where the knolls were, that direction?
Yes, technically, yes.
So this is like DoorDash that the knolls called in, and Jake or Aldo is the food that they picked up.
Yes, yes. Okay. They bird dashed taste of Jake. They wanted
Okay.
some Aussie. I can't do an accent.
Does this look like, now that I'm seeing the bird, does this look like the bird that lives in this nest, or is this just a big bird? Is it like the bird or a big bird?
Great question. When you look down seeing it, you can see, now that you're like taking in the sights and you can properly see it, the sun is still, you know, glistening on its back and whatnot, and you have that thought in your mind, you do see a little bit of that gold trim to the feathers as you see this bird from on top looking down at it.
Okay, so the dude, the ghost man, had said, I don't think we ever got the dude's name, did we? No,
Nope.
he's like, names are a thing of the past.
More or less, I don't remember it. Yep.
He said that this bird was loyal to Vivian and maybe to the ones chosen.
To Vivian?
Wasn't Vivian the
Like Aunt
Vivian's name?
Viv? Like if you get Uncle...
Wasn't Vivian the parent
Vinny.
lady's name?
It was Vinny.
Venny.
Veni. V-E-N-I is how I spelled it.
That's close enough.
Yeah,
Better
I
than-
like Vinny. Let's call her Vinny.
Better than Cuntilla.
Jesus.
Vivian's at least a better name than
Merry Christmas!
that. Anyway,
And a happy Cuntilla.
but was loyal to Venny
He was
and
never
maybe the chosen ones, which technically Koa thinks we are. So like maybe Aldo's gonna be all right. Nonetheless, Koa's gonna turn around. Well, I guess he's gonna watch and see what happens for a moment, but he's gonna like yell out for Mikhail.
Sure.
Now that he's like gathering his senses.
Sure, so you're watching the bird moving at extreme speeds along the ground, like moving very swiftly along the ground away from you, but still staying close to the ground. You whip around, as you said beforehand, and you yell Mikhail. And I imagine at this point in time, Mikhail, you've just run down the hallway, through the staired room, out the doorway. You're now at the ledge above where the nest is. As he whips around and yells Mikhail, but probably doesn't immediately see you because of, like, you know, he's out in a bright area and you're in the darker area that's there. As he yells out Mikhail, Wade, do you wait for a response, or do you whip immediately back around to look beyond?
Like if I notice him right away, I'll go ahead and continue speaking. If I don't, then I'm gonna look back toward the bird to keep watching.
You know what? Let's say you notice him. If you want to, we'll say you notice him. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
He'd probably
sorry.
yell back anyway.
How you been? Sorry, I feel like I haven't seen you in a hot minute.
That's been a minute.
Oh, sorry, girl.
Sorry, girl.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an
Sorry,
easy
girl.
year.
Anyway, sorry, we have a history. Wait. Sorry, allergic to bullshit. Anyway, what was I saying, Mikhail?
Hey,
Mikhail!
now, Wade, I'm nice. Not
The bird,
to you.
Not to
the bird took Aldo.
Shit! You probably see him running down the stairs now.
It's very fast.
What? How? What was he doing? He's just running, panicked now, still heading that way.
Drinking, looking. What I heard, Ave Maria.
Why'd everything move in slow motion for a little bit?
The AI is going to say Ave Maria.
I'm not exactly sure. We can't. I don't think we can catch it, Mikhail.
He'll probably... You open the door, right? Partially?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he'll probably squeeze through that and like runs over to look and see what try to see what you're seeing.
It is. I'm pretty sure it's the bird.
Damn it! The elder didn't teach us the song. I don't.
When you guys turn around to look that way, I imagine you wait for him to get closer. You guys to both. As he's getting closer, you turn around.
Oh,
before he
I
gets
turned
there, and,
immediately.
yeah, you
I'm
turn-
looking
yeah.
for the bird immediately.
You see the bird is no longer just swooping along the ground, has, you know, taking to the sky. It's rising higher and higher and higher into the sky. And at first you can't see him. You don't know where he is. And then eventually you see, yeah, there he is, dangling there. You know what I mean? Like has around one proper like bicep tricep area, and the other one's like pinching really hard into the shoulder. And so he's just like legs dangling there as he's now rising up. And
Can
up.
I make a nature roll to have any idea of why it would grab him by its nest, fly down, not drop him or eat him, but then fly back up again further away?
Great question. You
weird.
can try to roll a nature check, sure.
That's weird behavior to me, but
Yeah.
Nope.
So you know with a 9 that some birds, what they're if there's something that they need to like kill or crack or whatever it is that they don't think that they can do so safely on their own, that they will just take it to the sky and drop it on rocks or
Yeah,
just anywhere
that's-
down below. And so it is possible that the bird is just like, well, this might be dangerous if I let go, so I'm just going to drop it and let it die that way. But you also know that, these birds aren't dumb. So it might have some degree of beyond animalistic reasoning for this.
Okay. Mikhail, just in case, do you know any spells that could catch Aldo or make him fly?
He's like already shaking his head. He's like, I'm tapped. I've got nothing.
Dig deeper or something. There's some. I can
Even if
throw a
I
rock.
still had the energy, I don't have anything for that.
Can you take some from me?
I wish it worked that way. Maybe it's... What is it doing?
I think it might drop him. I don't know. Is there also not
Scott, can I make a
extraordinary
check?
birds?
I mean, if you don't have, I suppose yes, you can. I always forget you're special.
I am.
Yes.
Well, it's
Very.
slightly less special. He couldn't see them.
Oh, that's way more special than you, buddy.
I am the inspiration for him thinking this.
Oh, yes, of course.
my
Wait,
muse,
you
yes, of
inspire
course.
us all. You inspire
I
us all.
told I go I was like, lend me your
Get
energy.
him, sorry girl. Get him. So anyways,
Don't encourage her.
So, my apologies. I mean, your thoughts on this? I mean, if this bird, while this bird was said to be, of kindred spirits of any, right? And it's said that the bird will viciously defend, XYZ, but isn't always violent. It is possible that if the bird just sees Aldo as being out of place or where he doesn't belong, being in danger, it could legitimately just be removing him. Just take him somewhere far away and drop him off. Anywhere it can travel there. Moving at the speeds that it's moving, and the fact that terrain means nothing to it, it could drop him
As
at a
the crow
pretty
flies.
convenient location.
If we jump off, we can make new characters and just be birds.
Okay.
Is that a valid race, bird?
No.
Oh.
I mean,
All we
I
gotta
can
do is
get
test our characters.
I can get 3 new PCs, and they can all have animal companions /
Okay.
familiars that are all birds. You guys could just play their animal companions / familiars.
Yeah, ruin the campaign for someone else. That'd be fun.
Oh my God, imagine, like, Wade, let's say I got 3 PCs to play characters, and they all had animal companions / familiars, and you had to voice act and roleplay each individual person. That is your only part in the campaign, is to play their animal companion. Occasionally,
Just to
role-playing
be
with
all the
yourself
animal
as the
companions.
3 different animals arguing.
Ah, I saw a tree. All right, I unsummoned my familiar. All right, I'll just be here on standby for the next 3 hours.
Till you guys remember you have a familiar.
Anyways, continue.
Actually, it might just be taking him somewhere else. These things are supposed to be smart, but he said they weren't always violent. Like the protectors, it might just be taking him out of its home.
Then why did it swoop down with him, go a ways, then fly right back up rather than just go? What was the point
Probably
of dropping
because
down?
it's scary. Probably to scare him. I mean, if it wanted him dead, to have a really good opportunity to have done it several times.
We're gonna have to see where it takes him to know which direction to travel when we leave here.
Yep. I'm just trying to watch it to see where it's going.
Are you putting something in your mouth? What are you doing?
What the? Just click on the screen to move the die, Scott. Like,
I had to pop it.
okay, so
Pop it, yank it, twist it.
Lick it.
Go ahead, Mikhail.
I'm gonna go see if the elders come back. Maybe you should not stand out in the open here in case.
Well, perhaps
No.
I should. Maybe the bird will take me where it took Aldo. But then what about the horses? And all the supplies? But if I don't stay here, I won't see where it's taking Aldo.
All right, I'll keep an eye on the sky. You keep an eye on Aldo. I'll just stay here with you.
Do you think another bird will come?
It's supposed to have had a lot of children, so maybe.
I would hope they wouldn't still be in this nest. There's no sign of eggs or anything, so...
Look how fast those things travel. I mean, even if it doesn't live here, one could
Do they have a breeding partner?
pass through. I don't know. I don't know a lot of this. I'm just speculating. I'd rather be safe than sorry.
I wish the no-named man could have told us a bit more about this, but I'm afraid to ask him many more questions, as it seems to vaporize him for a while.
Yeah. Plus, he's gone right now.
As is Aldo.
Well, he's not gone. I mean, we can still see him. We just need to know where he's headed.
He's very quickly going to where you can't see him anymore.
What direction? I'm gonna pull out the compass and like get a...
I think I said the wrong way before. It's north. He was going north. Immediately was going northwest, but as he got to the edge of where the valley was, started moving eastward. So moving northeast.
Shit, he's almost out of sight.
This
What's
bird's
even that
traveling
way?
in strange patterns. I don't know why it doesn't fly just direct lines.
I'm gonna try to pull the map out of Koa's stuff. Just be like, just keep an eye on him. I'm gonna figure out what's that way. I'm gonna try to see if I can figure out where it might be going to drop him off. Probably just the middle of a field.
Okay, sure. You pull a map and you look at it, and honestly, it already seems to have left the valley. They're pretty small now. They're flying over a peak, which I'll get back to Jaaek momentarily. What's northeast of here, depending on how far north and how far east. Mountains. What's more north and east of here? Plains. If you're going fairly more east than you are north, then I guess Leshev is in that direction. Assuming it goes all that way, because it's probably like northeast east. Going to Leshev.
So it might drop him near Leshev if it knows that there's people there. I doubt it'll go all the way.
I mean,
I was gonna say,
Leshev
no
is
one's-
pretty far from you, though. Miles.
No one's
and
talked
miles.
about
would
seeing any of
be-
these birds either, so
Yeah,
I wouldn't
it would
think
be
it'd go that far.
unexpected. It's mostly just mountains and then the plains between. And in this terrain, we can't even chase after him other than trying to follow its destination.
We should hurry and get the horses and get out of here. Then there was more to try to look at, but we'll have to come back.
Yeah. Then I'll put the map away.
Wade, while you're out here, why don't you go ahead and roll me a survival check? You've been out here for some time, taking in the weather or whatever. That does not get you anything.
Merry Christmas to me.
I mean,
Did
you know
we
it's
get
going to
a
start
hype train
raining
earlier?
soon. So, sometimes.
Did we get a hype train earlier, Scott?
What was that?
Did we get a hype train earlier?
I did not see a hype. Wait, hold on. There was a choo-choo, but I don't know what was completed. Is there a way to see?
It was
what
completed
it?
level 3. It was on. It was on
Yeah,
4.
I was gonna say,
Oh, hey, look
The
at
last
that.
one I
That's
saw
awesome.
was 4.
Yeah, cool. Sorry, it took me a moment to remember that. I was distracted by other things. Yeah, obviously that's not high enough to get you to the 15 required to see the weather patterns, Wade. You'd have to use that, and you'd have to use a luck die, and still have to roll a 3. So, I assume you're not going to do that.
Not for a survival check about the rain, no.
Yeah, I don't think so. All right, cool. All right, so anyways, the brain's not working. Where am I? Oh yeah, so you're
Bird was flying
so,
off.
so you know it's going to start from what the trick you made this morning, Wade. You know at some point in time it's going to start raining. So and you know that it's cold here. So if you do choose to travel today, which you very well may or may not, you are going to get wet at some point. It is cold.
Bird's still going from what we can tell? Or is it like so far gone that we can't see anymore?
If you spend a couple moments looking, you're like, okay, I know where. It's like if you've ever gone golfing, and it takes you a moment to find the ball as it's flying. Like it's one of those scenarios. Like there it is. Okay, it's got down now. You know.
I'll be honest, Mikhail, I'm not even sure how far it has already taken him, much less how far it will.
We have a direction. I think that's the best we have to go on. We can't just leave him.
No, I agree, but I also don't know where we're going to find him.
Certainly don't.
Is there any point in spending any more time here? Or do we just get to the horses and leave? The weather is going to turn for the worse at some point.
We're gonna have to bring Elliot back anyway. Maybe we take a quick look down that other hall?
We should just be extra cautious since, you know,
Yeah.
we don't have Aldo's eyes. But
Yeah.
whatever we're doing, we need to do it quickly because if I'm worried about us traveling and the conditions coming, I don't know what kind of conditions Aldo would be stuck in.
Yeah, without any of his like camping stuff, any of that.
He has a wineskin.
That didn't do him any favors.
Nope. And I think he'll be hungry soon. Watch his step. He emptied his stomach.
Great. Yeah, he'll start moving. Yeah, quick look down the hall, and then we go. Right? What, is it going to rain or anything? Do we need to worry about that?
Yes, it will.
I mean, is it bad, or do you know?
Rain.
Yeah, great. Yeah, Scott, I think we're going to the hallway we haven't examined now.
Jake, would you like to step in and do the first part of yours now?
What do you mean?
Good.
That's part of what?
That's a yes. So the bird grabbed you and swooped down, and you were like, Ave Mo-" I don't even know how the fuck. I don't even know that song. Like, I'm not an Italian mobster. I don't fucking know the words Ave Maria. So you swoop down and swoop out, and then start getting raising higher and higher and higher, and the whole time that it's like digging into your shoulder. Unfortunately, it is a tight pinch. Like again, it's one of those like I suppose the easiest scenario to describe, because I have a baby right now, is like, you know, when like you're holding a baby and like maybe you're holding a bottle and there are like talons for fingers like digging into you, and you can't make it stop because you're like, I need to hold you in this exact position right now, but God, you make me feel like I'm bleeding even though I'm not actually bleeding, and this whole thing fucking sucks and hurts. It's like that, but then you're also being jostled around from the of the wings flapping. You're rising higher and you're being swooped across the field, kind of like looking down and below. If your character wants to try to take a sip from his flask or whatever at this point, he really can't. One arm is literally being pinned by the talon, and the other one, if he even tries to move his arm too much with how it's in the shoulder, you're afraid that it's literally going to cause the talon to tear into the flesh of your shoulder itself. So you can't really move too much aside from being in pain. Do you yell, say, or do anything, or do you just watch for now?
No, I was 100% serious when Aldo started like hearing the song in his mouth. So at this point, like he's still flying. He can't move now to take a drink. He's pinned, but he's flying. So there is that acceptance from him, which it's a weird thing, but it's almost like an acceptance of death. So he just like projects his voice louder. It's all he can do. He has control of his voice.
Mm-hmm.
So he sings. He just keeps singing. He's belting out that chorus. So we're hitting the crescendo here.
Is Ave Maria canon in Aurora?
I mean,
It is now.
let's say it's. I don't even know what Ave Maria translates to. What does Ave mean?
Hail Mary, I believe.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, so maybe it's Ave Maria. It's Sup Girl Martyr. I don't know. I don't know.
I forgot the religion here was formed by 5th graders.
I mean, not
girl
not
martyr.
inaccurate.
Ave Maria, sup girl martyr. Sup girl martyr. Oh, so bad.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, I don't even know what Ave Maria is from. I think it's like an opera or something. I don't know.
Never heard the phrase Hail Mary?
Yeah, I know Hail Mary.
Other than football.
Yeah, oh, yes, I know. I was raised Catholic. Unfortunately, I've done more than a few Hail Marys. So,
I hate to tell you this, but maybe English wasn't the first language that Hail Mary was said in.
It also wasn't Italian. And I don't speak Italian. I can say, I don't even remember the words I know in Italian. Grazie, prego. That's what I know in Italian. Grazie, prego. That's what I know. And if you watch any mobster movie, mozzarella. Can't say mozzarella.
Hey!
Yeah. And Tony. Hey, Tony. There you go. That's Italian too.
That's why Aldo's thinking of Ave Maria. Tony.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm being yelled at by Snaga now. All right, back to game. All right, moving on. So you're not really paying attention then. So then what I would say, Jake, is as time goes on and the whipping cold air is touching your face, as you're flying out to the mountains, one of the things that you're going to notice in the mountain area where you are is eventually you'll realize, like, as you're literally flying over peaks and over the mountain or whatever, it's like, at any point in time, if you're dropping for several hundred feet and finding a stony, jagged, the cliff face waiting for you, right? Like, and that's if you're lucky enough to go out that easily. But as you're flying along, eventually you notice that the ground below is a little bit more white, not just because of the peaks, but also because where you are now, you're actually flying through snow. You were so in your own mind, you didn't realize it at first, but there's a stinging cold sensation on your face because you're literally being flown through snow. It is starting to snow over where you are, higher up and colder or whatever, where it is. Eventually you're brought to a spot where you can feel that the flapping is done and you are lowering, but not like just a drop. It's like a kind of like a slow swirling lower, dropping lower and lower down below, but circling one spot. It takes some time for you to even focus your eyes. And again, this is up to you because after you've been flying here, you don't even know how long it's been. It could have been minutes, could have been an hour or two. You have no idea how long it's been because you're in your own head. Would you even have the senses to try to look and see where you're being lowered to, or are you still just too lost in it?
I think at this point, like, it's been a while, right? He's probably sung Ave Maria like 2-3 times, and is probably a bit exhausted at that now, and his eyes are open, and it's just like a blank stare out into wherever he is.
Okay, so not properly taking it in, so you don't see what it is that you're being lowered to until you're already there, until you're dropped into it. And what happens is you're literally dropped into a nest that's set there. It's over by a mountain's ledge, so on and so forth, and you were dropped into a nest. The drop that happens was not a very soft one. Can I get somebody in chat to roll me a d4 for how much non-lethal damage he takes from the of being dropped into the nest that's there? But you do land into it, kind of like crumpled in, and take some moment for you, like one nice before you're like able to. So your instincts allow you to like land with a bit more grace than you otherwise would have, as you're like trying to pull your arm or leg free from whatever twigs or twine or whatever it was you were caught in. But you're no longer being pinched in the shoulder. I don't know whether or not you even checked where that spot was. No longer being held on the other side. You were dropped some 10 feet or so into the nest and landed on your ass with a
Yeah, just because I want to make sure my health is right. I took 2 non-lethal damage from being electrocuted that when we were opening the gate. That would have gone by now, right?
Yeah, 2 hours have passed since then. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so I'm just one non-lethal now.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
As
Unfortunately,
I
all the baby birds are gonna start nomming on you, so you're about to be
yeah
ripped apart.
yeah probably yeah, I guess like he's white knuckled almost. So like as he drops, like he's been holding that bottle, like his wineskin. That's his. He wasn't letting that go. So like it's almost like stuck in a fist, clenching that bottle. And he just hits the nest and kind of like tries to gather himself about and just looks around like where's the big bird?
So you try to look about. You don't immediately see the bird with you kind of like down and in the nest itself, and it probably like just flew out of sight over the rim of the nest. So you can't see where it is immediately.
All right, well, what can I see in the nest? Can I hear anything? I'm in a nest.
Great question. So you hear the wind whipping by up there, but you do look down. You look around the nest itself, and you can see. Roll a perception check if you want to like properly like. I know your character's not like scrummaging through and like doing a full inspection, but like a quick kind of glance about.
Yeah.
Great check. That's awesome. You notice a couple of things inside the nest. You notice there's a bit of like a bit of ripped fabric that you see there. Dark and drab in color, but it definitely looks like it was likely recently ripped, and it's inside there. You can also see that there's a bit of leather that's off to the side. You go and you grab it to lift it up, and you can see it's a bit torn itself, but there's a leather glove that's there. For a humanoid-sized person or whatever it was. I suppose the color style to it looks vaguely familiar to you, but you're not sure what for or what from. But you definitely find like a leather glove that's there that you can grab if you want to. The bits of fabric, if you want, you can grab if you want to. It doesn't really matter. But overall, looking at the nest and just knowing what you know of birds and whatnot, the nest that you had seen before. So typically speaking, birds don't just make nests. They make nests for a reason, right? They make nests to lay eggs and so on and so forth. The nest that you had seen over at the keep, that didn't look like it was properly prepared for, like there were no eggs inside there. There was no warmth to it. There was no like it wasn't particularly soft in how it was set, etc., etc. This nest here looks as though it should have had eggs inside of it. It definitely looks like more prepared to maintain that warmth, a bit more feather at the bottom of it. The way that the twigs and whatnot are kind of set in there, a bit more straw inside of it or grass, or whatever inside of it to help it insulation. Like this is a properly prepared nest.
All right, well, saying that, I guess I'm gonna try and like get a bearing on my surroundings. I've got my pack with me, right?
Yes, sir. Unless you had taken off for some reason, yeah.
I didn't. Can I take out a torch and light it?
Yeah. So you take a moment and it's snowing on you, but you dig through your pack. I imagine your hands are shaking as you do so. It's one of those things where you probably didn't even notice it, even as you reach in and grab the torch. It's probably as you have your flint and steel and you're trying to strike it that you can't even strike the first couple times. That's when you notice your hand shaking. You steady your breath and a couple more attempts, and finally you strike the torch alight, and you've got it blazing, and you're finally steadying your hands. You're slowing down your heartbeat. You're aware of your own situation, your physicality, etc., etc. Oh, yes, Rory. Thanks, appreciate it. 1 sec. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, with a bit of light, I'm gonna kind of go to the edge of where the nest is, I guess, and look over the edge. Like, can I get out of this nest? Like,
yeah, great question. So you with a bit of light, you go over to the edge, and you're careful not to just set the nest ablaze or whatever. But you clamber up the side, and you can see that you can climb out of it. You just gotta be careful. Maybe toss the torch out first, so you don't accidentally again set the nest ablaze. But the first thing you do when you climb to the edge and you can see over is you see there's the bird right there, right in your fucking face. There's the giant ass bird. And so it's like a moment of like you see it and like and you pull back, gasp of breath, but then you recognize, no, that can't be the bird, because that one is motionless and lying there, and its feathers are all ruffled, many even around on the grounds, and it's soaked in red. No, that one's dead.
is that the same size as the one that just had hold of me?
You never got a proper sight of the one that had a hold of you, so this one's massive. So if not the same size, comparable.
Well, you see, he freezes almost as that happens, as he's just looking and he's like, "Oh, okay." And he throws the torch out and he like clambers out the side, I guess.
Okay.
Then he'll pick it back up and I guess hold the torch up in the air and like look around to see if he can find the bird that brought him here.
Yeah, it's still light enough in the sky that you can. That's not like super dark at the moment, but the torch is helping you, like when you're over by the nest or helping you get extra light or whatever it is. It's not super dark yet, but you can't see the bird so easily because unfortunately it is snowing a good bit. Big flakes make it so it's hard to see where it's flying around. You don't immediately see the bird. Thanks, kiddo.
All right, I'm gonna approach the other one, I guess, and just kind of see what I can see. Like, how did it die?
Yeah, you walk up to it. You can roll a perception check for me. Okay. You look over trying to see how it died, and you unfortunately can see that there are many wounds. It's bleeding from many different spots, but you're not entirely sure how it died. You're not able to get sight of that. But what you do get sight of is that over by its dead body, near to where it is off to one of its sides, there is in fact one of the eggs that you would have expected to see inside there had fallen and cracked open, and the fetal baby bird is now lying dead there on the ground. The egg was cracked into this cold air too soon, and the bird did not survive that. And so now there's the big dead bird, and then there's a little one that's by a cracked egg as well. As you're kind of like taking in this sight, give me 1 second. You once again feel the pinch around your shoulders and your arms, but this time, as you're like properly positioned and more easily to grab, the talons grab around your bicep and area on both arms, so it can actually properly grab your both arms. You still have control of your elbows down, with your hands still waist down, control of so on and so forth. So you can still hold the torch if you want to try to do so. But the big bird swoops down from behind you again, grabs you in its talons, and then just takes one big swoop up and then dives down to gain some speed before once again kind of like starting to gain some altitude and fly off. How does Aldo react to this?
As it grabs him, I guess he tries to struggle and like pull himself like free. Probably drops the torch. Doesn't drop his alcohol. Though you can see as he like gets like lifted off his feet, you can see his like feet start kicking in the air as he's struggling, and he's just confused. It's more less an acceptance thing this time, and it's more of a I struggled, and then now I'm in the air again. So this time I'm a lot more aware of things that are going around. He's probably yelling at the bird, but nothing like coherent.
So instead of Sup Girl Venny or Martyr or whatever it is playing in your background, it's just you fucking bird. Let me down here.
More or less.
All right, cool. I'm gonna bust out the machine guns like the emu wars of. So, anyways, you and the bird's flying off with you, cutting back to the other two, who are like, "Oh man, I hope he's okay." Let's go check out that hallway. The one last hallway, because there were the 3 doors down the hallway so there was a hallway that you had passed through. It had 4 doors. One that led to the room where you met the old ghost. The other 3 doors would not budge, didn't seem to, and apparently you were told there's some sort of a key or what have you. And the 2 of you actually were able to hear the old ghost speaking, so you know that to be true as opposed to trusting the word of your companions. So not to even bother with those doors there. But the one hallway that you guys, I think the one that you're saying you're referencing, saying that you haven't gone down, was when you first came to the top of the stairs. There was the far side that you didn't check out yet. I'm trying to set things up, and I want to bring it over for chat to see what's going on. So give for me a moment, please.
Yeah, the one with the potted plant.
Yeah. Yes, Wade. The one with the potted plant.
And the herpes.
Okay. Less yes, Wade. Less yes.
Okay.
I think what I have to do is bring you here, go here, do this here, then this here, this here. Okay. And then finally, I have to change the view for chat, which is to drag you here. I think I did it right.
Oh, there we go.
Nope. That's the other place. There you guys go. So you wanted to go over to where that... I just set that torch for you to make things easy. You wanted to get to where that torch was.
The floor's back up, right? We've been doing climb checks to try to avoid triggering it.
Correct. It's much easier if you use the climb checks with the rope that's there. But that is correct, sir. Absolutely.
Okay.
Which I don't think you can fail what I can.
Oh, I can.
Oh, yeah. All right. Fair. All right, good.
Okay. You guys pretty easily were
Level
able
two?
to get across to the other side, so you're more than welcome to get down over there. And as you go down to the other side, and you see the staircase that's there, and you're like, "Oof." You know, it's not far down that staircase was the wall that had opened for you beforehand, where the boulder supposedly was kind of like maintained. You have to go down the stairs a little bit, and then you can find where that wall is. But good luck, opening it or whatever it is you got to do from up here. You have no idea. But your idea was to come over to like where the circle thing was, and then you wanted to go up and search. Both the characters going to go up and start searching.
Somewhere in here, the dude mentioned somewhere in here there's a stone that has to be replaced or something to break the curse.
Yeah.
And we've kind of not seen anything like that. We've seen the room he was in, the balcony, whatever this is, and then the closed doors that we can't open that we probably don't want to open.
Yeah. I assumed this part down here went further, but
Can we take
see,
a
I
look
guess once
around
we get
here?
there, yeah, Mikhail will be like, let's, I guess, see if maybe there's another door or something that's hidden.
Careful in case it's a trap.
Sure.
Right.
So I assume both of you characters are going to go forward and start searching?
Go
Yeah.
forward. I mean, this is one of those where Mikhail probably takes a step forward and Koa's like, maybe I better wait just in case something goes horribly wrong.
Oh, yeah, good idea.
Like grab him and pull him back or something.
Step forward, the floor immediately drops out.
Yeah, so Koa's probably following him in a way that's like, I'm ready to grab Mikhail and fall backwards. Unless
Cool.
it's something else, like a boulder comes from behind us, or
You're like, don't worry, I've got your
Just
back.
suplex me
Takes a
into
step
it.
backwards. Cool. So clearly, Mikhail, you're the one stepping forward and realizing that maybe your friend is a little less brave than you thought, and you're welcome to go ahead and roll me a perception check, sir.
All right. That could have been better.
It could have been, and unfortunately, it wasn't. So you spent a 9 total, and you look around, and I don't know. So far, your characters haven't been really the ones to notice any of the secret stuff too much, anyways. I mean, I know you did notice the wall off to the side, and you pointed them in that direction, and so on and so forth during that critical moment of the boulder following. But for the most part, it's been Koa and Aldo that have noticed a lot of like the trap-based things that you guys have gotten here, right? And so you go over here, and you're looking around and trying to see if anything stands out in your mind. You try to see the shrub that Koa keeps pointing out, but unfortunately, there's no shrub there. You think it's a trick of his eyes or something like that. But anyways, there's no shrub that you know of. Either way, you unfortunately don't see anything as of right now.
Can I look?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to. Do you want to like go up and search alongside him? Are you guys switching places so he can check your back?
It's kind of like I'm following him around and looking after he looks, because it's like I'm just kind of following behind him and looking where he's searching, kind of over again.
Yeah. So
We're
he's
in a
like,
museum. We're in a line going around this circle, just kind of like looking one at a time.
yeah, I imagine it's he's like, hey, I'm not finding anything. You're like, well, let me come check it out. So you guys are both up there looking, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
Cool.
yeah. He took a step. Nothing bad happens. It's like, okay, I'll follow.
Okay, cool. So whatever, your characters are both up there. You know, you can imagine Mikhail like steps up, starts searching over there, whatever it is. Steps over here, starts searching. Says, I'm not finding anything, and you know, you kind of like go up and you start searching or whatever it is as well. Da da da. And eventually, you do find a spot where you're like, no, wait, I think I do see something. And remember how like the door across, like up the multi-flight stair room, where you know there's that back door that said was very ornate. And there was a door handle in it that almost looked like a car door, where you had to like slide your hand in almost like a hidden spot. It was like hidden based off the design, but you like slide your hand into the stone and like pull, almost like a latch or lever, like a car door. It's one of those scenarios where your character finds that, and you know they can like once again kind of reach your hand in and give like a pull to it.
He would grab a dagger or something else first, and he's not touching anything with his bare hand.
Sure.
Before he knows that there's nothing there that's gonna like rip him open.
Sure. So you take a dagger and you're like jabbing up in there or whatever it is?
Yeah. He's like feeling around, like if there's anything that feels spiky or anything that feels like something horrible's about to happen, I'm like dive bombing backwards.
It's a great call, because as you start jabbing up there with the dagger, what ends up happening is you end up seeing you disturbed from where you were, whether you accidentally hit it or whatever it was, disturbed where it was, a not small size spider comes down and crawls around. Much like how in Australia you have to check your door handles before you open your door to your car because it could be a huntsman there waiting for you. Literally a not small size spider literally comes around. It's not so big that it's a combat roll initiative, but it is big enough that if you just reached in there, I would have made you make a con check against the poison as it bit you. So you see the spider kind of like crawl out and then start scampering across the wall, whether or not you choose to attack it.
Oh, Koa will look to Mikhail. Do you think that was a coincidence, or do you think that's part of the trap?
What, the bug?
Yes, the bug.
I think it probably lived up there or was hunting.
Yes, I understand that, but do you think it was intentionally living up there?
No, I doubt that very strongly.
I don't know if I doubt anything about this place.
If it was, look, if whoever made this place did it, it would have been spikes again, or acid, or something way worse. This was too
We
simple.
don't know what a spider bite from this particular spider would have done. I didn't get a good look at it.
Either way, I think gloves would have protected you, which is more than we could say about just like motions around.
Well, then why don't you...
But good find.
Yes.
Sure, yeah.
You're just going to do it like that.
Well, I mean, you're here in case something bad happens, and you already got rid of the trap.
Right you are.
Besides, we need to hurry.
That is also true.
Yeah, he kind of like thumps it a couple of times in case there's any other bugs. See if those scatter, and then he'll open it.
So you go over there and you put your hand up to go open it. It's funny because like in real life, Kiken has a bit of arachnophobia, but apparently his character doesn't. So that's nice. Hey, I didn't overly describe what it looks like. I can if you want.
For once, you actually are considerate. So no, I'll take that.
I will remind you that Koa does hate spiders after his nightmare.
That's true.
So you
That
go over
is
there
true.
and you pull the thing and you hear a small click happen, but the thing doesn't come loose. Fortunately for you, though, you got a 22 in his perception check over there. So when you hear the click and it doesn't come loose, Koa thinks for a second, like kind of like looking where you're grabbing the thing and click, click. Takes a step back and looks and remembers how all the other like kind of like bigger doors or whatever had multiple pins that would kind of like hold them in place. So Koa goes to the opposite side of like the wall that you're at and checks, and there's another one there. And so I imagine you jab with the dagger a few times.
More times than he did the first time, because now the fucking spider popped out. So he's like, in fact, he might like take the torch and hold the fire up there.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
Okay, that's awesome. So I imagine like you take the torch, you hold the fire up there, and literally like even if there was no spider, there was like old cobwebs or whatever it is, they like burn and like drop down, and so you just think you see a spider
We're not
fall
fucking
out.
around.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then you wait till it cools, and eventually you go and you grab with your handle the other side of the thing. So you have the torch with you, and because of like how much time it's taking for you to do this, the torch itself is continuing to burn low. Because it took several minutes for you guys to take care of this stuff. The torch is down to like its last little bits. It's starting to burn low or whatever it is. And unfortunately for you, when you start doing this, the wall behind you shifts and closes, completely closing off the wall behind you, leaving you trapped into a tiny room. But it's not just that the wall behind you shifts, it's also the floor beneath your feet continue to shift as you realize, oh, that's not the wall behind me. It's the hallway I'm in turned. And so now we're completely closed off as the open part of the hallway is, where it is like facing the wall to the side. And then as it starts to open up afterwards, beneath you, the wall opens up.
Slightly unexpected.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take a quick look. I'm gonna hold the torch out and look out there. I'm not gonna just step out.
Sure. You can go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
All right.
I mean, I'm gonna step out too. Should I just go ahead and roll mine as well?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You guys both quickly notice a couple of different things. For one, you notice some giant boulders that are sitting right there before you. It's pretty hard to miss the giant boulders. They're just sitting there. Some of them are vaguely shaped, some of them are completely misshapen, so on and so forth. But there are big boulders there in the corners of the room. One of them is mostly rounded, mostly spherical shaped. And then you can also see there's a giant fucking hole in the center of the room that's there as well. But as you're looking across the room, you can also see over in the corner there, so near one of the far corners, is seems to be an old dusty tome or dingy tome, kind of lying there on the grounds that catches your eye with the dwindling but firelight that's in your hands. But probably the most interesting thing are the plaques on the walls as you lean out, and you see these plaques on the walls on either side of the chamber as you are kind of stepping into the chamber itself. The old plaques are written in tall.
Okay, I speak that. I forget which language that is. Is that the mole language?
It's a mole language.
Okay. Yeah, I speak that one.
Yep. Cool.
Which means I assume I read it also.
Yeah. So you stop by the one that's right by you. You can see something written in tall. It literally seems like somebody had scratched it fairly quickly. So it's not very clean handwriting, and the way it's kind of scratched into the corner of some old chart that's there that has otherwise lost most of its print. Somebody had written, by their hands chains were lifted, by their loyalty they earned passage, is written there. And you can either take a moment, you can roll a linguistics check if you would like, Mikhail.
Koa, while you're doing that, Koa's going to look at it and say, damn it, we should have brought Elliot after all, because I have no idea what this says.
So he says, we should have brought Elliot, I have no idea what this says, but Mikhail, as he's saying that, whether or not you choose to respond to that specifically, you read that and you realize, somebody had literally written effectively a clue or a direction of one of the two answers that could have been used to open the door across the hall from you.
He goes, I got it. Sorry, Scott, can you repeat what it says again?
Yeah, you can actually hover over it with your cursor. It's the one over by your character.
Oh, okay. I didn't see what the icon was. All right. So it says, by their hands, chains were lifted. By their loyalty, they earned passage. Oh, it's a clue to that thing we opened. The dial that had the puzzle.
Oh, well, thank heavens we found this first.
Huh.
And what do you suppose is, down there?
That's a great question.
Is this the spot where the man said the stone must be returned to?
You don't know that answer.
Yeah.
Who's asking Mikhail?
Mikhail just kind of shrugs as he's stepping forward towards the giant hole in the middle of the floor. It was, I don't have a way to know what's down there. Could drop a torch.
Let me light another one first. I'll take one off of the...
Sure. You light up a new one, and as you light up that new one, sir, I'll set its timer for 60 minutes. I imagine you take the old one and you drop it down there for a whopping last like 3 or so minutes that are remaining to it to see what happens as it drops. You can roll me perception checks as you see it dropping down. It's pretty decent. Koa? All right, so you guys notice as it goes down that there are some shapes sticking out of the wall going down that are there. Some vague shapes that are sticking down the wall, almost like patterns down the wall below. And then eventually, not too far down from where you are, maybe about 20 or 30 feet below from where you are, it clattered to the ground.
Does it look like the shapes would be like pushed in if something hit them from above, or do they just look like they're jutted out like steps or something?
The torch dropped too quickly for you to properly get a good sight of it. You just saw some shapes sticking out of the wall.
Okay, if we're
Nothing
holding
super.
the other one close and we're looking down, are there any shapes kind of close?
Yeah. Let's say you like lie on your belly and you're like holding the torch and you're like properly trying to get like a good look down there.
First, I would look up, make sure nothing's going to drop to fill the hole.
Flat ceiling.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and roll me an engineering check.
Ooh.
Am I in that since I'm doing the same thing?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Wade, you can roll to assist, by the way, because you can beat a 10. Oh, you did roll. Good job. Okay, good. You just failed to assist. But Keegan, you happy with your 12?
We have 2 plus 3s and luck.
Is it? Yeah, it's 2 plus 3s.
Correct.
I don't know. What do you think? I figure I'll do one of them, maybe.
Later. Yeah, this could be important for later. So you could, I don't know how much luck we have, but you could at least plus 3 to get to a 15. If you want to luck on top of that, that's up to you.
Yeah, I'll do one of the plus 3s, and we may as well see how much luck we have.
Okay, it's cool. You got to
Quite a
18.
bit.
It's pretty solid.
Oh,
You're able to see that it looks as though if something was large and just dropped down here, actually probably large and maybe spherical. It's a corkscrew pattern that goes down and make it so if maybe a boulder was dropped down here, it wouldn't just go. It would roll down like a corkscrew, giving it like a controlled fall.
Oh, it's for something about that size gets dropped in. It'll kind of catch and then go in a spiral motion to the bottom rather than just drop straight.
So somehow we have to get the staircase boulder into this? Is that what you're saying? It's a big hole, big boulder, drop down. Unless you want to try to roll one of these, but they don't look as round.
Yeah, they wouldn't. Well, that one, no, probably not. Not spherical enough. Yeah, I guess the staircase one would be about the right size, wouldn't it?
Great. Not to brag, but I'm relatively strong. I don't think I can push a boulder up a flight of stairs.
I don't either. I think...
Well, you said that
Yeah,
quicker than I would have liked, but...
Oh, well, I'm just agreeing with you. I mean, sorry. No,
Good.
Koa, you probably could, but, we don't want to use your strength on something like that.
Just move on at
That would
this
be
point.
Insane. So, I think there's something we're missing, I guess, which we don't have time
boulder.
for. Not now. Oh, right, yes. How could I
But
forget?
even if we had it, the man said we had to do, 3 of these and simultaneously or 7 within a period of time. So even if we managed to get
phases
a
of the
rock
moon.
into this hole, I don't think it would change much. And
Right
it could
now,
open all
no.
those doors and leave us in a nasty fight, so it's probably for the best that we don't.
Right. We need to find out how it's done so that we know what to do to execute it, and then figure out some way to do this at the same time as the others, or relatively
At
quickly.
least we found something written to show Elliot when we bring him.
That's true. Scott, the torch, you said landed down there. It doesn't look like that area opens up at all. It's just like a pit.
It's hard to tell from the light as it because if you try to maybe drop it. I suppose the torch down below is still lit. No, you can see.
Yeah.
My apologies.
For
Yeah,
like
you
a
can
minute
still
or
see
two.
that it does look like it opens up a bit. You can't see how much it opens up because you're staring down like a 30-foot long tunnel. but you can see it does seem to open up a bit.
Yeah, it looks like it opens down there, so when we come back, it might be worth one of us climbing down and taking a look.
If you mention climbing down, I mean, I don't know how skilled or confident in your own climbing you are, but the stuff sticking out of the wall that gives it a spiral pattern, that does seem like you could climb down it if you're confident in your climbing ability. Otherwise, obviously, a rope would make things significantly easier.
I'm not confident in my climbing ability at all.
Same. Perhaps once we rescue Aldo from the clutches of it, or bring his body back. I'm not sure we want to go down there right now.
No.
How far down does it look like the hole goes?
Again, like 20, 30 feet.
And we're still even with the top floor.
You are even with the top floor currently, yes.
How far down did it seem like the boulder was? The one, like where we came out.
When you came out at the top of that boulder area, maybe like 20, 30 feet.
So he said that if we did this and it reset, if we didn't do 3 at a time or 7 within a certain amount of time, the bottom of this is probably close to the same height as where the boulder reaches its peak on the staircase. So I wonder if it leads to some way to bring the boulder in, or it's just like the other trap where the boulder rolls down, goes to a thing, is taken back to its spot. Maybe there's multiple ways for that trap to rearm itself.
Yeah, there might be. Let's see. The other Scott, the other plaque thing on the wall, I can see that too.
Yep.
Okay, good. Just make sure I was supposed to.
You want to go check it out?
I'll go examine that and see if.
Yeah, sure. So
right about that.
The cool thing about that plaque is it is 2 things. One, it's effectively a map that shows you where pretty much all the traps were on the staircase going up, and you realize that even the part that you traversed, maybe those traps are just so old, or so like in such bad condition they did not trigger on you, and certainly many of them you skipped by not going up the staircase after the boulder trap took place. But there are a considerable number of traps there, and this isn't just a map showing you where all those traps are, but it's also instructions on how to properly maintain, repair, and reset each one of those traps, including informing you of the fact that sometimes after one or more uses, the boulder will render itself, unserviceable. Like it's just cracked or broken beyond repair or use. And so therefore there's instruction on there on the correct pattern to use to chisel the boulder down into correct size and to drop it down this hole to reset that boulder trap, leading you to believe this is probably the room where they store the backup rock for however they get it here, wherever it comes from, to craft new boulders and drop them down this hole to reset the boulder trap as needed.
So as I'm kind of reading through that, like after my first read through, he just goes, "Oh, okay, hey, Koa, come here," and he'll start kind of explaining.
There is a degree of imagery, but mostly text. Continue, sorry.
Yeah, he's just kind of explaining what he's seeing there, and then like relating the images as well as he can to Koa as well.
Instructions on how to be a dick.
Something like that. And I guess this room is where the rock they use to make those boulders is. So they would have to chisel one of these down to make that same shape.
Well, then maybe this isn't how you break the curse. Perhaps this is just how you load the trap.
Right? It kind of looks like that. I don't know. It's frustrating. We should definitely bring Elliot back here once we're done.
Is there a book or another thing across the hole, Scott?
Yeah. That was the one I first described when you guys first walked in.
Oh, yeah. I was going to go pick that up, but then I got distracted.
Hey, you're good. So anyways, anything else you guys say before you go over and grab that book?
Not at the moment, no. Except for I'll be right back.
Okay. Cool. So, you go over and you grab that book and pick it up and start looking it over. So first and foremost, when you pick this up and look at it, you start looking, and you can see that there's some really, really cool. For it's bound in like a sturdy and once elegant leather, but unfortunately is long since faded into like almost like a mottled brown. And the spine of the book is embossed with some really intricate, almost it takes a moment for you to notice them, but the firelight kind of catches it just enough that there's an almost imperceptible filigree patterns that again have dulled with age for like how long they've been there, whatever it is. And there's even some faint traces of the original colors and whatnot of this of the book that's here. And so you grab this thing and you're looking it over, you can see like this almost looks vaguely familiar to you. Like you don't entirely remember where you know this from, but you start flipping through the book and trying to see if you can grab a glance at it. Could you go ahead and roll for me? This would be technically a history check. Let me just confirm this. This would technically be a history check for you.
Okay. Oh, there it is. That's not
that is a really, really, really good roll right there. I will touch on that in just 1 second. Give me 1 second, sorry.
Okay.
Awesome. So I just wanted to make sure. So by the way, the filigree on the outside that is noticed that was very faded or whatever it was. The filigree that you found there was a slight orange in color. Just confirming that color. It was orange in color. It's like a faded filigree that was there. But you're looking them over, and you actually see this book, and you realize, wait, you know what this book is. This is a pretty rare book to come across. Well, at least one this old. It's that it's old. Actually, looking at it, and even though it's written in Perrin, it's written like an older version of Perrin, like the language has evolved over hundreds of years. But this is Telvannis' Compendium of the Mole Empire, also known as the Mole Encyclopedia. It is literally like, it's an encyclopedia collection that if you have it's like 30 or some odd tomes to it, that all together, like they more or less have the most accurate storing of knowledge of the Mole Empire that exists from the days of yore. They're very rare because, we all know in meta, the Perrin Empire, the Paradel, destroys stuff from the past or whatever. But you've actually heard of this. You've seen at least one of these tomes in the library with the Congress where you studied beforehand. And looking at how old this book is in your hands, this could be a first edition. This could be like an old, hundreds of years old book. So who knows how old this is. But yeah, no, this is a pretty gnarly looking book, and there's going to be a decent amount of knowledge that's inside of it.
Holy shit. Koa, do you know what this is?
No.
It's probably a first edition of Telvannis' Compendium of the Mole Empire.
Oh. That's great.
Right. It is great. No, you don't understand. These are incredibly rare. I think there's 30-ish volumes in total. I don't know how many have been discovered already, but overall, all these together are the most complete information we could get on this fallen empire. I mean, wow.
Other than the ghost,
we've got to be very careful with this.
I suppose.
I suppose that's true, but I mean, he doesn't remember his own name and seems to keep running out of power. So at least this you can read as long as you're careful. It's even written in Old Perrin.
Oh, so I could actually read it.
If you show it to him
carefully,
he could. Yeah. You actually can read it, but again, it's an old version of Perrin, hundreds of years old version of Perrin. So like some of the sentence structure, some of the words are like, you have to use context clues to understand what it means. You have to reread it. So more or less, Wade, it's like a linguistics check to fully understand. But for Mikhail, he doesn't need to because he both speaks Perrin and Tal. so he can get it without even needing to make a check. He can read it pretty easily. Sorry, Wade, you were gonna say?
Thou art just biting thumb. Just scars. What?
That doesn't say thumb or bite. Wait, no. That character is the same. You got to look at it more sideways. Now it looks more familiar.
I'll just let you tell me what it says. How about that?
Sure. Yeah, I can read some of it while we're traveling.
You know Elliot's gonna
You got to
want that.
read an encyclopedia.
Oh, unfortunately, only one volume of the encyclopedia.
Right.
But it is an earlier number. So looking at the numbered volume, looking at it, it's like, oh, like this is volume number 3 out of the. You wish you knew how many volumes there were in this edition. So if anybody here is old enough or just has family who collected real encyclopedias, you'll know that encyclopedias kind of come in effectively 2 versions. There is the real encyclopedic volume version, and then there's the general regular person owning encyclopedic volume. The latter of the two, like I certainly grew up with, is you have like 30, 40 different books that are all in one, like, you know, they are the encyclopedias, 30, 40 volumes that tell you all the knowledge from A to Z. But like, again, that's like the regular person version. The real version of encyclopedias take multiple library bookcases, you know, front and back, ceiling to floor, to fill up to like hundreds of volumes to.
Scott, the average
capture.
viewer is not 60 years old.
Listen, but okay, maybe just because my father works at Harvard. But
It's
we
like
literally
reading
grew up with
2
encyclopedias.
Wikipedia pages.
Yeah. It's like physical Wikipedia, I suppose. Yeah, but again, like we literally grew up.
It's kind of what it's named after.
Yes,
Weird.
we literally grew up reading encyclopedias
Wait,
because
encyclopedias were named after Wikipedia?
So my older brother
That's
Gary,
so cringe.
his father-in-law is, when you think boomer, all the negative things that you think of is his father-in-law. And so what he did was for Christmas, I want to say it was 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was 2021, for Christmas, he bought for his grandchildren, so my niece and nephew, bought them an encyclopedia, but intentionally got an encyclopedia that was printed, I can't remember what year it was, but before the liberals started changing facts. And that way they could have a solid version of the facts before the liberals started changing them. And that was a Christmas gift. He got his,
Boy.
this is 2021, so it's probably like a 2014 version or whatever it was. Like before Obama started ruining everything proper, you know, like
Yeah. Yep.
Jake
Yep.
just drops off screen for that one. He's like, oh, that's my
No,
viewpoint.
yeah. Book burning has definitely always been a progressive thing. That's for sure.
Yeah. Anyways, so. Moving
So,
on.
Scott, is this how you spell dude's name that wrote the encyclopedias?
Oh, it's
Sylvanus?
my apologies. I
Did I get
can
that
actually
right?
just copy and paste the whole name for you into
cool.
here. Oop.
I was close.
Yep.
I was 2 letters off.
All right, cool.
So the last thing I said to Mikhail was, you know, Elliot's gonna want this.
So this is how it actually looks, because again,
Yeah.
the Mole language is based off of Arabic, real world Arabic. So this is it written in Arabic, the Sylvanus' Compendium of the Mole Empire. In case you care to have that for your notes.
I am putting it in my notes.
All right, cool. So your character sees this and looks it over, and again, you imagine as your character's being giddy about it, you just hear Koa say, you know, Elliot's going to want to have this for his collection.
It's like, yeah, we can talk about that once we get back to him.
But perhaps you can talk him into keeping the blood instead.
I mean, apparently I already have some amount of Perrin blood in me, or otherwise wouldn't have been able to hear the Elder.
I meant the blood in the flask.
Yeah, I know. I don't want it. It's gross. I mean, we're gonna take it with us, but it's gross. Speaking of which, we should get out of here.
Yes, I don't want to think about how I was surprised Aldo had a mostly liquid diet on the way out. Let's leave.
Yeah.
You think Aldo's alive?
Can I take like a rubbing of the the God damn it, the map of where the traps are.
It's
and
not
such?
embossed or
It's not?
or what's the opposite of embossed? Indented.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
the
The
opposite.
engraved.
Embossed comes up, the other
It's-
one goes in.
Yeah,
It's not.
it's not engraved. It's something else.
engraved.
but,
That's right.
yeah.
Embossed or engraved. It's not
I mean,
embossed or engraved.
this-
So
there's
you
no
have
texture.
to you have to take a moment to actually properly like sketch it out or whatever. So you can go ahead and make me a craft check, not a craft check, a professional, no, a craft check real quick, just an intelligence check to sketch that
just-
out real fast.
Definitely just intelligence in this case. Wow.
So you do a great job drawing up a map. It literally have you. So we have a bunch of these around my house because my wife's addicted to that movie. But have you ever seen the map from Home Alone, like of like the traps that he has around the house?
This is the map we were given to find the bandits in the woods.
That's what I was thinking.
You go to like actually draw it out. I mentioned Aldo being impossibly dead, and you're like, I'll just do it quick.
Right? All right, let's get out of here. I hope he's alive.
Mikhail, I'm pretty sure I could have done that better from memory than. You know what? It's good enough.
Looking at the number of traps that are there and knowing that you have to go back down, if this hole behind you is what you think it is, you don't know how easy it would be to open the door from the other side. But theoretically, climbing down this hole and then going down that chute and then trying to like go into where the boulders, going out of where you originally came into that chute, that could theoretically get you most of the way down the stairs safely rather than having to encounter any traps that you haven't encountered yet. Or you can just rely on the map that you draw that you drew here and hope you don't trigger anything.
So yeah, he was definitely going to just rely on the map, and then Koa's like, I could have done that better by memory, but whatever, let's keep going. He's like, looks at the map. Okay, I saw the thing. I know it might be faster just to go down the stupid hole, honestly. Then we don't have to worry about most of these
Cole will
traps.
stop in his tracks and turn to look at you. Faster to go down the hole that we can only make assumptions about what's down there.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll use rope or something so we can come back up quickly if we need to, but...
Yeah, well, we're using a lot of that all of a sudden and not retrieving it.
Yeah.
If that's what you think is best, then we can try it. Based on everything you've read, I will trust your judgment.
I mean, I told you the number of traps down that stair path. That's
And I've
a
at
lot.
least marked 2 with chalk.
How many did we note, Scott?
Oh, there are many. And the two that you mark with chalk are before the trap
'cause we're
door.
going
that
the
had
opposite way.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if we wanted to take a lot of time, then we could just cross-reference and go mark all of them and make a very careful, slow trek down with no risk. There were a lot more than 2 that we're going to have to worry about before we get to the bottom.
And assuming we don't press a button climbing down that opens up the ceiling and drops another boulder on us, that leads to another set of traps that we're unaware of.
Yes,
All it
assuming
is.
that.
I mean, we could tie the rope around one of these boulders and drop it down the hole. It should be long enough for that.
I don't think they're the right shape. We'd have to chisel them.
Not to roll the boulder, I mean to support us while we climb down.
Oh,
An anchor
Yeah.
point.
right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Go ahead.
Okay,
With
yeah,
many
let's-
cheeseburgers, the boulder pulls with him as he climbs down.
It's that scraping noise.
Oh, it's going down. Mikhail's chiseling the boulder. Like, I don't know why he wants us to follow him, but
I'll do the bottom first so it slides a little smoother.
Let's give it a push.
this rope's in the way of my chisel. Cut. Ah!
Oh no, what happened? Hello?
Yeah, I guess I'll
Don't
tie a
ignore
rope
me.
and start climbing down.
Okay. Your torch down there is already dead, so I imagine you drop the torch that you currently have so you can see where you're going.
Yes.
Once we're both ready to go, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So you get the rope tied up, ready to go, so on and so forth. You guys are ready to leave. You take the one torch that you have. You drop it. You have more torches. One torch that's lit. You drop it down the hole. You've got the rope tied up. You guys didn't nod at first, but that's fine. The DC isn't very difficult to do when you're climbing up and down with a wall to brace against. And you've got the thing ready, and you can see well enough because even though it's dark up here, so like Mikhail can't see very well, it's dimly lit at least around the hole for
Dimly
you.
lit. We're not talking about you, Scott. We're talking about the hole.
It's dimly lit. Nobody.
They did earlier.
It's fuck you.
Kay
So-
didn't seem happy enough with my first one, so Kay gets a second.
So you can see well enough around. As you're holding it or whatever it is, and you're about to start climbing down, you literally have the rope in your hands. You have 1 foot into the hole. You're about to start lowering yourself, and then all of a sudden Mikhail remembers, the people juice. You put it down and ran out of that room before. You didn't go back and get it. Did you want to bring the people juice with you?
What do you mean we put it down?
Mikhail did.
I set it. Yeah, I set it down so I could have a free hand in case I needed my sword. That shit. I gotta go grab that. Just a second. He runs back across the hall.
Am I in the hole right now?
You give like a foot into the hole, but you're not actually in it yet. So you have to light another
So he'd have
torch.
been like, wait. Yeah. So.
Wait, can you
Cross
open the
another
door
wall.
with one? Do you need me to come back to open the hallway?
No. Right?
You light a torch, and you go and you test it. So you can remove that
Yeah.
from the character sheet if you'd like, Keegan. And when you go over there,
my torch
you
on.
stand kind of wide, and you reach out as wide as you can. And, well, you're not a hobgoblin. You're taller than a hobgoblin, so your wingspan is wider than a hobgoblin's. You can just barely grab it with the tips of your, like the last, digit of each of your fingers there, so like a middle and index. Just barely grab it, but you can get those latches and pull them open. It takes a bit of effort, and certainly not something you'd be doing in, if you were like running or racing. But yeah, you get it, and you turn it ever so slightly with a bit of effort. And Koa's like watching this, probably somewhat entertained. And then eventually you go in, and Koa, you realize that you're alone in your room. That's mostly dark because you dropped your bright light down the hole, and so there's only a tiny bit of light that's kind of coming up around the hole up here, and that's all you can really see.
Koa
Because
stays
it's-
by the hole.
Koa stays holding on to the rope as you hear the scraping of the stone or whatever it is on the other side, and eventually it opens up for
It's been like 20 seconds, and Koa's like, he's been gone for so long.
This is where I fail my check and fall in the fucking pit.
you're here.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I'm like,
hopefully it
smashing
just
everything
doesn't
around me,
trigger.
hoping that there's not spiders charging in.
Don't worry, wait, I got
Right.
you in a second.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank God.
Okay. You make it across. No check needed to be made at the moment. You run all the way across. You grab up the bottles of people juice that were left there, and make sure that they're corked as best as possible. There's nothing else in the room. You look, no old man ghost or anything like that. And you come running back down, get over to the area. You can make your climb check again.
Okay.
Oh man, that was so long. That was so long. And you just barely made it. Oh boy. You literally are walking across, you have the bottles of people juice, and then all of a sudden you slip. You're like, okay. And it's literally you fall off of the rope, but your foot steps outwards and holds on to the not triggered trap. And I guess Aldo did a good enough job of resetting it that it doesn't collapse beneath your foot. And you're like, okay. And you just like stand up and make the way rest the way across, and you're back to where it was before. Meanwhile, roll me a perception check there, Koa.
Gonna omit that from my journal.
Oh, God.
Great. Love it. Thank you. Mikhail, you come back, and again, you really stretching that wingspan. It's actually harder this time than you remember doing it before. Maybe this one is set slightly different than the other one, whatever the case may be. But this one is a bit harder to do than the other one. And eventually, like, motherfucker, you eventually get it. And it does click and it does open after, like, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds or whatever of trying. But the door does open up. And you're slightly winded from the run there, the almost falling, so on and so forth, the struggling with this. And eventually it's minutes later, but you are able to return to Koa that's here.
Okay, I got it. Easy. Ready?
You were gone a very long time.
I went right there and came right back. It's only been a couple of minutes.
You must have stalled or something.
What? Do I look like I stalled?
Maybe time passes differently down here. I don't know, but let's get moving.
It's just your mind playing tricks on you. You're
You
probably
don't
in
see
the
any
dark.
spiders on me, do you? Or nearby?
He looks around, kind of pats you like on the side. No.
Actually,
Wait.
yes. I was going to say it when he was climbing down. I was just going to make you auto pass, but because he said that, you're like, no. And then all of a sudden you see, like, crawling up the center of his back is, in fact, one of those huntsman-sized spiders crawling up his back, and he just didn't notice it as he was there trying to, like, look. Crawling, because he wears armor. So, like, it's stiff enough he wouldn't necessarily feel it crawling up him. So your character looks over, you're like look at the side, you're like, no. And then all of a sudden you, like, stop, and Koa, you're like, good. And you notice him freeze.
I want to play it off like I didn't see anything.
Okay, buff check.
Okay.
Was it sense motive?
Yep.
Yes. That was so close.
Uh,
All right, good. Then let's get moving.
So, well, let me just check over here, and then I'm gonna because I already hit him on the side once, so I hit the back of his armor really hard to smash it.
oh my god!
Yeah.
First of all, because
Yep.
it's technically a tiny-sized creature, it's attack roll, or tiny diminutive-sized creature attack roll.
Oh jeez.
Natty
Okay.
one, what are you gonna do to me? Knock me down the hole.
I'm real good at these.
Jesus.
Oh yeah!
Oh,
Look at that!
Yes, that's a critical, a chance for critical at least. But you don't have to worry about it. You
Okay.
It only has 1 health point. So
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So you all of a sudden he smacks you strangely hard in your back, and if that didn't throw you off, the crunch noise that you were, because bigger spiders have a crunch to them. The crunch noise you hear also throws you off. So he smacked you so hard there was a crunch. I don't know how Koa reacts to that.
I think you might have damaged my armor. Or my what are you doing?
I was just trying to make sure nothing was in the armor, so I was jostling. He's wipes his hand on a different part of your back. It's no, yeah, nothing. Just wanted to make sure there's nothing in there. You're good.
You're paying for this armor repair because I know you just damaged something.
Me. Koa, remember when I tried to pull you out of that pit? I don't have the
I've
strength to
also
damage your armor.
seen you wave your hand and put people to sleep. I don't know if I know all of your tricks.
All right, we can expect it later. Just, do you want me to go first or not?
No, I'll go first.
I mean, the light is down there.
It's fine.
Oh man, I wish you didn't notice. That way you would have noticed the spider while
He
was
would have
climbing.
let go and fallen.
Yes. But I wouldn't blame him.
Is it a climb check to use a rope? And
Yeah, it's a climb check. Yeah, it's a DC 5, by the way. If you're able to brace against a wall as easily as you can and you have a rope, it's only DC 5. So you easily are able to climb down there, very easily able to climb down the hole and get down below to where it's lit up. And now that you take a moment to take it in, you guys, when you got out of here beforehand, you just scrambled to get the fuck out so quickly because the wall was actively closing. But take a moment to properly look around. You pick up the torch that's down there and properly look around, and then definitely go over to the edge and looking down. You're like, oh, this literally is the tunnel that we came up beforehand when we came up the boulder passage before. We just never looked up and saw that there was a hole in the ceiling because again we scrambled out this wall over here that brought us to the last couple of steps to get to the top. So this is literally, this is exactly what you thought it was. And you probably take the torch and hurl it down not right now, but you have one lit and then hurl another one down the
We're not
the
made
ramp or
of money
whatever.
right now, Scott. We can't just be hurling
You
torches
you
left
you
and
would,
right.
you would go down after and have them both again after. But either way, so you're confident in what you believed this would be. Continue. I'm sorry.
Mikhail, I'm sure we've been here before. This is where the boulder came up.
Oh, okay, good. That'll be a pretty nice shortcut. He's like away from the hole because he's like pouring part of his water skin out on his hand. Just like, fucking ew.
I thought you were like slicking the rope before you climbed down for some reason.
All right, ready? I'm gonna come down.
Yes. I don't know what you've been doing. You should have followed me right away.
Daddy one falls on you.
Great. All right, so yeah, I guess I'll try to
me.
climb. Here we go. Climb check.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that was better than the other one.
Just as easy as Koa, you're able to get down there. And again, like because of the spiral setting that's there, it's almost like perfect footholds for you as you go on the rope. Koa, you're even confident that you could probably, I mean, you don't want to take the chance, but if you had to, you're pretty confident you can climb up and down that spiral. It's just a matter of whether or not your fingers would get tired, you know, because you're not like an experienced climber.
Well, we can't exactly get the rope back now that tied around a rock, so we've got extra help to get back up if we ever need it.
I mean, unless you have like a fat little hobbit says, I can like make a whiny check as tugging on the rope to see whether or not it falls down after him. If you don't have no fat little hobbit says with you that you hate some, then
We've only got you.
oh, okay.
Who redeemed that? Someone. I saw it. Kajitar, that was for you. It was a minute
What
ago.
campaign is this?
Kajitar, got
I think it's the one we're playing. I think we're playing this campaign. Is that what campaign it is?
Smaller ruins.
So do we go out up
Pathfinder
here,
First
or do we
Edition.
go up further down where the boulder came in? Is that wall open from this side?
So he can reference the notes that he had from the trap. He thinks there might be a way to do it, but there's only one way to confirm. You know, the notes,
Okay.
whatever they took for what he read beforehand. So he'll have to go down there, and you're gonna have to test it. Really.
We'll just have to try it. It seems like it should work based on the instructions, though.
Well, I like the way that sounds. Shoulds and what could go wrong messing around with a boulder trap.
Few things, but let's not talk about this right
Yes,
now.
I know.
Okay. So you guys are
Making our
imagine-
way downtown.
take one. Yep. Take one of the two torches. Hurl it. Thanks, Wade. Hurl it down the slide that's there, and effectively, because it is a smooth path, you can effectively like grab something hardened. I think Wade, your character's a shield, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can literally take the shield, put it under your ass, and like effectively slide down this like a sled, like just which your character absolutely would have done in winters before growing among the free folk. You know, going down some like because you grew
Doesn't
up over
it
the
end in
hill
a
area.
wall?
Huh?
Doesn't it end in a fucking
Oh,
wall?
sure. But just like going down a regular slide, you can put your feet down and slow yourself down as needed. Like put your hands and feet out and slow yourself down as needed. You don't have to free fall and careen and.
How steep is it?
So it's not. So it does have probably about a 30-degree.
Okay, so it's not as steep as I was
Okay.
thinking it was.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a straight up and down like that first hole was. This is the one that you guys came up before.
Yeah, just in
Oh,
my
they
mind, it
walked
was
up,
very
okay.
steep for some reason.
Yeah.
Okay. Mikhail, I have an idea, but either you and I are going to get very cozy, or well, I can see at the bottom. And you'll see him get his shield out and like go toward like where the edge where it starts to incline and look like he's gonna sit.
Oh, I don't think we're both gonna fit on the shield.
Not with that attitude.
Would you want me to sit in your lap?
Want versus would it be more efficient are two different questions.
Sure, I guess. Just don't mention it to Aldo, because I can only imagine what...
Aldo is likely being digested by a bird.
We're not saying that, though. You have to manifest something positive. Especially
it didn't
right now.
drop him, and who knows? Maybe it was just taking him for a tour of the mountains.
Let's just slide down the damn shield.
Yeah. Scott, we slide.
I'm sorry,
We
you guys had to
slide.
pause for a second. I have to give Shadowcrawler 500 initiative for that suggestion.
For what?
Nothing. It's Shadowcrawler. What's the end of their name? 10.
It better not be the fucking hospital.
Oh God, I just saw it. No,
Yep.
not for
just gave-
free.
Just gave Shadowcrawler 500 initiative for that one. Sorry. Oh,
Me,
so good.
This is probably not end well, Scott. No, it's very easy to stop yourself. All right, if you say so. Very
all right.
hard to stop yourself. It's smooth stone.
So you guys do ride down together?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
But this is
Acrobat-
one of those things where my feet are down the whole time because we have extra weight.
Acrobatics check for me.
Oh God. Okay.
Okay, that's not bad.
Okay, so
Here's
Mikhail unfortunately
Mine's
makes it
a
a bit
little
more
bad.
difficult for you as you're trying to like keep your feet there. But he keeps like shifting and trying to move to help you, but it keeps like throwing your weight off. Is he in front of you or behind you?
Front.
So he's like shifting around,
Koa's
like,
not little
moving in
scooting
your,
on the shield.
so he's like moving around in front of you. Is like on like your inner thigh. It keeps like kicking your leg to the side as you have your heel down. It's like kicks your leg up. So you, all of a sudden you're like spinning now. You're like, oh, get up. As you're going down. It's like it's just meant to be easy. And you guys are like going in. I don't know if you've ever gone like tubing down like a snow mountain. Those are fun to do. But anyways, so you're like spinning going down. But fortunately, Koa is able to like with a significant amount of effort with digging his heels into the stone and sticking his hand, his gloved hands out or whatever. A bit achy at the end, but you don't smash the wall down below.
If you had told me the
smooth
walls were spiky after all of that, you're like... Koa puts his hands out. He stops immediately and is lifted off the shield. Happy Jesus Day.
enough. All right, cool. So you guys do stop at the area down below. When you get up, as you know, the boulder had like... But it didn't have enough effort to you guys took its ride up, so it didn't have a ride up. So when you stop down below, you actually stop at the boulder that's down there. It had stopped at the bottom of the area. So you get to the boulder, and that was the hard pain in the ass of like getting around the boulder, but there's more width here than either individual like up or down area.
How big does this boulder feel compared to that hole? Like it was perfect for that hole? Like it came down there originally? Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
absolutely. Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't have measuring tape on you, but yeah, absolutely.
No, but clearly they carved it up there, pushed it down the hole, and that's how they started this trap. So that
Absolutely.
wasn't
Yep.
a solve to a curse. That's just how they armed the trap. Okay.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And so you're able to make your way around the boulder, and then looking at the notes or whatever you have there, because obviously the door itself also has to be maintained. You can find like where the latch is on this side, which is not super obvious. You find the latch, and you can like more or less release the lock of the door. And then with a bit of effort, Koa is able to move the door enough that you guys are able to get through to the other side. And at the other side, you can see that because the trap has already done the reset from you guys. The dropped metal bars have been lifted back up. Now, if I remember correctly, Wade, you broke one of those metal bars, right?
Yes,
Yes,
there
you
was a
did.
really loose one that I messed with, yeah.
So all the
Yeah.
metal bars have gone back up, except for the one that Koa had broken.
Oh, so we can get out very easily? We can open the door pretty easily? He found the way to do it?
Yep. So he was able to, it takes several minutes or whatever it is for you guys to do, but eventually you are able to open it up, and you are able to, the bars are gone, and you can make your way the rest of the way down the stairs. Yes.
Sweet.
Pointing out the traps that even you guys didn't notice on the way up before, you point them out on the way down. Sorry, Wade?
Mikhail, what do you think would happen if I removed this bar and put it in one of the other slots? You think it would make it easier to disarm a second one later if we needed to?
For sure. Yeah, because then it would try to come down. It would hit this bar instead. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, might as well then.
Yeah.
I'll lift
I'll-
up the metal bar and put it in the slot like to the right of it, Scott.
Sure. Yeah, sounds great. And beforehand that
Nice.
if you had two of those bars broken or removed before, that you would eat more. You would definitely be able to make an acrobatics check to get out without it being an insanely high roll. If you had three, you wouldn't even need to be able to make it. You would just be able to slip out without a check needed. You know what I mean? So, good news.
Sweet.
Cool. Awesome. And you guys are able to carefully make your way down the stairs, where honestly, it's nice to see Storm Fury.
Who is that?
Damn it! I thought I got it right that time. Night Storm.
It was storming at night.
Night Storm. Okay. God damn it!
It was furying at storm.
What's the name of the dragon? How to Train Your Dragon?
What, you talking about Toothless or whatever?
Yeah. What kind of
Toothless.
dragon? What kind of dragon is it though?
Oh, I don't remember.
Are you trying to justify your stupidity in this campaign?
Night Fury. Okay, it was a Night Fury.
Thing?
This one's not Storm Fury. It's Night Storm. Okay.
Yes.
So Night.
If you'd
Storm.
gotten like Stormfront from like The Boys, I'd be like, okay, Night Storm, Stormfront. At least I could see.
No,
you're never even close.
Night
There's no
Fury, Night Storm. And they both you mount.
You
both
do
of them.
keep guessing Night Fury, but you do keep guessing Night Fury, which is kind of wild.
You get more confident in your incorrectness each time.
I got it. It's the same thing.
I can't tell if you're being more dick or more stupid.
You guys get down there, and you take some time, but eventually Mikhail is able to loosen the bar, the locked door, so you guys can open it without hurting your hands. We're gonna pause on you because you guys have spent a considerable amount of time. For you, Jaaek, Aldo, the bird picked you up and carried you. You're screaming at it until your voice grows hoarse and you're cold and you're uncomfortable, and so on and so on and so on. And eventually, you are able to be brought over to an area with a whole bunch of snow that's in the ground, and you are dropped once again onto the ground. But this time, you're ready for it. You can feel yourself lowering. You can feel lowering. You can get that impression, like, okay, I'm being put down here. There is eventually the bird lets go. You can make me an acrobatics check. DC 15.
Nope.
Somebody in chat roll me a D4 for how much non-lethal damage he takes. So Jaaek, you hit the ground with a as you fall into a pile of snow, and now you're definitely cold because now you're in the snow on the ground and hit it with a bit of force as you take 3 points of non-lethal damage from that, which isn't a very comfortable situation. Anyways, when you stand yourself up and like look around to see where you are now, you can see that some of the snow, after looking around for a couple moments, is soaked in red. And so when you go over to where that is, you can see it's not because, somebody's bled on fresh snow, but fresh snow has fallen on blood. So it's very faintly red until you like maybe push some of it to the side and you can see it's more red down beneath. And you can see there is a dead body here. Kind of like, looking at the dead body, taking an extra moment, however much you want to examine, it's up to you. But you recognize that this person is familiar. It's one of the hobgoblins that you spent a couple days traveling with. Not the one that you spent all that time talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does the body look like? Like the injuries, I guess.
Yeah. Great question. You take a moment to look over the body to see what kind of injuries there are. You can roll a perception check just to look at the injuries. A heal check, however, would tell you like more detail, like you're properly examining it. Yeah, great result. Cause of death, likely what you originally were afraid was going to happen when this bird first grabbed you.
Yeah, right, I see. I guess I stand up and I look around. Is there anyone else?
No, just the one.
Right. The last thing they said was they were following the birds or something.
They did say that they were following a bird. Yes.
Can I see the bird? It's like proper nighttime now, I assume.
Yeah. The sun is low on the horizon. There's still like color light in the sky, and you can see like that midnight blue chasing you from the east, but it's not proper dark yet.
Okay, so looking around, can I see anything else, or is there like what's my surroundings? Like there's the bloodied snow and the body.
You're on a trail. I mean, your character isn't associated with the trail. Like Koa would probably be able to pick up that this is a continuation of the goat trail, if you will. but you can just see like you're on an area that seems traversable. Oh wait,
Yeah.
no. Take that back. Never mind. My apologies. You're in an area that seems very intraversable. Like this is not a very smooth place to be walking or moving about. As a matter of fact, the amount of snow that's around you and the speed of the wind whipping by, you're concerned that if you move too far this way or that way, you might like lose your footing, and a tumble would not be very kind here.
I guess I just kind of walk around the area and get some bearings. If I can't go anywhere, you see, like Aldo at one point just yells out like, "Hello, anybody?"
You yell, "Hello, anybody?" There's a few moments of silence. Maybe you do like a third hello or whatever it is. And then you hear as the bird literally will land not too far from you. And it's dark, so you see its silhouette, but it's there opposite you. You can see it, and it can clearly see you. It looks very dark to you. It's more silhouette than its actual features because, again, you're just a human.
Yeah. Although, like, the wineskin's probably like empty at this point, so he just attaches it to his bag, or whatever, and grabs another one as he just takes a swig and just kind of stares towards the silhouette. And there's nowhere to go, so he kind of just takes a step forward and trying to make out some detail. But he just says, "You brought me here to what? To finish me? To eat me? What? What do you want?"
The bird?
Yeah.
Yep. So you say that, and the bird looks at you as like, gives you, just like looks at you. You see, it does that like weird bird, like head twitches to the side thing, blinks once or twice with like, its head like looking at you with one of its eyes. Its eye does that like weird, like double eyelid kind of blink that you can see again in the darkness and the silhouette. It just stares at you for a moment, and then maybe you draw your breath to say something else, and it's like, "Ah!" as it does like one of its like loud screeches that it gives off. And then you can see it starts to, get light up on its feet, and it's starting to, flap its wings like it's getting ready to pick up again. And you just know it's about to grab you again.
Yeah. You see Aldo kind of like backs up, but there's nowhere really to go as it just comes towards him, I suppose. And he's just like, not again.
You like Scrooge from what's it called? Muppets Christmas.
If I ever got back right to these two, that's exactly how I was going to describe it.
Nice. All right. Cool. Cool. Every time I grab you, by the way, I do make a CMB to grapple you.
Yeah.
And so I imagine your character back's like, no, and then it just grabs into you. But this time, because you're fighting against it a bit, it's not as kind of a hold as it was before. And so it does pick you up, and it starts flying off with you again. You know what I mean? This once again, it takes you up a bit, then dives down. But this time, like being a bit more keen about what it's doing, as it dives down, it actually lets go of you with its talons. And there's a moment where you're like, oh shit. Is it like you don't feel the talons on you as you're free falling down? But then they, one grabs one side and one grabs the other side after a moment as it readjusts its grip on you. And then starts flying off with you again. So back to you boys. You get outside, and the color in the sky is starting to fill up. So you can see it's getting dark to the east, and you can see the color on the horizon and whatnot that's there. God damn it, this place is fucking beautiful, especially at sunset. It is insanely beautiful here. It's just a really nice place. But there's also gnolls and the giant bird that's still your friend. So maybe they're not the kindest of places.
Mikhail, we have a bit of a conundrum here.
Where do we go?
Where do we go? But also, we're looking at traveling at night, and we don't know what threats are here other than the gnolls, which tracked us, I believe, at night.
It takes you about an hour to get outside of the valley to the area where the gnolls attacked you last time, but back to the goat trail. So You may travel at night, but it'd be along the goat trail. You believe if you move swiftly, you have enough. You can actually hustle is an option
Yeah,
too.
but the
It's gonna
goat
go a half
trail's
hour.
that way, and Mikhail or Aldo was taken like that way.
Correct. Yep. So if you go to the
we'd be
goat
going
trail
across the
or-
valley to follow him.
Correct. And again, you're allowed to hustle for free 1 hour, doubling your speed for 1 hour's travel.
Yeah, but
then
we're on the
after that, you're
complete
back to-
wrong corner of the valley to get to where.
Correct. But thank you, Wade. You knew everything correct.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just
Nope.
that was my understanding. So I
You're
want to make sure
correct.
that you were on the same page. Okay. Getting back to where we were, doable, but going across this valley, the Knoll hunting ground, so to speak.
That's true.
If we camp here for the night, we could potentially avoid the weather and that danger, but that's that much longer that we're leaving Aldo to his fate. But if we get killed trying to find Aldo, it doesn't do him any good either.
That's true. And like either he's somehow found some kind of safety, or I think we should camp. I don't think moving through the night's going to help us much, or him.
Then do we stay inside the keep again?
I mean, we've basically
When he
secured
asks
it
that
at this
question,
point.
is that moment he's like, do we stay inside the keep again? And you look back into the hallway where the horse had been standing for like several hours and shitting on the floor. And you're like, well, there's that and there's the stairs.
Yeah. Or just, yeah. It is the safest now. I mean, we did clear it. It's a little messier than we first arrived, though.
I've slept in worse.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
But
Well, if
okay.
it's down here, we risk the knolls, but the animals
Which
may
is
not
definitely
stay-
worse.
The animals may not be happy to go back in either.
Well, I mean, we have... You said it's basically like sunset right now.
Yeah. So you can even, just for
We have
the
to go a
animals'
little
sake,
bit of
Wade,
daylight.
you would have time to like let them graze or whatever for a little bit before you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you
Yeah,
even let
that's
them
what I was
graze
gonna
while
say.
he shovels out the shit or something like that, But continue. I'm sorry, Keegan.
Says, we got enough daylight that you can maybe let them graze, walk around a little first, and then maybe they won't be so adverse to it.
All of it just feels wrong with Aldo out there. But I don't
does.
know that it's... We don't even know where it took him. It changed directions multiple times and left sight. He could be all the way to the Shiv, Hodgwyn, another nation. He could be back in the valley. Hard to say.
Yeah.
Or... Well... I'm sure wherever he is, he's fine.
Yeah. Well, we're just... All we can do is our best. And that also includes going about this in as smart a way as we can. Which means not ending up in the place we were just attacked at night. So, this
Well,
is
we
the
do
right
have
move.
the knoll heads on pikes here, so it's already a bit of a warning to not screw with us again. Hopefully.
True. Maybe a bit more of an invitation to screw with us once we leave, though. So, easier during the day.
Well, perhaps also being close to here might be a place the gnolls don't want to go if, well, the giant bird did just grab Aldo, so perhaps it would grab them if they came near here, so maybe it's another safeguard?
Oh. No, but, no, they did come near, right?
Well, they came as far as, like, he'll motion out to where they were.
Scott, where, in relation to where we are now, where did they attack that, did they attack the person we saw get
Outwards
killed?
by about, we were saying like maybe 700 feet out plus like maybe 300 feet down. So maybe about 1,000 feet or some shit like that. Something along those lines.
Yeah. So I could get there pretty easily.
Yeah. Just go straight out. If you're on horses, you can move even, move even faster.
Oh. This is, down that way. They, that's where they attacked that person that Aldo and I saw. That's how close they got.
Okay, are you wanting to go check it out, or are you saying we should avoid it?
I think we should.
All right.
It's not very far.
Let me hitch up the animals. We'll take is Simon, the other horse that we had, that's Aldo's horse.
Yes.
We'll take
Simone.
and
Simone
Night-
is the riding horse. Simon is
take
the
Simone and
is the
Nightstone.
pack horse. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's we're gonna go check that out real quick once he's done what he needs to do.
Okay. Cool. So you're gonna head out to go check out where that person fought the gnolls or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So you do exactly that. You go over to check out where that was. Both of you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Okay.
ride together.
I
You're just
believe
taking
so.
the two horses. The other two, you probably
We're
like while you guys are
hitching. I'm hitching the other ones before we leave.
hitching them. You leaving the door open and hitching them outside, or you closing the door? Like, what's the plan with the door? Because if you shut the door, you're not sure you could open it.
I
because you
wasn't
don't have-
planning on shutting the door, but more like pulling it to a little bit and leaving it cracked.
Yep.
But hitching the horses outside to where they're not going to run into the door, but where they're close by.
Yeah, no problem. And you're just hopping on just two horses and riding out. Easy, no problem.
Yeah.
You guys ride over there. Again, it's getting dark and the sun is dropping quickly. It's winter time, so on and so forth. You know, it's only in the afternoon, but as we know, sun drops quickly in the winter time, so on and so forth. So you guys are riding out there, and as you're doing so, the you do come upon that spot where that body was. What were they fought? And it is getting darker there, but even Mikhail can see pretty clearly when you arrive. They were probably less kind to this person's body in death than they were in his life. He was torn. The bite marks and the tearing and ripping on him suggests that it was more than just killing him, but also a degree of devouring as well. They're gnolls and hyenas. This is meat. This is food. And so there's a bit of devouring as well. They did tear this person apart a good bit. More important than seeing just that, you actually can see that over here as well. Sorry. As you guys are here, like examining this, whatever it is, roll me perception checks. Ooh, Mikhail. Well, he's checking out the body, whatever it is, so on and so forth. Maybe it's just because Mikhail is less emotionally impacted by it, by the sight that's there. But Mikhail is a bit more alert. And so you see what's going on here, but something catches your ear. You notice your attention. You hear like a crack of a small twig or branch, whatever it is nearby. And in the corner of your eye, you think you see movement. Your eyes dart over and you turn your head quickly that way. And you see a small form moving about in the grasses nearby. Again, the grasses here aren't as tall as they are in the plains of a deer, but they are still decent-sized grasses, and this form is able to pretty easily hide inside them. But they didn't escape your perceptions.
I just kind of I tap Koa and try to motion somewhat discreetly that way. It's like something over there, kind of small. What's it? I don't know what a good size to compare it to based on what I was able to see would be, but
Small sized.
yeah, it's like about half our size.
How big were the hyenas?
Hyenas are, I think hyenas are technically medium-sized creatures. They're like,
Yeah,
I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me just glance. I actually have their stats right here. One sec. They are technically medium-sized creatures. So
But whenever I looked down, I also thought we were a lot higher because the people we saw were small.
yeah. So as you guys like having this like a little bit of conversation, whatever it is, all of a sudden like you do see a person jumps out and goes to like jump and attack at you, but you guys see the person and you see it's a person because you notice him advancing and catch you off guard. You see it's a person jumping to attack you, and so you could say or react in some way prior to me doing whatever it is. So I know I want to run upstairs and grab treats so bad, but talking because I'm DM. So anyways, you
I successfully parry and look really cool.
okay, they do thrust out at you with the weapon, you successfully parry and look really cool. Mikhail, you
Thank you.
I was gonna draw my weapon and just be like, "Hey, like just a quick shout to be like your maid kind of thing.
Yep. So you like, hey, throws him off guard enough that it's, Koa is able to easily, successfully parry and look really cool. As you guys are throw it to the side, and all of a sudden you notice the form before you. It's a female Hafue standing there, dressed in some type of armor that they have on them. Again, weapon in hands, and she does not look to be in good. Like there's dried blood on the side of her face. The arm that she didn't use for the attack looks kind of like limp onto the side, and she looks really ferocious before you. Did attack you?
Whoa,
with
hey!
an axe. Yeah.
Go, whoa, hey! We don't need to fight. Stand down.
You're not a gnoll.
She looks at you like with ferocity, then looks back, and there's like a moment, and then you can see like the viciousness in her face kind of like calms. Both of you roll me a sense motive check.
You are a gnoll.
I'm about to role play something as her, but Mikhail, you notice this, the ferociousness that you've seen in her. Not to say that she is, I'm not like putting like a class to it, but it's almost like detached view that you've seen Koa take sometimes in combat. Like probably not, again, I'm not saying that there's a barbarian that was raging, but that definitely that like primal survival kind of like moment was what she was in at that point. But cutting back to, you say you're not a gnoll, and she like looks back and forth, and then her face kind of changes, and she's like, neither are you. Oh. Wait. Were you, and like seems at a loss for words for a couple seconds, and then with the good arm gestures with the axe up above and back to where you came from. Were you up there?
Yes. Were you one of the ones we told to flee?
Yeah.
There were
Yeah.
what, about a dozen gnolls that
Yeah.
we wanted to do something, but we were too far up, and the place is, it's horribly trapped and awful in there. We could not have made it in time.
It takes a while to get up and down through it. Yeah.
Sounds like a good place to lead the gnolls, she says accusingly.
Well, perhaps, but all of our supplies and our animals and everything else would have been in between. Anyway, we didn't really have time to plan. It was more so about preserving your lives. Nothing could have been done here.
Well, you did that. You saved mine. So, like a moment of like, not happy, because you can imagine there's a lot more to it than just this. For that, thanks.
Your companion, the one that was with you.
Both. Shakes her head.
A bird flew off with ours.
Thinks for a moment and says, I saw that. Thought it was one of the gnolls it got. I saw it attacking them earlier.
No.
No.
We came to see. We were pretty sure nothing could be done, but well, I'm sorry again.
Looks down. Looks up at you and says, we came here because, just shakes her head and says, will you help me bury him? One of my arms isn't working.
Yes, would you mind if we look him a bit closer to well, our camp?
Looks down at the mess and says, I don't mind if you don't mind carrying the pieces.
So we're thinking about it. It's kind of like, well, we have a tent back there.
Not set up yet, but
Yeah.
No, he was thinking like things to put the body in. Perhaps here is best then. Mikhail, if you want to head back and make sure the horses and stuff are safe, I can do this. I'd rather the gnolls not sneak in behind us and kill our animals.
Yeah, I can do that. Looks at the lady again, just kind of gives like a nod, says, right. He'll ride back.
What's your name?
Looking down at the body, like he rides back. As he rides back, she doesn't watch after him or anything like that. But looks down at the body, and you say, "What's your name?" 3.
Your name is 3.
Oh, it was. And just shakes her head, and takes like a deep breath, sighs, and says, "We should probably get started. I saw the bird chase off the gnolls, but I don't know if either the gnolls or the bird will be back, and I don't know which is worse."
Right. So, I don't know what I have to start digging with, but I'll start digging. I'm Koa. That was my friend Mikhail. Our friend Aldo was taken by the bird. But we know something of these birds. Perhaps it's supposed to be relatively intelligent, and it didn't drop him or kill him right away. It flew off with him, so we're hopeful he's still alive. There's we've been over a lot today. A lot's happened.
Yeah, I've don't really have much hope myself at the moment, she says, as she's not able to shovel, which you obviously would have a shovel amongst your supplies. I'm pretty sure we did establish that beforehand. It came with the stuff that came with
okay, as long as I have that on me, then yeah, I'd be doing all the digging.
It was on one of the horses, so if you came out here originally to check out the body, probably planning on burying it, you probably brought the shovel with you, right? So anyways, she would literally with her axe just start chopping one-handed at the soil to like soften it for you, so it's easier for you to shovel it up, because she's not going to not do something. Which for Koa, not that his character is sexist by any stretch of the imagination, but seeing a small injured woman one-handed chop at the soil probably feels a bit bad. Small because literally is Hafue. She's about 3 feet tall. You know what I mean? Very injured. One shoulder.
Who?
And he's like, smaller they go. No, anyways, and is hacking at the soil to make it easier for you, especially with how cold it is. The soil's starting to freeze.
Like that sentence.
Is hacking away. Oh,
I just want to be clear. It was about the willingness to fight one-armed. The size was not the part. Anyway, yeah, I did the fucking grave for her friend.
Yeah. Fucking. Yeah. Dana, can we just cut that out of the clip? Thanks. All right, back to the game. So you she's hacking at the soil, whatever it is, and you're shoveling it away. And I don't remember at this point. I don't remember the lines where if I was supposed to respond, but she keeps hacking as you guys are trying to get it deep enough that you can bury the body. Now you know that you want many feet deep, so something doesn't dig it up and to eat it, but. You can
hate for this body to be defiled.
Well, that's the fun part. It's like you're already like maybe 3 feet down, and of course the soil at this point is softening because it's not going to be like starting to freeze or whatever once you're at least 3 feet down. And she just kind of stops and just says, "I don't know how much more of these bones can be picked clean, anyways." And then looks at you with just like this almost pathetic look, and says, "Think it's enough, or?"
He'll like do a few more just digs, just to show like he's trying to be compassionate, and not as good as it gets out here dying like this.
Nods. Yeah.
Did he have anything on him you wanted to
She goes over, looks down at the body, over to like where the chest and the head at one point, like the chest is here, the head's like over there, because unfortunately it's been ripped or whatever, and somewhere around there eventually finds a necklace that exists, and pulls it out like blood soaked or whatever it is, finds it somewhere in the grasses over there, and picks it up and says, "Yeah, I'll keep this."
What was his name?
1.
Right, were you siblings? An interesting naming scheme.
We were part of the Order of the Broken. We can later.
Right. They'll go to like lift the body parts and put them in.
Yeah, I imagine you being gentle, not just like you go to pick up, and all of a sudden like slop comes down.
He like goes to kick it
trying
in,
to
like I don't want to
intestines.
touch this with my hands. Then he's like, "Well, she's here looking, so I guess I'll pick it up."
Can you just like use your foot to push it onto the shovel?
Is it customary here to speak like over a grave, or?
Yeah. Depending on, and there are many different faiths and many different ways, but that is not uncommon. Yeah.
Any particular words you want to say or things you want to do? I'm not sure what gods or goddesses, or I can just bury him.
She looks at you and says, I'm sure you've heard of Vroga, but is he in your
yes.
heart?
Always.
We, near exclusively, were devout followers of, are devout followers of Vroga. So, if there's words that you'd like to say, I'm sure he would hear those.
I'm happy to, though I feel like maybe it would make more sense, seeing as you knew him, right?
She nods. She says, and I've said my words. I've given my apology. And I will continue to fight in our name.
Koa will say something along the lines of like, may your chains be broken now that you're freed, and so on and so forth. And
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
And you grab the chunks or whatever it is and toss it in the hole and so on and so forth. And then she looks at you and says, you seem to be a decent man. Oh, actually, roll me a religion check on that. Sorry. Like it's more like a performance check, but religion's like know the correct words to say. Though it is pretty... Oh, God, you crushed it. So you'd say like a perfect prayer for the moment. Whatever it is. And there's even like you might even notice out of the corner of her eye, like she like looks at you with like genuine respect.
There's one thing my barbarian's good at, it's religion.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's awesome. So as you're burying this one into the ground, you're saying these words to Vroga over the corpse, and so when everything's kind of like said and done or whatever, she actually goes over and she does grab the axe that he was using in the fight beforehand, which is off to the side or whatever, because you imagine a hyena kind of like grabbed it and ran off somewhere with it, and then whatever. So grabs it, and you think that she's gonna like go and like maybe place it onto the soil or whatever. Then she stops and she looks at you and she says, the words that you said, they were moving. You obviously have Vroga in your heart.
As all should.
As all should. The order that we were a part of. Then she like holds up the axe. The head to this axe is unique. It's a design that our order uses. You're not a part of the order, but here. She holds up the axe for you to take. She nods and says, yeah. I don't know if you know much about our order or what it is that we do, but... And then she like, as you
Order
take
of
the
the
axe...
Bro.
What? Did you actually interrupt with that?
Well, yeah, because that's what she said that she stopped.
She shakes her head and says, no, it's Order of the Broken Chains. The notch in the axe there, it's reinforced. It's a unique design. It's actually meant for cutting through like manacles, chains, things like that. And it might not be of any value to you, but the reason why we were here
it would be. We helped into slavering. I'm not sure if you've heard of the lashes, the 10 lashes, but
She actually perks up and looks at you and says, what did you say your name was?
Koa.
The hero of Leshev and the hero of Hot Gwen. No, actually, I have heard of you. It seems more alert than anything up until this point. She says, I have heard of
ego.
you. In fact, the very reason why we were even in this region is because we were hunting down those very people. But you got there before us, and so we pivoted to hunting the gnolls instead. No. What? Never mind. No. Grishka would be happy for you to hold his axe in your hands.
I shall try to honor it and use it only to break chains then. And hopefully there aren't many left to be broken.
It's one of those things where like you said like the right words, and she actually smiles, like genuinely like smiles, though it's very pained because like I said, there's like blood dried on the side of her face. It's fucking cold out here, and so on and so forth. If she had supplies, they long got abandoned. She's not properly dressed for how cold it is or whatever. And she's small, so you can imagine heat falls off of her quickly, you know. Anyways, she gives like a smile, but pained looking smile, and says, and then finally says, Yara. My name is Yara.
Would you prefer me to continue to say 3?
Shakes her head and says, no. Us 3 were the last of those that were trained. And with the death of Grishka and the pause, Orsk. Yara.
Well, it's a pleasure, Yara. I wish it was under better circumstances. Come back to our camp. We have some extra supplies and perhaps something you can fasten together for warmth. In the morning, we make the northwest to try to find our friend.
She nods and says, it may be a bit to ask, but I do have one more favor, at least before the cold properly sets in. Orsk. They didn't get to him as bad as they did Grishka, but he also will need to be buried as well. It doesn't have to be done the same way. He would want it different. It's hard to explain, but he actually wouldn't mind his body being picked clean, as long as he was left somewhere underground. Preferably a cave. It's fine if it takes time to find one, but the body may be a burden. And if that's the case, then we can give him a similar burial.
We'll see what we can do. Our first objective right now is finding our friend Aldo and hoping that he's in better shape. But as long as that doesn't hold us back or stop us or take supplies that we may need, then we'll see what we can find.
He's dead today, he'll be dead tomorrow.
Hopefully. Stories and legends of things not being dead is uncomfortable.
You say stories and she says stories and legends. Yes. To your camp, I guess. Do you mind if I... And she gestures at the horse.
He shakes his head. I don't think she's gonna wait.
Oh, no.
She a big spoon or a little spoon?
She'd be a little spoon. Imagine like a 6 foot tall, beefy fucking barbarian being little spooned by this small sized halfling.
If he was Yoda-ing or if I was like playing parent.
So Brittany sometimes likes to be big spoon, and she's a full foot shorter than me. So it's always funny. It's like, oh, look at your stubby little arm trying to get around me. Oh, how cute.
She's like Tinkerbell's height. That's crazy.
Okay. Anyways, so she actually will try to hop up onto the horse. You can imagine, despite her stature and so on and so forth, getting up on the horse is not something that would be, while difficult, is probably something she knows how to do. But with her injured state, you end up.
Out of full respect, I allow her to like try and everything else, and then like if it becomes a thing where she like looks like she's either giving up or something, or like doesn't want to ask for help, I'll offer. But it's like, I will not step in and like belittle.
Yeah. And she will, of course, just like on a motorcycle, if you will, ride behind and wrap an arm around you. You know what I mean? Like she takes her good arm, she wraps it around like gets like a grip of your armor. So yeah, if you will, big spoon. And so you can like have control and go trotting back. And then it's like,
yeah, if she was in front of me, I never could reach.
And so it's a quiet ride back to the camp where Keegan.
Oh no, she's holding on where Mikhail smashed the spider.
Yeah.
She says to you, she actually says to you as you're dismounting later on, and says, I didn't want to say something because I was grateful for the ride, but your armor needs some cleaning in the back.
His face will drop and he will turn to Mikhail.
Mikhail abruptly like turns away and is preoccupied with something else. She's like, yeah, this stake getting this tent that I'm not setting up to go up, yeah. Complex.
I imagine we might have like some more RP later, but I think for now we'll set up camp and just kind of like. I guess we're cleaning out the inside and we're staying inside.
Well, he's not really setting up a tent, right? So yeah, doing exactly that.
Yeah,
cool.
He's not actually setting anything up. Yeah,
cool.
I will warn her not to touch the door.
So yeah, of course, and you can go over some details, whatever it is. But eventually, you guys do go inside and are able to go in there and maybe leave because it starts getting cold. It's getting colder and windier, and then eventually it does after the night comes. It starts to rain shortly after the night comes.
I've forgotten her name already. Was it Lena?
Yara? Y-A-R-A. Yara.
Yara.
Yep. And so either way, yep. She so you guys go in there and it starts to rain shortly afterwards, and she will. So you guys are in there. I don't know if you want to leave the door ajar or if you completely shut it to keep the wind out or whatever it is, or if you leave it open so you can see out there. I'm not sure what your plan is with the door.
I mean, it's easy enough for us to open and close. I don't know why we'd leave it open and have a chance of something sneaking in.
Yeah,
but it's not easy to open and close, but you guys have a technique. I'm sorry, Mikhail?
Yeah. If it's getting cold out there, we probably would just close it.
Okay. And what about, did you want to like light a fire to keep it warm inside here, even if you did it like up several steps, if you will? You know what I mean?
I was going to say,
it's us and a bunch of horses. I don't think we need a fire.
Oh, yeah, fair. Okay, good point. Lots of body heat with a bunch of big horses.
That is a ton of body heat.
Yep.
Yeah.
My apologies. You are correct, sir. Were you going to say something, Wade?
Oh, I didn't know if it was even safe for a fire because like we're just going to smoke ourselves out likely.
Yeah. I almost wish you guys had hammocks because then you could like python two python into some steps and then into the wall down below and like hang two hammocks over the steps. You know what I mean? Like that'd be pretty useful. It might be a good technique to have for like cave diving in the future, is like smashing some pythons into the wall and just hanging hammocks so there's like no spiders or rats get to you as easily, Instead,
it's going to be like Yara, Mikhail, and then Koa, so it's like 2.5 barbarians. Because Koa is like, Mikhail is in every way except for his class.
Yeah.
Sure. Yay.
Well, so you guys are
right,
go inside there, and is there any RP that you wanted to have, or after the
I'm
night's
sure we'd
fallen?
have questions. I don't know how much. I guess it'd be one of those things where like Koa would make a lot of like looks at Mikhail as to how much we share of what we're doing and everything. But whenever she's talking about breaking chains and everything else, Koa's likely to open up and like trust her and give her info about what they're doing and what they've found out and stuff like that. But her companions died to try to find this place, so it's kind of like least we can do is share some knowledge.
Mikhail would probably also ask like what happened to her arm, because he's worried that it's like because it's like clearly if it's hurt bad enough she can't move it. It's like, is it gonna get infected? Like that kind of stuff, because they do technically have medical supplies.
So they weren't here trying to find this place. They're actually here hunting the gnolls because they had heard a rumor that gnolls are in the area, and they know that gnolls are just fucking horrible, vicious, evil creatures that either consume other intelligent people or enslave them. And so they were like, well, we are the breakers of chains. We will come and handle the situation. But unfortunately, it did not, like, things went poorly for them. She says, more or less, like, we were there, and the best of us was Grishka. And Grishka was going out and kind of like checking out the situation, just trying to like follow tracks, because that's what he was good at. He was very, very keen eyes. While we were setting up the camp back there, literally while we were setting up the camp, we got ambushed at our camp, and we were trying to get away. So we left our supplies behind as we were getting chased. But they were more interested in the supplies than us at the time, likely knowing that they could just find us afterwards, because it was just the two of us with very little supply, hoofing it. So they ignored us at first, and then we eventually saw this place, and we were trying to get to it. But obviously you saw what happened from there. And then our companion, was trying to join with us, and that you explained to her what it was that you witnessed, and obviously you saw the aftermath of whatever it was. And she does say, like, at some point in time, a bit of time later on, as the gnolls were once again hunting them down, they did eventually find them, and her and Orsk were fighting them off. But that's how she sustained the injury. She actually was like clambering up a rock side, because the gnolls struggle climbing up the rocks, as do the hyenas. They were clambering up the rock side, and she actually like slipped and took a nasty dive, and she, she's not untrained medically. Like, she actually has a bit of training with that stuff. Never mind. No, she doesn't. She actually is not trained medically. So she's like, I'm not sure if I broke it, dislocated it. I don't know, but I can't move it. I can't move it. But it was after like a nasty fall. She's like, but trying to like pull her up from that fall, that's when they grabbed Orsk and like literally ripped him down. And then as he was fighting them off, the bird came down and grabbed one of the gnolls, took to the sky and dropped it from like 100 some odd feet up, and then came down and grabbed another one as they were fleeing, and then thinks she saw it grabbing a third one to attack the third one. And she went over to try to help Orsk, but his injuries were too great. She was like, I was spent. Anything that I could do for him was, I had already used what I could of supplies or anything else. There's no way I could save him. And so he had the comfort of my hand in his, but it didn't take long for darkness to take him. I like to believe that he's on the hunt with Vroga now. That his soul has joined Vroga's realm, and they are in the eternal battle.
I'd like to think so as well. Well, we came here for a bit of a different reason, though. We believed there was a curse, and that the gnolls were the curse. But now we're thinking that it's something else. But the gnolls, it was surprising, right, Mikhail, that they were here? They're normally not of this climate.
Yeah, this is almost the opposite of where they should be. Normally, warm plains, that sort of thing. Excuse me. And warmer climes as well. But
Grishka,
here they are.
Grishka knows more than a few things about the people, the things that we hunt. He's just has instincts for the stuff. They have a thicker coat of fur. They have different coloration to them than typical gnolls. I don't know how long they've been here. We don't know that. But this is definitely a breed of gnolls that can, suffer the cold easier or longer than a typical gnoll would be willing or able to do. So, different breed, or maybe just generationally here they've adapted. Gnolls are also they inbreed a good bit. So if there is something about them that is beneficial, they have no problem inbreeding and perpetuating that. They kill their weak. They'll even eat their own. They're a pretty horrid creature.
We checked the belly of one of them, or one of the hyenas, and saw that they weren't starving. And as you saw the pikes on the way in, we were also attacked at our camp. Thankfully, with a smaller party, it was maybe 6 to 10 of them, and we were in a pretty defensible location, so we were able to fend them off. A few ran off. But if a dozen attacked Grishka and 6 to 10 had attacked us, Who knows how many are even left? It could be a lot still.
Grishka probably would have known. He went and looked to see how big their group was, and like I said, he's good at tracking these kinds of things, but I didn't get that answer from him. You saw we were separated and never rejoined before he could tell us.
Unfortunately, I imagine it's more than we can handle, especially missing our companion. But I would like to remove him from here.
Yeah, your number was the same as ours, and... Oof.
You see there's like a pause. Then she slowly reaches into her belt pouch. Maybe your characters notice it, maybe you don't. But eventually she slowly produces a small bone with like etchings on it. She holds it out in her open palm. And she says, "This is a bit of old magic from where we came from where we were trained. I don't know if this is the right use of it, but maybe it's not my place to decide. Here," she says, holding it out for one of you two to take.
Whenever she says magic, he just looks to Mikhail like,
Yeah.
"What's your thing?"
Mikhail will reach out and take it. Says, "Old magic, huh? Where were you trained?"
She looks at you and just gives you kind of like a dark look. And she says, "East." And then lets it linger for a second and not seeming to look at it, expand on that any further.
Oh,
She
Koa
says,
will not read the room, and he'll be like, "I'm from the north. What's east?"
She says, "Oh, so she'll just kind of like chuckle, like snort at that, like assuming it's more hypothetical than, sorry, not hypothetical, like rhetorical than it is like an actual answer." And then we'll continue saying, "The bone, if you break it over a body, assuming it's correctly intact, it's said that the sound of the breaking bone can call to the spirit of the body. And you can ask it a few questions of what it may have known before it died. Just be careful with magics like this. Any calling to spirits, anything that calls to the beyonds, it's said that this kind of magic is what opens the rifts. And you do not want to see a rift when it's opened."
Of course.
Perhaps we won't break the bone then.
We'll be very careful about it, but that could be very useful. Thank you.
Koa almost has like a cartoon character like fear expression to you whenever you say that, like
Of course, only in a situation where we desperately need an answer from someone who's gone.
She shrugs and says, "Grishka would have some answers," but shakes her head and says, "Perhaps. I think it's just I want to hear his voice one more time." You can tell it's very like sisterly, not spousally, right? And so it's like she's giving it off because she like knows like maybe I'm not the right person. I'm not in the right state of mind to hold something of this power. But it's also a thank you because you did save her, as well as you're willing to do the work and put in the yourself at risk to try to, give a proper burial to her companions.
Look, it's very generous of you. If you do change your mind, just let us know in the morning. Maybe sleep on it.
I'm not sure what to do about your arm. I'm not trained to help with such things, but if there's any supplies you need, we have some. Perhaps that could help.
Yeah, we've got some blood block, body balm, a few other things in here. I'm not sure what would... I was a little worried that, maybe that wound came from a knoll bite or something, but
I've got a few
it's from
of
a
those.
fall. If it was from a fall, it's a lot less likely to be that kind of infected, but we have some things if you need them.
She says, I don't know what those things that you were describing are. So we'll see if we can bandage it. But other than that, I'm not sure what else we can do.
Unfortunately,
we
our
kind of know what they do.
our friend is the one who's has any knowledge of such things, really.
Yeah,
But
Then we should find him.
yes. In the meantime, though, don't touch the doorknob and don't go up the stairs.
She'll smile and say, like a faint, like a weak smile, and say, I'm not exactly curious at the moment. In fact, perhaps I should just get some rest right now.
Right. We'll head out relatively early if we can.
You have a spare bedroll and pillow?
We do for now.
we do now.
No, he has his supply. Oh, yeah, I suppose those supplies would be left on the donkey, wouldn't it? So.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't carry those around.
Yep. Okay, well, there you go.
Our friend, I apologize for any smell.
Huh? She says?
We'll just
You don't know Orsk. And then crawls into it easily.
All right.
Man, Gwen's looking less and less cool as time goes on. This lady's a badass.
Anyways, so it gets late, and you guys obviously don't have no fire or anything. You probably eat some rations or whatever it is. Jake, eventually it's dark, and you're freezing. Your teeth are chattering, and there's a little you can do to hug yourself with your arms, whatever it is. But eventually, roll me an acrobatics check. You see the bird is flying you in, and finally you see the mountains drop below you through the moonlight. Despite the falling, despite the darkness of the clouds overhead, the moonlight piercing through the clouds, touching the snow below, you see that the ground grows smooth. You realize you're over the valley. You continue to travel, and eventually, the bird brings you over to the area where the ledge is, where the actual balcony is. That's there. I would say 2 more hours have passed at this point. You can take off 2 non-lethal damage, but I also need somebody to go ahead and don't forget to do, if you're doing that, Keegan, it's 2 days worth, not just 1. Somebody in chat roll me a D4 as you're dropped once again, like poof, onto the balcony. You take back the 2 that you just lost as you land with a heavy thud onto the balcony, not but 10 feet from where you were originally snatched so many hours ago. You're now lying on the ground. Your knees hurt. Your ankles hurt. You're freezing. Your teeth are chattering. You're uncomfortable. Your face feels like it's going to just peel off from just having snow whipped against it with wind and everything flying through the sky, unable to protect it this whole time. You are not in a good shape at the moment. And there you are up on the balcony. Finally, maybe 15 feet from you, you can get out of the cold. You can start crawl out of the falling snow, out of the pile of snow you were dropped into.
Yeah, as he's like crawling, he's like straightening, he like gets up and tries to straighten himself up. Do I see the bird?
The bird after dropping you, it eventually like swooped around and then lands onto the balcony itself. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. This is a different stage for him, right? He's gone through acceptance, then he was like fighting against the man, right? Now he's like delirious and he's drunk. So he like walks towards the bird as he's putting down. He's like, as I was saying, I don't remember when I started drinking, but it all starts with this feeling of emptiness. Like I was always good at talking to people, but I wasn't good about talking about how I felt. I just sort of bottled everything up, hoping it would go away, but it never did. I go home after school, after work. It was like I needed something to fill the quiet, to fill the space in my head. At first, it was just a beer with friends. Nothing major. But the more I did it, the easier it was to forget, The easier it was to stop thinking about everything that I didn't know how to handle. It wasn't about enjoying it, not really. It was just about numbing myself, just shutting it all out for a while. I didn't have to deal with the emotions or the memories or the pressure. I just needed the escape, just that moment of peace. He says, as he's like, he takes another drink of his wineskin, and he just like looking at this bird who is probably just like looking at him. He's like, and he's like sticks his hand out, like, does it want a drink?
Hold on. Were you speaking in Perrin, which is the language you pretty much always speak lately? Or would you just have instinctively at some point fallen back to Golden?
I think Perrin, because of where he is. I think.
Okay. Then you hold that thing out. The bird actually, it looks like the bird's going to take a drink. It actually reaches forward with its beak and wraps its beak around the wineskin. And then with a huge flick of its neck, it hurls the wineskin off the balcony and then takes a step forward, and with its beak goes and picks you up from like the back, like the scuff of your armor or clothing or cloak or whatever you have on, and like picks you like, ah! Like a child being picked up off the ground. And bird can only move so easily. It can do little steps and little hops. It'll actually start bringing you up the balcony over to like where the glass wall is or whatever. I don't know if your character tries to do or say anything as it's doing this.
At one point when it like throws it, he's like, hey, that's a... Yeah, I get it.
And it brings you over, and actually at this point in time, it's going to drop you into its nest. And then it's going to hop into the nest with you and just plop down on top of you. Now, it's not pinning you down, like you can't wiggle your way free, but it does all of a sudden feel like you got hugged by a heated down blanket.
He probably has some like warmth almost seep back into him at this point, and he's just like, you know, you're not so bad. And he just like falls asleep.
Passes out with a giant eagle on top of him. Awesome. So the morning comes, and your characters downstairs will wake up very, very uncomfortable. There was a lot of horse and donkey in there, and at some point in time, Mikhail woke up and realized the donkey was staring at him, and was like, and like gets up and like moves to a different area, and then doesn't quite fall asleep, and the donkey is getting near him, and eventually finds himself on the stairs, and just kind of gets this like, wakes up just very, his body is aching, his elbow hurts from how it's jagged into a stair step or whatever it is. Koa, you had passed out, no problem. You're lying there, breathing heavy, whatever it is, so on and so forth. You're perfectly fine. But you guys wake up in the morning, uncomfortable as it was, a bit stiff, sore from everything you experienced the day beforehand, how you had slept, so on and so forth. Donkey staring down at you as you're trying to rest.
Save this fucking mule. I'll just carry the stuff next time.
Maybe it's staring because it's thanking you for saving it. Ever think about that?
I wish it would thank you instead. You save it next time.
And you guys wake up, and as you are getting up, whatever, you can see that she's still passed out.
I'll step like back to the stairs where it seems like Mikhail's hiding from our animals. Do we wake her? We should get moving sooner rather than later.
I mean, she's probably gonna wake up when we start piling out of the place. She'll have some time.
Right, so I guess we just pack up the little bit that we have unpacked, and do we wake her?
I mean, not intentionally. I mean, I guess we have to grab the stuff that she's sleeping in.
I mean, I could try folding it up with her in there, but that might be more awkward if she wakes up later.
Yeah, you should wake her.
Maybe I can let her sleep and try to get the animals outside to let them graze before we leave.
That's kind of what I was saying, but it seemed like you didn't like that idea.
No, it's a good idea. I just thought of it a little bit more clearly and better than what you presented, which was after we pack.
I
All right, good
think my
thinking.
expression is fine. Maybe your comprehension needs work.
Why are you back here?
Because it was more comfortable. It was too hot over there.
Right.
I don't need a reason. Let's just go.
Okay, fair enough. Like, raise his hands, like...
It's like walking all the way around the mule on the way to the door.
We'll try to quietly open the door to get the animals out so we don't wake her up.
Yep, you do that. And obviously you guys are trying to be as respectful as possible. But the simple fact of the matter is, like, you open up that door and a blast of cold air comes in because, unfortunately, at some point in time last night, the rain turns to sleet for a bit and then into snow. And then the blast of cold air happens as you pull the door inwards. And so some of the snow that had kind of like snow banked up against the door blows in. So you can imagine, like, whoever opens the door gets hit with a blast of snow, and some of it settles in, and also like the cold air and settles on her where she's over by the blanket. And you can hear she starts like speaking in a language that you guys aren't familiar with, like "Hi Jean Da," like saying some sort of like cuss in a language that you guys don't know. Linguistics check, and you can find out what it is that she's speaking. But as she rolls over it, like kind of the cussing for a moment because of the cold, and then like sits up and then kind of like recognizes where she is, and then gets hit with the waves of pain as her body, like, you know, comes back to its senses or whatever it is. Yeah, she was speaking Karak, which is sorry. She was speaking Tanjan, which is the language that the Karak speak. So when you're thinking, oh, what's east of here? You're like, oh, that's probably like one of the orc countries is likely where she's from. So.
What? And she's a Halfway, you said?
Yeah, Hafue. So normally they are east of here, but also north of here. They're from like literally the rainforest, not from, you know, the Kajinksi is where they predominantly speak that language.
Apologies, we were trying to get the animals out quietly. I didn't know it. Sorry.
No,
it's cold.
It's fine. I thought Orsk was playing. And then, like, she stopped. Morning. Let's get ready. We have to find your friend.
Yeah.
We're gonna let the animals graze for a moment while we pack things up. They've been cooped up in here a lot the last 2 days.
So you guys do that. You let the animals out, graze, probably get together some basic breakfast, whatever it is, so on and so forth. At one point in time, Koa, you go over to start like collecting the animals, get rid of the graze, and then you see something on the ground that catches your eye. You go over and you look at it, and you pick it up, and you know for a fact, because you guys scanned around here pretty fucking heartily before. You look around, and you see that there's a water skin on the ground. Pick it up, and you sniff it. No, it smells like wine in there. Like fresh, especially smells like wine. There's even a little bit left inside of it. This, you're almost positive, is one of Aldo's wineskins. But you saw him when he was flying off before. He definitely still had that wineskin in his hand when he flew off. So,
Mikhail, do you still have your wineskin?
Yeah. What? Why?
Because he'll hold that up. Aldo either had a couple wineskins on him and dropped one, or if this is the one he had when he flew off, it was brought back.
I look up.
Do you think the bird... Do you think this went all the way through the bird?
I think it would be different if that was...
Yes,
that
you're
was
right.
the
I'm not
case.
thinking clearly. I don't...
I think it fell, probably. You don't
Perhaps.
think it flew back over during the night or something, do you?
I don't know, but we should be careful with the animals if it did.
But no, why would it do it at night? I mean, it was active in the daytime, and flying at night's dangerous if you're not a nocturnal creature.
It was out during the day. Perhaps... Do you think it's sleeping here at night?
Maybe. Shit. Should we go check the nest?
Well, what if it's there? It might grab one of us like it did Aldo.
we won't go out to it. We'll be able to see it before we get to where it can get to us.
So you're saying go through all of the traps and take that risking and just to see if it's here? To do what?
What? Okay, where did this wineskin come from then? If it wasn't nearby.
I have... All of them are accounted for except for Aldo's, and this would account for Aldo's if it is his.
Okay, I guess we don't know if it's his. I mean...
I don't know where else.
Even if
the
he
wine
dropped
skins
it
are falling
before he
from.
fell, we would have seen it yesterday.
Unless we overlooked it, it was getting a bit dark. But
I guess,
it was
but I mean,
pretty...
I was over here for a while.
It's a lot of risk to go up there, and it's time that we could be spinning out there looking for him.
That's true. We had a pretty easy way back up. You keep raising the animals. You know what? I'll go look. All I have to do is climb back up where we drop down.
Hey,
You wanted to go through all those traps alone.
if I may, she says, walking out and like, grabbing some of the extra material you guys would have had from like wrappings or whatever that you used for packaging your foods or whatever. Because how small she's been able to like more or less one-handedly prepare a bit of a sling to like hold her arm into, and she's trying to get her arm into it and like wincing through it. She's like, "Hey, if I
yes,
if I might suggest,
allow me.
Oh, thanks. If you think that he's up top there, oh, thank you. That is better. If you think that he's up there, just yell.
That's a good idea, unless we anger the bird that could come down here and kill our animals and us.
She looks at the door and says, "Put them in there first."
All right, it's worth finding out before we. All right, Nightstorm. Other animal,
Rally
Jacobo,
them. Sheepdog it.
Simone.
Cool. You get the animals in there.
All right. In case things go sideways, Mikhail, be ready to run in. Keep the door open enough for us.
Oh, definitely.
I feel like I'm ringing a dinner bell. I'm the dinner. Breakfast at this point. Aldo!
There I go. So you see that, and Aldo, you don't hear anything, but unfortunately, you're cold all of a sudden, like really cold. And it's one of those, like, if you've ever, like, I don't know, fallen asleep on your couch and didn't have a blanket on you and you just woke up because of how cold you are. All of a sudden, Aldo, you just wake up from how cold you are.
Aldo kind of like stirs, opens his eyes.
Yep. You open your eyes or whatever it is, and you kind of like look around, and you can see the bird is no longer on you. It's actively like jumping through the window that's over there, and starts as you like look over as it goes through the window. You kind of like clambering up the nest to like look out. You see it's hopping off the ledge that you vomited off of beforehand, probably over jumping your vomit.
Yeah. He gets up and I guess like rubs his eyes as he then makes towards the door that's open now because Koa I think opened that door.
Yep, you can slip through. It takes a bit of effort, but you can slip through it now. Yes. And so as you like go over to that, you can see the bird had already hopped to like near to the edge of the ledge, and then like looks at you, and then looks out, and looks at you, then looks out, and then as you go to shout Aldo a third time, unfortunately it's drowned out, Koa, by from up above, and then from up above, and then you hear that noise, and imagine your eyeballs widen.
Shit! As I run toward the door.
Yeah, I make sure you can get in. Scott, it looked like in the middle of talking, you like stubbed your toe and then like silent screamed.
Unfortunately, he can't hear you because
Yeah.
Jaaek can hear it. Oh, that's awesome.
Bird!
I move out of the way really quick. Oh shit!
The bird does not jump off the ledge or anything like that. It just like continues to look at Aldo.
I will like fucking cartoon peek out, like looking up to see if it's still there.
Aldo walks over to the bird and he's like, "What's wrong with those guys?"
Oh, you don't see them. They're directly beneath you.
Didn't I hear them?
No.
Oh, I didn't.
No,
I walk over to the bird then, and I'm like, "What's up, big fella?"
But you're
Bird-
saying that Aldo can yell louder than me? What the fuck?
What? No. He just didn't hear you because he was just waking up. The bird actually looks at you, turns to look at itself, looks at you, and then crouches down low.
Aldo crouches down low.
The bird stands up, looks at you, and almost like shuffles itself, and then looks at you, then looks at itself, and then looks at you, and crouches down low again.
Aldo stands up. He's like, "Oh, I see." He walks over to the bird now. Can he climb up onto the bird?
It's one of those like put your hand there, and then you start climbing, and you are able to climb up onto the bird.
Hold on to the bird.
It is the most uncomfortable and awkward climb onto an animal that you've ever had, and you should see some of the animals you've climbed onto. And there's like
We saw the last one.
there's like nothing to grip or I guess grab, like fistfuls of feather, and then you can like feel it twitch as you grabbed a little bit too hard, and like or whatever it is, but you're like, I don't know what to hold on to. But then all of a sudden the bird like hops up onto the ledge directly above their head, and there's an overhang. They still can't see it. And then all of a sudden there's like another as the
Stub to start again.
as the bird I look away so it's not too loud for chat.
Yeah, man, you're really keeping us in the zone here.
Sauce, man.
Unfortunately, the sound is drowned out by Fabio commercial, apparently, or something weird.
Start
I
wearing
didn't have
steel
force
toes
of-
to stream, man.
My lungs didn't even have force. Anyways, so anyways, and then all of a sudden it jumps off the ledge, and same idea is it does that like dive out.
Koa
but
dives inward, like maybe landed on shit or whatever it is. As soon as that bird's diving down, Koa is full force, like
safe.
he's like, get away from the door. It could grab us.
And the bird way sooner than last time pulls out wide, opens its wings, and so it's overhead, kind of like flying around. From below, when you guys actually have the moment to properly see or whatever it is, from below you notice that this bird looks no different than any of the other birds that you've seen before. From above you saw like the golden tipped feathers or whatever it was, but down below you don't see anything that's like that stands out for you, right? It just looks the same as the other birds. But anyways, so you guys like dive to the side or whatever it is, so on and so forth, and you're like, oh no, shut the door, no, leave it open so we can stay. We can shut it if we need to. And so the bird's like flying around or whatever. And then as you're watching the birds flying around, and hold on, Aldo. Unlike before where you thought you were going to die or was grabbing you were in pain, yeah, maybe you're gripping this thing a little bit tight and plucking the occasional feather from doing so, which if you've never plucked the feather of of a bird before, but like there's like this almost like stagnant air that exists inside the base of a feather that sits inside the skin to give like a counter pressure so it can hold on easier or whatever. And if you ever pluck a feather, it has this like awful stench to it, right? Like it just smells awful. So like plucking feathers, like, oh, sorry, oh, let it go and let it like fall off or whatever. But you're like holding on the best you can. But this time around, it is way more enjoyable. Like, yeah, it's a biting cold on your face, but you just woke up from being warm, so you're not already freezing. Yeah, it is moving faster than a person should be able to do so, but you can feel the control of the muscles beneath you as you're on this bird. Yet you don't know how to ride it comfortably, but you also know that this bird can catch you midair. So there's a degree of like safety that you have in the back of your mind. That, and you're also sober, so like you're just experiencing it for the first time, if you will. Whereas beforehand, you were kind of half-cocked. So, more nerves this time, but also more joy this time. And by the way, the bird's like flying around and you're truly able to enjoy like the soar of it, right? Eventually, the bird flies back around and will land on the ground in front of you guys, maybe a solid 100 feet or so across from the door, looking at the door. And you look out and you just see this massive fucking bird land on the ground in front of you guys, and you're like, oh shit. I don't know if you, because you know that a bird can't charge forward. It's a bird. It can walk slowly or hop.
Well, normal birds. This is a legendary bird that's been around for 800 years.
Fair enough. Would you guys immediately slam the door, or would you like?
No, we're
still
having like a stare off.
a stare off. Yeah. Usually the bird
Yep.
after it does this like strange like movements and like almost like ruffles its feathers slightly. Maybe it's a mating call. Maybe it's a warning. You don't know. You see it ruffle itself in a way that's unusual for an eagle. Aldo, shortly, like moments after it lands, the thing seems to like relax muscles in a certain way and shimmy itself in such a way that the feathers gracefully slide you off of it. So like belly sliding off the back of the bird. So you like end up landing, like slide off your feet onto like your knees down below. And you're like, oh, and you can just like stand up from being on your knees behind the bird.
Mikhail, I think it's giving us a warning.
Aldo
Okay,
walks
leave this
around
place.
to the front of the bird, and he's just like pumped. He's like, "Woo!" He's like, "Damn, that was fun. You do this every day?"
And the bird looks down at you and looks over at you, and then will actually kind of like go down almost like it's plucking at him. And it does. It literally like with the beak, it actually bites him. But it's like for you, from your perspective, it's like a small little pinch on your neck. But for them, it looks like it's gonna eat him, and then like, but like doesn't.
A fucking power move of like bringing him all the way back just to eat him in front of us. be so
Seeing
fucked.
Aldo still standing, Koa will grab the wineskin as like a peace gesture and hold it out the door.
Aldo hasn't noticed you yet. He's just still talking to the bird. He's like, "Oh man, that was a rush. What a way to wake up."
We
No,
have your
Aldo!
wineskin.
Oh, is that why you brought me here? Yeah.
It actually nods.
He's like, well, thanks.
It'll give you another little. Oh, sorry. Continue.
Mikhail, I think he's talking to the bird.
Is
He like stretches his hand out and kind of like goes to like pat the bird on the neck or something, I guess.
Yeah.
And he's like, thanks. You didn't eat me. And well, this was fun, and I'm talking to a bird, but you know what? I'm gonna see you again. And then he'll just turn and he's like, I better get back to these guys. Probably had them worried.
As you start to walk off, you can actually feel the bird its beak is like nuzzling into your backside. Is you had your pack earlier, right? Like you obviously would have had your backpack with you, kind of like you never took it off when you passed out earlier, so it was still on you. You probably didn't even realize your backpack was still on you until right now when its beak dives into your backpack and you're like, oh, as it's like rummaging around into your backpack. And it pulls something out and like flips it into the air. So it like flips a couple times and lands on the ground in front of you. And you can see the leather glove that you had found inside of the other nest is what it pulled out and like flipped into the air. And it looks down at the glove and it looks at you. And looks down at the glove and looks at you.
I look down at the glove and then I look at the bird. And I look down at the glove. And I pick the glove up and I put the glove on while looking at it quizzically.
The bird just screeches. Like, and then turns around, hops around, and takes a couple hops, and then goes and takes off and starts flying away.
Yeah, Aldo just says, I wonder if wearing like one glove is like some type of fashion statement from whenever this bird's from. As he like walks towards the others at the door, I guess.
He
Koa will
moonwalks
step
towards you
out.
guys with one leather glove on.
As soon as that bird
Right.
takes off, Koa will step out trying to look like brave and fierce, like a hand on his sword. I was getting ready to charge out to help you. What happened? You all right?
Yeah, I feel good this morning.
Aldo, what happened exactly? We were about to come try to hunt you down. It looked like it took you off God knows where.
You know what? I feel almost like I was in the middle of a folk tale. You know, one we've all the elders tell the youngins in Gold Area, but yeah, it just I thought it was gonna eat me or kill me or something, but it took me to someplace like far away, and there was another one of these, but it was dead, like recently, and then there was a baby that the egg had fallen out of the nest and it had cracked too early. Didn't really have a chance. Then it picked me up and it took me to another place, and oh, that's right, the hobgoblins that took us here. One of them was there, dead.
Oh.
And then it gets a bit hazy after that. I can't really remember, but I woke up here, and then it brought me down here.
We saw the bird fly off quite a ways with you, but are you sure it didn't let off a hallucinogen of some kind?
Sniffing that bird every day.
In
Somehow
what
sticking to a-
respect, Koa?
Ghost man seems more plausible than a bird taking you on a journey to see its dead family and a dead hobgoblin.
We just saw it bring him back. Peacefully.
I'm not convinced that I'm not also hallucinating.
Are you
Also,
jealous, Koa?
a small lady slept in your bed last night. She's inside.
My
You're
name's
deflecting.
Yara.
Oh, I thought you were still in there. I'll introduce Yara. This is Aldo, our bird-bearing friend.
She says, "I know your voice. You're the one that was calling down to me. Thank you."
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I tried to warn you guys.
Nods. You saved my life and gave us a fighting chance.
Well, I'm glad to be of some service. Sorry, I wasn't more we could do.
Yara has a request that if we can find well, we buried one of her companions. Her other one, we need to bring to a cave if we can find one. Which we know where one is, but
No, one is already buried.
yes,
It's two, or Orsk.
right. Sorry, I wasn't saying the name. I was saying one is in
A
the
cave.
number.
Yeah. Like a
Not one
singular
as
cave.
in yes, but 1, 2, and 3 are their names as well as their other names. She's
Oh.
called 3, but also Yara.
Yes. She says, reaffirming what he just described in a confusing way.
When I said one before, what I meant was one of her companions, not her companion. One.
It's honestly fine. Like the time crunch on trying to rescue Aldo is not a factor anymore, so I don't see why we can't help her.
Yes. With that also said, supplies were doing okay, but we should catch up perhaps inside where it's a bit warmer. Aldo, you look a bit how are you alive? Freezing out here.
That's a good question. He's like putting 2 and 2 together. He's like, I woke up in the nest. It was really. I think the bird kept me warm. Because
Cole looked at
when
Mikhail
I
again.
got up, it got really
mean-
cold.
I'm guessing that was Elzamia. What the elder said the bird's name was. She's supposed to be really smart.
Did you ride the bird down here?
Yeah,
You
I
did.
did.
We should go back up
Yeah.
to the balcony immediately. I need to meet this bird.
I rode the bird, and you didn't.
You couldn't even see the man. You were not supposed to be the one to ride the bird.
And yet, I did ride the bird, and it was great.
You drink one bottle of blood, go and vomit, and all of a sudden you get the adventure I was meant for.
Cool.
Don't
Maybe
worry,
you're
you're
gonna
still
write a
the
different bird.
hero of Leshev and Hodgwen.
Well, as
Yara.
Yara will tell you, our reputation did precede us as far as stopping the 10 lashes, and maybe the Valiant Few name hadn't hit yet, but our excursions have been spreading. So riding Ellie into Leshev may perhaps elevate us even more.
Oh, you think the bird will take all of us?
No, maybe, but one of us. It could be any one of us.
If it was one of us, it seems like it'd be Aldo at this point.
Okay,
They
let's
seem
not jump to
like
conclusions.
They had a
Mikhail.
bit
We
of a
haven't met the
rapport.
bird yet.
They had a bit of a rapport. I mean, you saw what I saw. It was like giving them pecks and stuff.
Your wineskin.
If I may,
She.
if the bird is going to fly you in, who's going to return the horses?
Shit.
Right, why are we even talking about this?
I'm just thinking big picture here.
I think, Koa, with all due respect, you're thinking the opposite of big picture. You just want to ride a legendary bird.
I think the linger would very much endorse riding around on a giant bird.
And you would enjoy it. Which I understand, but we have other priorities right now.
I enjoy honoring each of the gods. Just this one sounds particularly good at the moment.
Well, if this bird is associated with one of the gods, then we can't ignore the message that it was delivering. It
Yes,
brought
don't
you
forget your
to
wineskin.
very specific locations and showed you something very specific. If this bird is supposed to be some messenger of the gods, then you need to hear that message, she says to Aldo.
Yeah. I didn't think of it at the time. I suppose it's something to ponder, though, what the message was. Mikhail, you're good with that stuff. What's the significance?
Taking you to its nest where...
It's where it raised its young, too. It was a different nest than the one here.
A
One
different nest
equipped
and a
more
different bird.
for
Were you
that.
able to see if that one was male or female?
It looked the same, but no, I don't know.
Well, I think I've figured it out. If I may. It took you where you saw its young dead and its potential mate also dead, and then it took you and showed you one of the hobgoblins dead. Perhaps it was telling you whatever killed the hobgoblin killed its family, or the hobgoblins killed its family. They were chasing the eagles to try to either get after whatever they were hunting or to take their eggs.
Right. Seemed like they might have been
Scott, I did a
poaching-
heal
poachers.
check on it, right? So,
You
like,
healed
I think I
horribly.
rolled decently. Did I?
You rolled horribly on
I
that.
rolled like a 17 on the heal.
You rolled well on the hobgoblin,
On
you
the
rolled
hobgoblin.
poorly on the bird.
Yeah, I'm talking on the
Right.
hobgoblin, right?
Oh, okay,
Was
yeah.
that consistent with like the bird, like a bird attack?
The hobgoblin looked like maybe like a talon had cut into a leg or an arm or whatever it was to lift it
Yeah.
and then dropped him.
Yeah.
it's
So
like-
as Mikhail's speaking, he says,
crunch.
I don't know what happened to the bird, but the hobgoblin was definitely killed by talons.
I mean,
They were
correct me if I'm
following
wrong,
the bird,
but
right?
didn't the hobgoblin? I'm pretty sure that the hobgoblins would eat eagle eggs. In which
I don't
case,
know if they would
perhaps-
even eat them. They would definitely sell them. I mean, I think Aldo, you were telling us that that was part of their business, was to collect them and sell them off. And you said one looked like it had been broken, so, I mean, the scene that immediately plays to me is one of them tried to take an egg, dropped it, broke it, and suffered the consequences. Or maybe
The body
the mother
was
returned
far
and-
away, though. Really far. Like, I was in the sky for a while.
Well, it doesn't mean it
before
was
brought
that
me to that
particular
second location.
hobgoblin, but perhaps hobgoblins in general are the bird's enemies because they do, in fact, hunt them and take their eggs.
True.
You know, the strange thing is, though, you mentioned that you were told about the bird, right? as in singular. This one was, I'm going to say roughly the same size.
Yeah. I mean, Elzami is supposed to be rather unique, but her children are, I think, the other giant eagles that aren't. I don't think they're necessarily as big as she is, but maybe comparable.
We're also talking to a ghost that can't remember his
They're
own
not
name.
as smart.
It's possible that she has passed away and this is just one of her descendants, and perhaps they've continued the line on, but the unnamed ghost man doesn't know that because he's been stuck in one of however many rooms for the last 700 years.
700 years. Yeah. It's possible.
Putting that aside though, what's the message again then? Does it want us to stop the hobgoblins doing this?
I mean,
If that's what it's intending to show us, or don't fuck with their eggs, one of both of those things.
I mean, yeah, it definitely sounds like she's telling you to do something about what's happening to her children, or at least her kin.
Can I ask
That's
a dumb
what I glean.
question, Aldo?
Yeah.
You were speaking to the bird. Could you understand what it was saying to you?
No, but it understood me and it would gesture.
Well, then perhaps we can speak with the bird and find out more from her. We can give some yes or no questions and nod if yes.
I suppose we could try.
Koa might be thinking that, Scott, but he won't say it. Treat it like a Griffin in Harry Potter. He'll go outside and bow to it. Like, can I ride you?
You could try, but I don't. I mean, we can call out to it.
Well, it's
to her.
You slept here last night, so at the very least, we know one more night here, and we would find the bird. Right?
Yeah.
Possibly. Yeah.
The bird flew back up to the top, right, Scott?
Flew off.
Oh, it flew off.
I mean, it likely will return there. Maybe it was gone there by now. You guys weren't really. If it had gone off to the side, it could have gone to the top from an angle that you couldn't see.
We could wait if it did decide to come back. However, I don't know how often it comes back here. It did have the other nest, but
yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to come back to the same place. I mean, it can fly.
That's my attempt to look at the skies to figure out weather for the next however long.
It's a DC 15.
+3 or luck, y'all?
I was gonna say
50
we're near the end of the session, but I mean it's this session, so we're not. But I'd say take the 3.
I'll take the +3.
If we're about to get snowed the hell out again, I want to know.
So 16.
Okay.
We're out of 3.
For the 16. So the snow has not like it's one of those, you know how the small dustings that happen, nice and easy, da da da. So the dusting is still going on right now, but look at the sky, whatever it is. You wouldn't be surprised if it continues snowing for the rest of the day. Not heavy snow, but a small amount of snow over a long period of time. That in and of itself will add up. There's already a few inches on the ground right now, which isn't too bad. It's not going to slow down travel too much, but it does make you colder. And if there's any amount of wind, which you are on the mountains, it does make it a bit more biting than it would be otherwise. But you're pretty sure it's going to snow for the majority of today, even if mild dusting.
More snow is potentially coming down, which will make travel a little bit worse getting out of here, but perhaps it won't tomorrow. It's hard to say. It's, as you can see, kind of dark and cloudy everywhere. We did discover inside another secret door that led us to the room where the boulder traps are set up, as well as some drawings and writings and an encyclopedia of the mole. we also found another way to get in and out through that same door that we went through where the boulder was supposed to rearm. There was an up that now has a rope hanging down from it that leads us to that hallway. There's a lot more traps on that staircase than we originally found, so Mikhail suggested going that way to avoid those traps, so we did.
Yeah, it was a lot safer.
Otherwise, well, we met Yar, and our plan was to find you, find and bury a companion in a cave if we could find one, and then I suppose head back to Leshev. So,
yeah,
it's up to debate whether we stay here and try to communicate with Embolicia,
Elzimia,
or
more of an S sound, but yeah, Elsimia.
Or if we leave now. It's still early enough where we could make decent headway and the snow's not too bad. But it does mean having some questions left unanswered that perhaps she could answer.
I mean, who knows? I feel like we need to get back to Elliot and then learn what we can of Drazstone, because if this is an issue, then we've got to... Not we've got to, but I feel like I need to help her. If we can convince them
the last
to
of her
stop.
kind now?
I don't know.
No, I doubt it. Mostly because remember, you said that the giant eagle population is what tends to keep the wyverns in check. But if there were only one left...
There are giant eagles that aren't this giant. However, I will say that from underneath, she looked no different than the other eagles we had seen. It's on top that their feathers differ a bit. So it's hard to say without seeing them from above which ones are which.
Then I think we confirmed the answer is yes. The elder told us that she was special. It's her children are also smarter than a typical eagle would be, but not quite as keen as she is.
700 years ago.
Right. So she would have been unique, and maybe there's another one that's come along that is the same, but I don't expect that to be the case.
I think getting back to Elliot is probably the best thing to do. I mean, he knows the area. He knows Adir. I wonder what he knows of Drazstone. If we could find out some information, maybe on our... I don't know if Elliot wants us to come back here or not. I can't remember exactly what...
Well, he wanted us to make sure it was safe and to bring him here to gather knowledge, but
yes,
we could go and before we leave, we could go up and get a better copy of the map and writings. Not that yours is that
I don't
bad,
have, but I won't have to rush it this time. Right? I was doing it very quickly last time.
That hopefully won't take too long, but it would save us the trip if you have the writings for Elliot to see.
Suppose. I mean, I imagine he'd still want to come out. If I were him, I would. Once we know it's been cleared of enemies.
Well, in that case, then we'll take what we have and just have more of a day to travel.
Yeah,
unless you want to go back up. If he wants to come out here anyway, then there's no point in us delaying.
Other than you said it might be bad weather to travel in. I mean,
well, that is true. It could be better or it could be worse. There might be more snow to travel through tomorrow, or perhaps it'll warm up and it could melt. I can't exactly tell that much.
True. So I forget. Scott, are we in like the first half of winter or the last half of winter?
We're in the beginning. Actually, so I did update the calendar for you guys. Give me half a tick here, and I can get the exact date. Calendar. Calling calendar. So you have to understand, like, the calendar, the way it works. It's not like Earth calendar or the Gregorian calendar we use, which is 12 months and starts in the middle of the fucking winter, or actually more or less at the beginning of winter. Their calendar is 13 months, 28 days each month, with 2 days that sit outside the month, whatever. And then their calendar actually starts in the spring. So it starts a little bit afterwards. So you guys are in, I believe, Drak. Yep, so you're in the 11th out of 13 months, which is early winter. So if you remember, winter officially starts, December 21st or whatever it is. And you guys are, because it's now a day later, it is Drak 4th. So it's effectively like real life today's date. You know what I mean? Like maybe 2 days later. Which I don't know about you guys, but I've dealt with a cold snap where I live for the past like week or so, where it's been nasty cold.
Dude, it's been cold here since like October 15th.
But
we've had a weirdly cold start to winter. It's never
right, like really cold. But generally speaking, like this region is not. It's a little bit warmer in general, so it's more like how our previous winters have been, Wade. So it's like around now is where the cold really starts to like probably set in. So if you guys got, it could get cold now, or you might have a couple weeks before it gets really cold. You know what I mean? So it's like it's definitely like you've done your adventure. Now it's time to start plotting your way back to where you can have consistent warmth and food and so on and so forth. So whether it be all the way back to Leshev, which obviously you have known comforts and notoriety there, or Joey and Chad keep saying Drastone, which you know is significantly closer, and you actually know where it is.
I guess getting back into the RP of it though. Oh, go for it.
Oh well, the purpose of the asking was like I don't know if there's a check I need to do or something to know when the bad weather the actual precipitation and stuff tends to hit in winter in this region. Because I know like here where I live in real life, it's cold from like October to February. It's like cold as shit. But we tend to get the worst of the weather near the end of that. Like as far as precipitation, it's otherwise just cold.
February is usually our worst month, so yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, it's usually when we get ice storms and shit like that.
But you don't quite get as cold as we do. You get cold because you don't have as much like.
We don't get the snow and weather like y'all do. That's true.
Yeah, we get a lot of wind, but we don't get the same. We don't go as low.
I was in Boston the year they had 9 feet of snow and they were shoveling it into the ocean, which was terrible. Bye bye fresh water, but yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out is like would I be able to know the likelihood of like are we going into you're gonna run into a blizzard or is that probably still further off?
You're probably you're almost definitely a few weeks off from it. Like it would be unusual to have that. Just like running into a blizzard in my weather, this week would be very unusual. Could it happen? Yeah. Has it happened? Yeah. Okay. But I mean, very unusual. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. So I know that was like a long way to get there.
You're good. Next month, let's say 3-4 weeks from now for your characters, you're taking some serious chances. But that was planned when you guys came out. You knew it was going to be cold and miserable, but survivable. In a month, less so.
Because I thought that conversation happened, but it's been several weeks where we're like, oh, we can get back there and back before the worst of it hits. Okay. Cool. Then he'll say, it's like, well, the worst of the snow and stuff usually doesn't hit just yet. Like, we've got a little time before that, so...
We're talking about potentially delaying one day to talk to, Alcimia again.
Alcimia.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, I think we can. We have the supplies. Gives you and Diara a little bit more time to mend before you move.
Did we heal it all last night?
Oh, yeah, you would have healed your level. Jake, all of your non-lethal is gone, and your fatigue is gone, which is good news, because she made you warm, so you can heal that overnight, and you also healed 1 health point. Everybody here healed 1 lethal health point.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I just need another week to be back to full, assuming nothing bad happens.
Yep.
Yeah, or medical attention, right?
Aldo, this is going to be a bit of a dark question, but the dead birds... Did it look like they died recently, or had they been dead a while?
Looked fresh. Well, it did, right, Scott? As in,
pretty fresh. Not necessarily like that day, but like definitely within the past, say, several days.
Yeah. It was definitely recent.
What if the hobgoblins that we were with, who were following the eagle when we split up from them, found the nest, and perhaps took 1 or more of their eggs, killed 1 on accident, killed the mate, and she's asking us to save the other eggs? Perhaps it's more urgent than that if it's a recent thing.
Could be.
I suppose. I mean, You said it was a long flight just to get there, right?
Yeah, but if I'm being honest, I mean, I was dangling in the air. I don't, everything seemed really long.
Were you singing?
Uh,
No way. He wasn't singing. Probably screaming.
oh, yeah. And then he breaks out into Ave Maria again in front of you guys.
You know, with
Noel
most
just looked
people, I
up
wouldn't believe
Mikhail
it.
like, I thought I was losing my mind. What?
With most people, I wouldn't believe they had been singing while captured by a giant bird, but you're not most people.
Thanks.
We can't take on
welcome.
all of Drazstone,
No.
so I'm not sure what Alcimia was asking us to do, or asking you to do, or whatever it was, but
I wonder
she
if
is-
you're onto something though about the egg. If we follow the goat trail, maybe they're injured, or some of them are, and they're they're holed up with the eggs.
so we have two
That's
options.
possible.
We wait longer and allow them to maybe make it further or to Drazstone, or we go now, try to track them down, and hope that that's what they're being told to you.
I don't know, but now that you've put it there, it does seem like, if it is that, it's rather a time crunch, isn't it?
Suppose. Was seeing the dead man, that was one of the last stops? Or was it
That
right
was
before you got back to
the
the
first
nest?
one was the nest, and the second one was the hobgoblin.
So I guess it could have been closer if it was circling back this way. Could have been the goat trail, I suppose.
Do we know that do our characters know that the eagles were fighting off the wyverns? I feel like we did learn that, but I don't know how we learned that.
From an earlier check.
Yeah. Yeah, that was from your check, I believe. And with the book as well.
There's multiple reasons to care about this. One, Alcimia seemingly is a very smart bird, and well, it didn't kill you and eat you, returned you here. And from what we'd heard from the man upstairs, is special. We also know that this might be the last chance we have of helping her continue her lineage, and we also know that if we don't, there won't be eagles to keep the wyvern population in check, and then we could have a much bigger problem on our hands in the future. There's a lot of reasons to act on this.
Yeah, for certain.
And Yara said that the eagles were also attacking the gnolls. And if they're helping keep the gnolls in check and help us get rid of the gnolls, that's another benefit.
And that's a couple of really big benefits. Now, if wyverns move freely into any area, that's going to be catastrophic. Okay.
So Drazstone, if they're going back there, is northwest of us. Does the goat trail go all the way to Drazstone, or where does the goat trail end? Looking at the map, Scott, that we have, I'm seeing your map, but does the goat trail kind of end in the valley, or does it go all the way to Drazstone, or is there a trail that goes there?
Remember, the goat trail has many different branches off and whatnot, so it goes many different places, including they said they'll continue on a different path to go to Drazstone. So for you, you would actually you'd go back some, unless there's a path out of here that also leads to Drazstone, which they didn't tell you if there is or isn't. They broke off from you a couple days travel back and then went north. Mm-hmm. You're assuming it would not be beneficial to circle back. So you can either try to find a goat trail out of the valley that heads north and hopefully can bring you that direction, hopefully. Or you can, maybe even just go off the goat trail and try to go the treckless part of the mountain in hopes of finding something. But what you do have in your kind of benefit is from the map upstairs that this was a location that belonged to the Mole Empire, and Drazstone was in that location that belongs to the Mole Empire, and it definitely had to be some sort of travel between those two locations.
Which you'd assume wouldn't go all the way around a mountain.
You would assume would not go way out of the way to get there. But you can't always choose where like because they didn't have modern day construction like we do, where you're just gonna blast a fucking if you don't have dynamite, it's hard to
No, they
blast
could
a
just
mountain.
lift boulders and shape stone. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
they really struggled.
yeah. They did. Oh man, it was like life was hard. You know.
Tough.
Yeah, yeah. It was like building pyramids. You know. Must have been aliens.
Rough stuff.
Yara, I know you tasked us with something, but this might be more time sensitive. Perhaps we can come back after we take care of this and fulfill our promise to you.
There's been a lot to take in listening to this conversation. I have questions, but didn't think it appropriate to interrupt with them. So I'll ask as we travel. But for now, I told you, he's dead today. He'll be dead tomorrow. If we can burden ourselves with bringing his body, we can find the cave on the way.
Yes.
Or, if you'd like, if it's too much to ask, I would just ask we spend an hour or two to bury him now.
I don't believe bringing him will be much of an issue. I'll look to the other two kind of as he says that to see if they interject.
It could. Gnolls being scavengers. It could attract them.
She looks at you with like a serious look and says, "That's a really good point. Perhaps we can just bring his body in here then." And gestures like to like where you guys are. It's cold enough now that hopefully it'll help to preserve, and it's removed enough that hopefully the gnolls can't get him.
That is true. And they get near the area, but it doesn't seem like they got all the way here. They might avoid it.
Well, if Alcimia and the others have been grabbing them and dropping them and eating them, I doubt they want to get too close to where they can be dive bombed. It would make sense if the gnolls would leave this place alone. Plus, even if they did try to get in,
spikes.
Yes. Which, fuck them if they try.
Then, if I may borrow one of even the mule's fine. You take a moment and get yourselves prepared. I'll collect his body and bring him back to being here. I don't want to be more of a burden than I've already been.
Not at all. That's fine.
She will go over and get the mule, like give it a nice scritch, and say, "This is a really fine creature." And then
Cole will just be staring at Mikhail the whole time.
And walks off with the mule.
Maybe she can tell it why it keeps staring at me. Oh, thank God.
Perhaps it's best that you don't meet Alcimia, okay?
What? Alcimia is not a mule, okay? I don't have any issues with the horses. It's just
you say
mules and snakes and dogs, apparently.
Spiders?
I killed that one. That was fine.
Oh, yes. I did clean off my armor last night, by the way. Looks like something was smashed against it.
Yeah. Oh, you're mad at me? Look, I didn't tell you in the moment
not for killing it, but for not telling me that it was there.
Okay, Koa, how exactly would telling you it was there in the moment have been helpful?
You could have told me after you killed it.
I kind of forgot, honestly.
Aldo, there were some giant spiders in the doors. Probably part of the trap.
Ugh. That's gross.
Definitely part of the trap. They were too large to be... Anyway. Looking here, there's no particularly marked trail, but... there would have to be some way out of this valley toward Drazstone rather than having to circle all the way around.
I'm assuming you'd be able to find a path?
Well, not on the map, but on horseback maybe. The problem is that if we're roaming around this valley where we know the gnolls are, and we know there's still potentially a dozen of them that were running around in the hunting party, much less however many weren't part of that one. Who knows how many are left?
So we take some time, try to find the path out. I mean, as long as it doesn't take more than a couple of days, we're still making better time. Well, doubling back to where they split off would take a while.
Going to Leshev from Drazstone also may not be as bad as going from the south of the mountains like we came in. more time in the plains,
hope
but
not.
if we're lucky, we don't run into any plains cats.
Yeah. I mean, I think we'd be going slightly north of where we found their hunting grounds to be. I mean, I don't know what kind of radius they tend to hunt in, but
Well,
I imagine it's getting smaller if they're preparing for winter. They don't want to go out as far.
if Yara chooses to travel with us, then after seeing how she handled her weapon, at least I would know 2 of us would be able to handle ourselves against the plains cats too, which elevate our odds. And 4 of us.
Also true.
He was subtly implying you 2 are less capable, especially, but
Pick that up, but we ignored it.
Yep.
Good.
They just kept moving.
So I think
Yeah,
that's the
so-
plan then, right? We'll try and find a way out of the valley towards Dresstone, see if we can find some of those we travelled with before along the way. See if they have any eggs. Maybe
think
return
so.
them if they do. Yeah.
We'll definitely return them if they do.
Of course.
Gosh. I mean, you would think they would know. I mean, reducing the giant eagle population is a really bad idea.
I'm not sure they're aware that the giant eagles are helping fight off the wyverns. I think more so they're thinking survival and our coin.
I mean, maybe not everyone knows, but I guess people are people. Plenty of them would do that anyway, as long as they're not the ones suffering the impact immediately, right?
And this was the group that we traveled with that seemed like decent folk. And they implied that not everyone is as decent as them. And if they're willing to poach, then I can only imagine what the others are willing to do.
They were kind of travelers, but I guess that only means so much.
Well,
It's
early
frustrating.
morning.
What'd you say?
Oh, I just said, well, it's early morning.
Yeah, so let's
So it's
pack
best
up
to get an early start.
let's pack up and get out of here. The animals had a few minutes to graze.
Are we waiting for Yara?
She comes back with the donkey. So she's walking back with the mule.
Animals would be outside getting to graze for however few minutes we had.
And when she comes back, you can see you're like, oh, where's she didn't get him. Well, I guess she wouldn't be able to lift somebody else over the mule very easily with her fucked up shoulder. Oh, she tied a rope around the guy's legs and the donkey, and literally dragging his body back across the ground.
It started off and he's like, I'm still alive.
No, you're not.
Cause of death. Like he was dragged to death. Can't believe the Knolls did that to him.
So she comes back and she brings this stout looking man, thick beard, also wearing similarly armored and whatnot to her or whatever, and brings him back. Looks all sorts of, his injuries were pretty nasty. Don't even go into the details, but he's very obviously dead, and his body's already freezing and whatnot. Like literally, the flesh is getting hard. It's cold out here.
Okay.
I would help lay him inside.
We'll
or
get
whatever.
Yeah, we'll get him inside.
Yep. She makes sure she unties the rope and coils it up and hands it back to you and says, never want to run out of rope. Always best to grab it back from wherever you're using it.
Yes, well, we might have left 100 foot of it inside, but neither here nor there.
Yeah.
You say that, she looks at you like, for a moment, and then she chuckles, like, because obviously you're joking. Like, oh, okay, I get the joke, okay. And gives you the rope.
Koa just kind of like looks sad but smiles.
Should we go get some of that back?
You remember where every single trap is. Your map, while well drawn.
No, the first one.
Yes,
Where
the
we
one
used to
on
hang
the
on?
trapped stairs.
Right, but those are the ones you marked with chalk.
Were there other traps we stepped over somehow and didn't trigger on the way to that point even?
Technically, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Right, and those
Yeah,
are marked
never
with
mind.
chalk. Right.
Nope. No, they're not.
Getting back is going to be awful.
We'll have to climb the shortcut up. It's not short.
We still have to get to it.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's pretty easy.
Not today.
No. Yeah, that's fine. We still have more rope.
While
So,
they're having this conversation, she's gonna walk over to Aldo and say,
yes.
excuse me, they said that you know a bit of medicine. I'm not sure if I broke my arm or if I dislocated my shoulder. I was hoping you can take a glance at it.
I thought that was going to go to the 1.
Yes, I'm
God,
rather
I
well
thought that
versed
was
in
the heal
medicine.
check.
Let
I
me
was
have
excited.
So did I!
Oh my god, oh no.
Yeah, I was like,
Oh, no.
+8 heal? What the fuck?
He rolled so well. Oh no. Oh, okay, Jake. What were you gonna say with your fucking bluff check?
He says, oh yes, I do know quite a lot about medicine. Let me see your arm here.
All right, roll your heal
He's
check.
gonna roll like a 4.
Rolls a 1. Okay.
Oh, thank
Okay.
God.
Okay. Are you happy with that roll?
Yeah.
You realize it is dislocated. It's actually, that's what it is. It's dislocated. So you're able to like grab her arm and properly like, get into the right position. You're like, oh, this will be fun. Bite
Some
this.
doctor able to locate an arm.
And you're able to pop it back into place, but because your character's not actually medically trained, you've just, been drunk and
That's a good
done
one.
stupid shit with your friends before. So
That's
like you've
good.
done it once or twice, but like you learn through oops, Anyways,
Yeah.
so it's not a clean pop back in, but you do get it back in, and she's just kind of like,
I love the sensor, the zoom sensor. She's like,
Really gotta watch that table leg, Scott. Jesus.
my
You're
legs
gonna
are
break
dangling,
something.
So no. So
That's true,
anyways,
they are.
the
Sir kicking the underside of the desk. Well, don't do that either.
yeah. So anyways, she you pop it back into place, and she's like, oh, thank you. Oh.
There you go. Should be all better now.
Oh, it will be in a moment. Hold on. She puts her hands together, and she looks down at her hands, and she starts whispering into them a prayer to Vroga. And then you actually see as she pulls her hands apart, there's a little bit of like a faint glow or sparkle. And she places one of her hands onto her shoulder, and she rotates it slightly. And as she pulls her hand away, it glows for just an extra moment and then stops. And she's like, "Oh, okay."
is there any chance Mikhail here dabbles in magic? Can you show him whatever you just did so he can do that? Because
Yeah, that looked like magic. Are you a healer?
In a way. And I'd be more than happy to show you the teachings that I've learned.
excellent.
I should warn you, because we grew up in very different regions, the teachings that I learned are taught in probably a different method than you're used to. You
He
come
can
off
light
of-
up a room or remove vomit.
she stops and thinks for a second and says
Sorry, Mikhail.
that
I could do more than that. I can do more than that.
she'll like wave it aside and say, I imagine you learned in a classroom.
Yes, primarily. Though some learning was in the field, some in theaters, some you just kind of pick up.
A conversation for the road, yes?
Right.
She says, well, I'm not sure. I learned in the Barren Lands.
Oh. Then that will be a very interesting lesson. A broad education
Tony's
is
from the
best.
Barren Lands. That's what he said.
Oh, he's from the Baron.
The Tony's from the Bear.
Oh, yeah. She says,
You can't just say Tony. Like every
Knowledge geography.
there's so many Tonys.
yeah,
Knowledge geography to know of the Barren Lands.
oh, more of a knowledge history, actually.
Do you want me to roll or?
Nope. Not familiar.
I've been across some lands that haven't had much there. We call them plains.
She'll just shake her head and say, "Not the same," and then looks at Mikhail and says, "If I were to teach you the lessons, I'd have to teach you the way I learned them."
Will I have all of my limbs and digits?
Shrugs now that she can.
Excellent.
Looks like Koa looking all excited. He's like,
Thought Night Storm.
okay. Yeah, when we have time.
Shrugs and says, "Let me know when you're ready to travel."
I think we're traveling now.
I just signed Mikhail up for some fucking BDSM teaching.
I mean, the second time this has happened.
It lays on hands!
She looks to Koa and says, "For speed, want me to ride with you?"
We can only go as fast as our slowest animal, so you're welcome to ride with me or one of the other ones anyway. They're holding things.
Because of your phrasing, she says, "I've been called worse by better, but," and she'll take you, like, reach up her hand to take yours to pull her up.
I'm not sure I called you anything. Oh, no, not you. I meant... No, this is fine. Apologies.
And, yep.
I'm a bit off today, waking up from a bird bringing my friend down and all.
You guys hop up and you start traveling.
My goal is cut across probably to the western side of the valley, and then look for anything that looks like a path along that western, northwestern side.
Go ahead and roll me a survival check. Oh, and that's a great one. Were you going to assist
3 of those.
Mikhail? You've been doing that for a while now.
Oh yeah, sure. Survival. Bad.
Okay.
I do very bad.
Okay. Well.
Hey, it's an unnatural one.
He rolled.
Wow, way to self promo.
Great job, Keegan. So you turn your camera off. He's like,
I think I
off.
screwed up the thing, so it's gone away. Hold on.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
you're just a sad pea.
Yeah, I have to go fix it.
No.
Yeah, sad pee. I've been called worse.
I'm gonna have to take a sad pee in a minute. I've been drinking a lot of water.
So, you unfortunately actually give him a -2 to the roll because how poorly you rolled there. But luckily, Wade, you still get a 22. I assume you're happy with your 22?
I feel like that's good enough.
Yeah. You're leaving early in the day, and you have
Because I do have knowledge from the hobgoblins about what I'm looking for the trail and all that stuff too. So I'm with that knowledge plus the 22, I'm pretty confident.
You are not wrong, and I do recall that, like I said beforehand, if you found the trail, you'd be like, I can confidently travel this. It's a matter of picking the right paths while you're actually on finding the trail originally, and then while you're on it, making sure you pick the right paths. Yeah, you guys are going to be able to make some pretty good travel, some pretty good headway here. Let me just go ahead and click this. So normally speaking, the slowest you'll be traveling is, if you do one hustle, which you're welcome to do, 36 miles. Funny enough, Drazstone, by way the crow flies, is literally 36 miles away. But you are neither traveling directly there, nor are you able to travel at full speed because you're going through the mountains. Give me 1 second to pull this up. It is Pathfinder movement.
Oh, you're looking for the chart for speeds and different terrains.
Yep. Because I have the miles
Always
in my head,
forget
but
that
I can do
exists.
this. So it is simply when you're in the mountains, but on a trail, you move at 3/4 speed. So 3/4 of 36 is 32 would be 24.
24? Yeah.
So for 32, but for 36 would be 1 more mile, right? So 25 miles should be 3/4 of that. Cool. So you guys are able to travel a solid 25 miles of distance while finding the trail pretty quickly. So not a lot of time wasted.
27 would be 0.75, 3/4.
Was my math off?
You said 3/4 of 36, which would be 27.
Okay, cool. Then my math was off.
It'd be 9, 18, 27, 36. You just do the 9s.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
Yeah.
did the
Yeah, that makes more
completely
sense than what
wrong
I was
math.
doing. Cool.
Yeah.
By the way, so 27, so even further than what I was originally thinking, which by the way is not far enough to get you there, but you find the trail pretty quickly. You didn't waste much time doing it. Actually, what ends up happening is it's Koa is pretty good at finding stuff, but it's one of those things where like as you're looking around, it's actually Aldo that had seen from an aerial perspective beforehand. Like, oh, actually, I think there's a trail over that way, and like Koa is looking, is like, all right, we'll give it a try.
I
And
rolled the 20, man. He got to ride the
you-
bird and he
your
finds the fine. Give
party
Aldo everything
rolled
this
the 20.
episode.
So you go over and it's one of those you're like, it is over here, and you can imagine Koa's a little sullen, like. "Aw." But you get onto the trail pretty quickly. You're picking the right paths. You make some pretty good distance, and eventually you do have to spend the night. So Keegan, you're going to take now. You have a fourth mouth you're feeding, so you're actually taking
Yep.
4 away for this this next day. So you've done 2 days before. You're doing a 4th day. Sorry, four people this day.
How are we doing on rations?
1 second.
It's pretty low.
We have. Fuck. Hold on. My brain is.
We have
seizing.
fuck?
We have 25 more rations, which is for 4 people.
6 days.
Yeah. Yeah. 6 days.
Cool.
That's
Go
that's not fantastic, but that's doable.
go ahead and roll me another survival check, sir. And once again, Mikhail can attempt to assist you. Pretty good start. And assist. Cool. So you get a 22. Hey, same number as last time. Look at that. So you guys make great travel this time. So much so that at one point in time, midday, you guys are traveling along. Around noonish or whatever. So about halfway through your day's travel. You guys are traveling along. And you can see smoke off in the distance, not too far from where you are. Like you can actually see like smoke rising. And you're like, oh, cool. Maybe there's a camp or something up ahead. Maybe, let's not be stupid on our approach, but let's go up and see. And you actually do find there is a fire going and there are people sitting around it. But more importantly, next to the fire, you find a well-made structure made of stone and wood. You can see that there's like a tower that is made next to where the fire is. Now, don't think tower like, 50 feet in the sky. It goes up only about 2 floors, and it's made pretty sturdy at the base with stone, and the higher floors are made with, wooden walls and wooden spikes coming out of it and so on. But you can see that on the tower, you have at least one hobgoblin is up there patrolling around by a ballista that is set. And you can also see that there is for a lower rung, which is high enough. It's low enough down, but high enough up that if you had a spear, you can stab them. Right, like a proper long spear, you can stab them. Whereas the one with the ballista is even higher than that. There's a hobgoblin down there that's like pacing around for the stone part of the structure. That's staying there and keeping an eye on things walking around. But then down onto the ground level with you guys, next to that, there's a fire that's burning. And you can see a few hobgoblins sitting around the fire that's over there. And this makes sense because it was said to you beforehand that Drazstone has not just Drazstone, but it has protected region around it, and that there are various areas that are safe to be. This is your first time kind of coming across that, where you're like, oh, there's like right off this trail here. Like they knew people would be potentially traveling this direction to get here. So maybe one of the other forks that you passed on the way, Koa, that you perfectly navigated not to get lost on, kind of cut in from one of the other trails to get to here. So while this isn't Drazstone itself, you were definitely on its perimeter. And judging based off of what you know from like the map or whatever you had beforehand, if you stayed on the right trails, you might even be able to get to Drazstone today. If not today, definitely tomorrow. Anyways, so you guys are approaching as you see this fire here. And while nobody at the camp has necessarily seen you yet, you wouldn't be surprised if somebody in the tower has seen you at this point. You are 4 people and 4 horses or whatever traveling.
I'm pretty sure we've already been spotted. Should we make ourselves known and ask to head to Dravstone?
Yeah. Maybe
Probably a good
ask
idea.
if they've seen
Roxanne?
any. Yeah.
Roxanne. His name is Rocket Issue. Terrible.
I looked it up a few minutes ago.
Okay,
'cause I
good.
was
I
like,
remember starting with an R. I
whatever
was
his
like,
fucking name
Rim
was.
Jam? Fucking issue?
Rim job. Where's rim job?
What?
What?
That's lewd, Scott.
What? Oh, yes, he plays the lute.
Okay.
Greetings.
You say that the people on the tower don't react or do anything in any way, but the people that are on the grounds, the ones that were facing away, turn around to look. The ones that are facing towards you, and lean off to the side to get a sight of you. And as you continue to approach, a few seconds later, somebody will actually stand up and move towards to greet you guys. And you can see their one of their arms is in a sling, but they move towards you, and you can say, "Oh, it's actually Roxanne right there." Roxanne is right, coming towards you, and says, "Welcome. You chose come north."
Yes, and unfortunately not for entirely pleasant reasons.
He nods and says, "It has been getting cold. I imagine you wanted the warmth of fire closer than heading through the valleys of the cats and whatnot. Please, there is warmth to share and meats to share."
Before we get to the sharing, perhaps a quick conversation with just you, since we have a history.
He
look to the others to see,
looks at you, and you can see the concern on your face, and he looks back over at the tower, looks at you again, and says, "This is not Strazstone. The warnings I gave you before," he says very quietly, "the warnings I gave you before do not apply here. Remember,
Yes.
you just
Even
must keep your
among-
culture yours."
Even among friends, this may not be a pleasant conversation. Your injury plus the knowledge we have. Did you disturb a eagle nest?
Pauses for a second and says, "We discussed this before." Yes.
Yes. But the one disturbed was not an ordinary eagle nest.
I'm aware. The eagles in this region are not ordinary eagles.
I'm pretty sure that we've perhaps been tasked to retrieve her eggs and bring them back, if you had taken some.
Frowns and says, "Pretty sure."
Aldo,
He's gone.
Aldo was
Good.
Aldo literally, it was like this conversation starts to get awkward. Aldo walks off and goes to take a piss.
Aldo was taken on a bit of a journey by a lot has happened since we split up. We found the valley. We got into a cursed place, an ancient place, and spoke to someone there who's been around for hundreds of years, and discovered that there's a bird known as Alcimia who has been around for that long, if not longer, who he's feeling like he sounds like a crazy person right now as he looks around for help.
Who is the mother of the other eagles? The reason for their intelligence and their keenness. The thing she showed him painted a pretty clear message that her kind and her children are being endangered.
They are keeping the wyverns in check, and if their kind is stopped, the wyvern population will boom, and her intelligence and manner of existence are something unheard of. And she seemingly tasked Aldo, and therefore us, with finding her young that were taken, and I believe returning them to their nest.
He takes a steadying deep breath and then says, "You wish to tell me that you had conversation with a bird, and you think that bird told you that it wants you to save its young because you think that bird serves some purpose. And you say that this was all told to you from, looks around to not see Aldo around, but sees like maybe over the little one off to the side. Sees him like taking a piss, like shaking his leg or whatever it is he's doing over there, just being awkward. You're saying you was just told to me by that one there. The one that is known to always be drunk.
Yes.
He
But
The one that
was-
also lets the other leave the camp despite the companion's concerns and has across time that I've known him not had the best judgment of things.
we witnessed him communicating with this bird who took him in its talons, flew off, kept him for a night, and brought him back unscathed.
in the morning. And perhaps his presentation could use some work, but Aldo's decision-making when in the field is trustworthy, oftentimes. It's helped keep us alive.
Am I here? For this?
You weren't around for the conversation real.
Yeah.
So we just assume your character literally, as conversation started and got awkward, we just assume your character walked off to take a piss. And so we can actually say that you're coming back at this point.
Yeah, I do want to walk over and I say to him, I seen your companion. And he'll describe the guy and he'll describe the wounds. And he'll say, I don't know exactly what happened, but that's far from where we were.
This would be impressive, yes, if perhaps you couldn't already see who was still amongst my crew here, or you didn't already knew who was in the crew before, and you didn't already knew what it was that we hunted.
An
Instead,
egg was
you can
dropped and
just-
broken.
One of its young dead nearby, as well as a presumable mate of the other.
Yeah.
You can see for a second, is like, it's a lucky guess, but you can clearly tell they are doing mental gymnastics. Like they're not even convinced of their own words saying it.
Can I look at this glove? Is there any discerning marks on it? Just in.
Oh yeah, it clearly they all were wearing similar coloration and style and whatnot of the leathers that they had. Of the armor they had.
So yeah, he just takes this off and he says this was in the nest.
He looks at it, and again, he was not even convincing himself of his words before. He was just defending things. And he sees the glove, and like any amount of defense that he had until this point, kind of like you can see it just falls. And he's like, be as it may.
You're a good man, and this is important.
We brought this to you, thankfully, able to speak to you in relative private because of the respect we have.
And so what is your proposition here?
We need to get those eggs back. And how to do that, we're gonna have to trust you on what the best way of doing that is. You know your people far better than we do.
You haven't returned to Drazstone, so the eggs are with you here, yes?
They are.
Your people won't release them for nothing, I assume. What about if some form of trade could be given?
The value of these eggs is... it is not light.
I understand. But unfortunately, their value back where they were is much more important for all of us than whatever monetary value they might fetch right now.
Yes, far greater.
We'll do what we can to compensate, but you have to understand that this is for all of us, that this be done. From the knowledge we've gained, I know we sound crazy, but after everything we've witnessed and spoken to and learned of the history of the Mole, the Perrin Uprising, one called Vinny, Aldo's time with Alcimia, We know that this is important. Very important.
Yes, it's been an enlightening few days.
Do you know how much one of these eggs are worth?
Our lives, if it keeps the wyverns at bay.
Easily.
Gives you a, like a, it's one of those things where it's like, you roll a persuasion on that one, or a, what's it called in this game? Diplomacy check on
Diplomacy.
that one. Like that landed heavy, but I want to see how heavy it lands.
God damn it.
Buddy.
I assisted Mikhail.
So it's like the words were solid, but it came off as almost campy. You know what I mean? Like it's
That's very Koa.
Yeah. Anyways, so he says they can, with the right buyer, sell for 250 each.
We can't pay that price. But
Please listen. There were 4. That's a full nest. There was almost never 4. We, looking to whoever it was that mentioned the egg before, as you said, have now 3. 250 each. That is 250 in gold. In Del gold. Each. That is... It pays the fees of our camp to Drazstone for the year, and puts coin in the pocket for our families for years and years, so the hunts need not keep going. It takes care of generations. But what you say is, if true, if not delirious, dropped on head, or frozen in the brain, if what you say is true, then it is just gold. I will tell you that I don't like the words you're saying, but if you can prove it, I can't fight against it, and I must give you the opportunity to prove it, because... But that is my voice. And while in some ways I lead, I do not rule our group. It is not
Come
just
with
the
us.
4 of us. We are a part of a bigger group. And while I lead this group, this 4, or 3 now, I don't speak for all. And if I were to come back with known success, and now it's given failure, chosen failure, there would be penalties.
come with us to return the eggs, and perhaps we can meet Alcimia together and you can see for yourself.
Looks back over his shoulder.
They
back.
trust you, right? You don't rule, but they trust you.
Those that I travel with and more. Yes.
And they'll take you at your word.
Maybe.
If you come back with us, I'm certain we can... I'm certain you'll see. There's a lot more at play than some eggs and gold.
Let us say that it is true. Let us say that you speak words that are honest and not lies. And he does say that to you with a little bit of apprehension or whatnot, where he's being a bit more genuine with the others. He says, even so, the word of our collection, it's gone beyond just the 3 of us. It's been shared at this camp. It's been shared at this respite. It is known. The word will spread, especially if it is known not just that we found them, but returns them at the behest of outsiders. This is where, rather than having the golds to pay for our camp, our group, for the year, but the gold to set up families for generations. This is where instead there will be shunning and shaming. This is where things of my culture are different than of yours.
Aldo spoke to Alcimia and said that she understood him. Perhaps if we explain the situation, if they hunt and kill wyverns, perhaps she can bring you a wyvern egg or something of the like. Something that would also be valuable because it aren't her children. She's
Even
sentient.
even without that, Roxanne, I know you're concerned that the others' opinions are going to weigh heavily, but that's all the more reason that we need to be sure your voice can join ours. We can at least prove it to one of you, so you'll have seen it with your own eyes.
There is one more concern.
Not.
The potential promise of wyvern is almost foolish. Others have tried and nobody has ever done it that I know of. To trade a wyvern egg could only be known the value. It could be one egg could be worth a dozen, maybe more, but that's unknown. And so let's avoid that talk. But oh shit, what did you say that made me want to do wyvern egg? What else did you say, Keegan?
I think that was probably what Koa said, because he said maybe she can bring you a wyvern egg or something.
Yeah, then you said something
And
after
then-
that.
Oh, I was saying that we need his voice to join ours. We can, yeah.
You need his voice to join yours. He says, the one more concern, though. These eggs, they are mature. These eggs are near time of hatch. Keeping them warm is very important. It's slow travel. It's difficult. We are out of wood. We don't have any more. We had to stop by this fire for a whole day now, as we continue to gather our own supply, just to make the rest of the travel back to Drazstone. To travel all the way back to the Valley of Doom, which is, I assume, where you wish to bring us. We must stop many times and light many fires to keep the eggs warm. We must keep stones by the fire, and then keep the warm stones inside of the packs with the eggs to keep them warm. Otherwise, the eggs will die in the cold.
I know the path. I could try to ride ahead with Nightstorm and speak to Alcimia and see if she can fetch the eggs herself. Perhaps she could
Not
lead us along
not
the
from
way.
here though.
Not
he
from
points
right
at the
here,
ballista.
no, but somewhere in between there and here. We journey away from here, but then
Right up the
somewhere.
way. Yeah.
I don't necessarily like the idea of possibly running into gnolls on my own, but Nightstorm is fast.
If you're gonna do that, I should go with you.
Yes.
Nods.
It does make sense. Send more than one. No. He looks back. They're good folk. But good folk often think of their own before others.
I understand.
No. Allow me to describe. If you become easily overcome, if your numbers are small, they might get an idea. He frowns and says, I don't think them capable. But you never know what somebody is capable of until they are tested.
Yeah.
I would
And how
not be able
best
to
do you
do
think
such.
we handle this?
What? Yeah. He says, you say how best do you think we handle this? Is how you ask it. He says, it would be 3-2, because I see you have a little one with you. He says, looking down at her. She
Her stature may be small, but she can handle her own.
doesn't.
Yes.
He doesn't question or anything like that. Just says, It would be 3-2. Or 3-1.5, depending on who's measuring. And I don't think they would be foolish enough. But he looks to Mikhail and says, but how strong in the back are you?
My strengths are elsewhere, but they're present.
I have seen. You said words and those around you sleep.
Yes. A few other tricks, too.
Magic is rare. Few have seen it or are familiar. They might not be scared of it unless they know it to be true.
His power is definitely there. Took out, I don't even know how many guards inside of the slaver's den.
Yep. Wounded a knoll pretty badly, too. But
He's not the only one with
can...
magic, as Aldo also gestures toward her.
You said she her eyes widen as she looks at you, and then looks back and says, "I don't know what he's talking about."
I don't either. He's
Aldo looks at you both and is just like, yes.
he just kind of gives you like a look for a second.
To break the awkward silence, all of a sudden you hear like a loud whistle from behind him, from over by the fire, and they call something out in Glyn, which again I don't think any of your characters speak Glyn. And then he looks back and he calls something back in Glyn. They call something out again and like raising like an arm, like agitatedly, and then he holds a hand back like up in the sky, and then turns back to you and says, "They're saying it's near time to travel. Convenient, but also depends on which direction."
You know which direction we must travel, and if they look to you, I don't know how to convince them without you being the one to do it. We've played our case to you, and you understand the severity and importance of this. And we will prove it to you the best that we can.
They don't look to me, they look to their pocket. But they are not mercenaries, he says, just to make sure that that's like known, because you're actually a mercenary. And one of the things that the free folk are known for is they'll always go to who pays in the highest bidder. They'll flip sides or whatever it is. It's one of the things that they're known for. And unfortunately, it is true for some free folk. Some free folk are literally temporary free folk. They've only been there for a short period of time and will absolutely do that. But then they're like the lifers, the people that are like truly like, no. They have a reputation. They have an honor. They hold to their word. And they hate it when the other people like disrupt. Like God damn, you make the rest of us look bad, you know? So the way he says this, knowing that you're free folk, it was almost like an insult, like not like you people. You know what I mean? Anyways,
he'll interject there and say, "What you're saying is not untrue. Of some, but the honorable ones, even of the free folk, keep their word."
I will speak with them, but I don't speak for them.
If things get bad here and the Eagles aren't around to stop the Wyverns, then all the money in the world isn't going to protect their families. This is important.
These are ifs and maybes.
Ifs and maybes we're willing to show you.
Ifs and maybes in the wrong direction.
Then
I can't give you any more than
want
that
us to
right
explain
now.
it to them?
He shakes his head to you, Mikhail, and says, "They may need more than the hope of a wyvern egg. I suggest you start searching your pockets and see what you can have to convince them if needed. I will do what I can, and hopefully you can convince them further. Stay
How
here."
many of them are there?
Two others. There were four originally. One died.
He goes,
But you also
he
know
included
that
himself in the. That's 3-on-2. He included himself on that. That fuck.
well,
Technically
yeah. I assume he was. I assume he's doing that to say that that's how they will see it.
Thank you.
Right,
Thank
yeah.
you. But you guys,
That's
well,
well
if he's
bit.
not asking for convincing money, it might be a good idea to offer convincing money for the family of the person that died, right?
Dude, who among
yeah.
us has money right now?
I do. I have some.
And so he walks the other direction, giving you guys time to do everything.
250 gold. I have 2 gold pieces
Yeah.
for all 3 eggs. We'll set you up for one nice meal.
How about a single crisp
We have a
gold
coupon
coin?
for a free night in Hod Gwyn at this hotel.
My friend, you've earned yourself a handful of slivers.
3 of you can stay for one night at the Has-Been Hotel in Hod Gwyn, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Has-been hotel, right?
The old people come down. Here is your spoon service. Anyway, so she says after he walks away and you guys are like digging through your pockets, she says, "Did he say you know how to put people to sleep
Yes,
magically?"
correct. He looks kind of proud of himself.
Well, then do that.
There's a watchtower up there.
Are they going to clamber out of that watchtower and chase after you faster than you can move in a horse?
I don't know if you know how fast crossbow bolts move, but they might have those.
Well,
Regardless
we
of
will also be
which,
carefully moving eggs that if pierced
exactly.
by a bolt.
And we'd have to stop and warm them, and it wouldn't be feasible.
Well, this is their turf. I don't like our chances of trying to retreat from here if we make enemies.
If it comes to
I
that,
mean-
it's a good idea, but that should not be our first goal.
I could disguise it as a performance. But that's still not a great plan A. It's better to do that if we need to, out of the view of getting shot in the face.
So, the plan A. Does any of us have anything to even offer them?
I can offer some silver.
I have a few gold. Nothing
I do
close
have
to
a few-
250.
I have a few gold, but I feel
I
like if
have
you offer
one.
that high, it's gonna look weird. You know?
Some smoke pellets. I have one healing potion. That's a few gold.
And plus, is he telling them this whole story, or is he just telling them what they need to know to move the wrong direction?
Obviously, he doesn't like what we've told him, so let's hope he's even telling them the story at all, not telling them to come murder us.
I don't think it's the latter.
We're threatening to take money and peace away from their families.
It's
We don't
true.
always
though.
think rationally in those moments.
If the idea was to go back and convince them to come fight us, I feel like he would have broken off earlier. Made it seem easier than it is, you know?
Perhaps, but perhaps he's also just weighing his options.
Could be. As you said, we have the numbers on them, even here.
Well, I didn't bring the nice clothes that we'd gotten, so I don't have those to offer.
Yeah, it would have been a strange thing to pack.
Tent with a hole in it, our horses, our weapons, some food.
We could offer a service, such as it is.
True. Well, okay, so I think
750 gold's worth of service?
right? I don't know if I can.
Well, we could just be
sit that many
carpenters for a
laps.
couple of weeks. They seem to make a lot of money.
That's a good throwback. Mikhail kind of chuckles. It's like, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Well, I guess, actually, wait. I think he's going to tell them... They're coming with us for the potential promise of a wyvern egg, which... I thought you just kind of threw that out there. I don't know if
I didn't
that's
think
what...
I made that a promise. It was just one of those things where if they kill wyverns, then perhaps
Yeah, but
that's a thing.
now
I
that
don't know.
I'm thinking of what he said, he kind of fixated on that, which I guess could be good, and
I
if...
didn't even know if wyvern eggs were worth more than eagle eggs. I don't know anything about the wyvern egg.
I guess they are. I mean, it sounded like they were.
I'm not
like
going to fetch a
dozens
wyvern
of
egg.
something. No, but Alsamia could. Or she could with our help. I don't know how
Don't
we
mind
would
these
help or what
fellows
we
who
need
killed
to
your
do.
potential mate and child and stole your 3 others, but could you get them a wyvern egg? Aldo, that's going to be one hell of a sell.
I mean, if she's
Yeah.
smart, she understands that this is a delicate situation. There's a reason she asked for help and didn't just come out here throwing people off cliffs.
We can try it. And perhaps they can turn from poachers into helping us guard the eagles. You know, perhaps this could all turn out great if we can pull it off.
Yeah, well, the man's talking about generational wealth for multiple families. It means that they don't have to come out and do any of this for several generations. And besides, I'm not even pitching this as just our idea. I think that's what's being said. Did you notice he kind of fixated on that wyvern egg thing? And I think that would make sense of how he'd convince them to come with us if the potential is that they don't get the eggs that they already grabbed.
Let's assume there's
lost
still
a
wyverns in the
teammate
mountains
over.
and that Alcimia does hunt them.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't necessarily mean she knows where their nests are, but if she does, we can't fight a wyvern.
No,
we
can't. She can. That's what they do.
She's only one, and don't wyverns? Didn't we hear that they fly in packs?
No, they're volatile. I don't think they get along with each other either.
They don't. I thought
Not
they
that I know.
hunted in groups.
If we're banking on getting her to kill a wyvern or to help us find a wyvern egg, then we can try to tell them that's what we'll do, but... I mean, I've not even met Alcimia yet, so to come there and be like, hello, I'm Koa. By the way, can you kill a wyvern and bring me its eggs? We can give you your babies back.
But listen, if that fails, all right, we go to the sleep plan, we take the eggs, and we leave, and we just never come back to Drystone. Ever.
These are the
Without
nice
an
ones,
army.
by the way. These are supposedly the nice ones, right?
He's being pretty kind.
No, I'm just
everything
saying if we're
considered.
going to betray them, sleep them, and take away them, then we're not going to have any friends here.
That's why we never come back.
If I may,
It's-
you're talking about getting her eggs back, or some relation's eggs back, or whatever it is, and in exchange, get you something else's eggs. Or wyverns or dragons. If wyverns are dragons, and dragons are also smart, if they're people, in a way, then wouldn't you be asking her to take something else, to give something else away as a prisoner? Is that not putting shackles on something else?
I'm not sure what they do with the eggs. I assumed they ate them.
She looks at you and
I
says, "Do you
don't
really think that's all
so.
they do with the eggs?
I have no idea. This is all new to me.
If that's all they
They
do with the
hatch
eggs,
them-
then they'd probably try to capture the birds."
Right, they're hatching them and raising the young to be subservient. That's the
That's
goal.
why they wanted to keep them warm and get mature eggs.
They want them to hatch. They don't want them for food.
Well, I don't want them having pet wyverns either, so...
Listen, the trade-off of one very volatile, very dangerous creature to spare generations?
She looks at you and says, "Unless I'm mistaken, you're also one of the heroes of Hod Gwen. What's the trade-off of one of those individuals to remain in captivity so you could have freed the rest? Is that a trade-off you're willing to make?"
He pauses for a long while. He actually seems to be thinking it over. I wouldn't want to make it for someone else now. However,
Almost the right answer.
I'm saying if you asked me to give up my own freedom for some greater cause, I might do so.
She softens when you say that. She says, it was just say anything. She just softens when you say that. She acknowledges like that is a better explanation.
But to do that for
What
others is like,
Do
no.
we have to offer then?
She shrugs and says, "I have no problem with you lying to him. I have a problem with the follow through."
Could we not try and leverage our contacts in Leshev? They do a lot of trade. I wonder if, especially for these families in particular, if some deal could be struck that is lucrative for them with what they trade. I know they trade in furs and other such things, but maybe an increased relationship leading to, I don't know, something more over time?
Could be. That would require we go all the way there, try to negotiate something, come back.
That would require some good faith on their part.
A
But we
lot
do
of
have the
it.
ring and swords.
Yeah.
I have like a bugbear sword or something too, or a couple of them.
And the ring has Glyn writing on it that we don't know what it says. We were definitely going to ask about it before, but now, maybe we'll see if they're nice about it.
I can offer them one of these swords. I've got some gold, but even if I offer them 5 gold pieces, that's nothing compared to what the value of this is. So will they accept that?
Yeah, we have that ring, but we need it to not get electrocuted to death if we ever close that door.
The ring's too important for accessing that place. And now that we know that the entire nation of Adir maybe depends on access to all these places.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I look over towards them speaking and see if I can get a read on some body language or anything?
Yeah, absolutely. Go right ahead.
That's a sense motive, right?
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
Solid. You can see he's actively pleading to them and trying to convince them. They seem to be very resistant. One of them more so than the other, but very resistant. So on and so forth. Kind of like what you would expect. Body language suggests that it seems as though he might be able to convince them to at least come over and talk to you. Even if it's just to tell you to go fuck yourselves. Like, because he keeps gesturing back this way, and they do seem to be looking down your way, suggesting they might at least come and hear what you have to say. One of the two of them does frequently gesture towards the fire, and the other direction being like, we're so close, they're warm right now, we can make the travel now, kind of a thing, right? But that's not even what catches your eye. This is all kind of like what you expected would happen, some sort of resistance. He's convincing them enough to at least come and talk to you, kind of a thing, so on and so forth. But that's not what catches your eye, Aldo. As I said beforehand, there was one on the higher tower spot, and there's one on the lower tower spot, and there were 4 around the fire. The fourth one of the fire is very clearly enjoying whatever it is that they're drinking and watching and listening to their conversation.
Okay. I guess while you're talking, Aldo interrupts and he says, "Look, it seems Rock. What's the hobgoblin's name? Rock something.
Roxanne?
Roxanne.
Roxanne. Seems Roxanne is almost pleading with them. One is more receptive than the other, and that's not saying much because the other one is so. Yeah, it'd be lucky if they came over here. The way this is going, there's a 4th one over there at the fire who just seems to be enjoying himself, sitting down and watching what's going on.
That's not good if he's listening in. He might sense an opportunity to gather friends of his own and come after the eggs.
Has there been any talk, I guess, even during travel of the bone thing you received?
No.
Not particularly, no.
Oh, well, I can't
Just holding on to it.
do with that then.
We probably would have mentioned it to you, but
That might be
haven't-
like,
haven't,
now that I'm thinking, I forgot
brought
all
it
about
up.
that. That could be something that one of us brings up as a potential trade item too.
She's like, I'm not going to hold on to this because I should. You're like, well, give it to them.
That fits right in with her, though. She just like
I mean, it would just be one of those things that we're
went on
scribbling
about
and
like
put in our
things
pockets,
being yeah.
Like, Koa's not going to offer Grishka's axe either, but he's going to be like, I've got this axe, but I can't offer that. That's too important. I've got my sword. I won't give them my sword. I won't give them my horse.
We got something to speak to the dead. Oh. Yeah.
Perhaps a bottle of blood? Sorry, Aldo.
You have something to speak with the dead, you say?
Wait, didn't-
Yeah, it's from Yara. He'll hold it
never
out
mind.
for a second.
We don't know in meta, or we don't know in character, that whenever you drank the blood, you were able to understand the dude, right? You never told us that.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
no.
say offering somebody the chance to speak to a deceased loved one, that might hit
It
different than
was
gold.
It
a gift we just
is.
received, and I look to Yara as Aldo mentions that.
Well, it's not even only that. It's I don't think most people's perception of that idea is necessarily warm.
There were
That kind of
risks
magic
involved
tends to be
too.
looked pretty, yeah, potentially. You could like see kind of on his face that he's kind of dismissive of the superstition of it. It's like, yeah, potentially, but more than that, just the idea of snapping a rune carved bone over someone and then speaking to their lost spirit. A lot of people may not like the very concept of that.
Possibly, although grief changes people. You've seen Jaden before. If we had
You're
this
right.
then, she would have done it in an instant.
You're right. It's just if we don't know that any of them have something along those lines, it it may give them even more reason to trust us less.
Yarrow will actually chime in at this point and say, grief changes people. Here's a bit of knowledge, and hopefully one day it doesn't change you. If you snap that bone over a body, you'll be able to ask it a few questions. However, if you have some of that body in you, you can ask it more.
Oh,
Other screws his face up and is like,
does that extend to just sharing their blood, for example? Like if you're related, or
She looks to you and says, do you really want Baron Land's training?
I figured that's what you meant. Ugh, well, that's not anything we can really offer at the moment. So,
We found those coins, the
oh,
mole coins. That's less awful.
significantly, we did find those.
Perhaps a couple of those are worth a decent amount.
Yeah, if they know their value.
We produce one of those, see how excited they are about it. Maybe not give them all of them, but a few of them.
Yeah, I mean, if they know their value, that could be something. Or if we can convince them of their value, but I mean,
We found
kinda
7 of the
hostile, that might
coins.
be
We
tough.
produced 2 of them and tell them we found these coins. Let's see if those mean anything.
produce 3.
1 each. That makes sense.
The 2 who are against it, and the one who died. For his family.
However you want to look at it.
I think that'll be important. We have to consider the fact that they lost a comrade retrieving these eggs. They don't particularly seem that callous that doesn't mean anything to them.
I can offer up this. I found the head of a long spear. I can offer that and 3 coins.
I think we can start with the 3 coins, but he just nods.
I do want to keep an eye on the one that's sitting down having a drink, just watching things going on, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Still just listening.
I can give you details later on, but got you for now.
Yeah.
Okay. If I notice you're still just like watching that cow go, do you think you should try to interrupt him? Maybe share a drink or something?
I could.
If we don't want him listening, it might be a good idea.
Speaking of which, Aldo, have you even taken a drink of your wine since I've seen you?
You don't remind an alcoholic they haven't drank yet today.
Koa
Right?
does.
Like, hey, buddy,
Yeah, he
you,
does say,
Koa does.
Puts a kid who's
hand
like,
to his chin. He's like,
Grandpa, you don't have your normal
I don't
paper
think
bag.
so."
What's going on?
Where's your medicine? Yeah.
No, I haven't. Thanks for the Reminder, Koa, as he just kind of like shakes a thought away.
It's like the second time we tried to skip it, but then somebody else gave it back to him.
Hey, he still might not take a drink. I didn't offer him one. I was used to seeing him holding it, and he wasn't holding it.
It's like, hey,
least
Scott,
it's
remember
see
when
the
your
look on-
daughter had lice a couple weeks ago? Oh, fuck, now I'm itchy again. Like,
He sees that look on Aldo's face. And go, you don't feel like drinking right now. As weird as that is, he's like, I can make your water skin taste different.
Nah, that's not the same.
You're right. Well, I can at least improve the wine. Might make him a bit more receptive to it.
Sure. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it'll taste better at least. I'll kind of like put my back toward like where all the hobgoblin people are and do prestidigitation on his wineskin, whichever one he holds up. Make it taste much higher quality. 1.
So, do we interrupt them or wait for them to finish their little talk?
I think we honor Roxton and let them finish their talk. It's more so whether you want to stop the other one from listening in.
Yeah, I think you can get him aside without too much trouble, right?
Gonna look like a bit of a ploy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, look where they're standing and look where he is. If I walk over
Enough.
and insert myself into being within earshot of them, they might think exactly what we're trying to do.
Otherwise, Mikhail
Scott, you
could
said
put
the
him to
fourth
sleep.
one's like. You said the fourth guy was like kind of off to the side, right?
mm-hmm.
Like he's
Yep,
not
he
like
wasn't,
in the
he wasn't
middle of
technically a
everybody
part of
else.
the crew. He just also happened to be traveling through and
Yeah,
using the respite. Yep.
he's not even a part of their crew. He's isolated, and besides, it wouldn't seem out of character for you, at least not from their perception.
I'll give it a go.
Yeah, worst thing that happens, you come back and enjoy the improved wine.
Aldo will walk over to the guy.
Okay, so you walk up to him, and as you walk up, it's one of those things where you're approaching and just seeing you approach one of the other hobgoblins. Like as you go to approach him, that Roxana is speaking to, looks over at you.
I don't approach them.
Yeah, no, I know,
know.
but because
Oh,
you're
yeah.
walking up to the fire
Yeah,
that they're
yeah.
all at, but he's to one side, they're to the other side. Just seeing you approach towards the fire, even though it's not clear who you're directly going towards. Eventually, they're gonna push back Roxanne and just like gesture at you and start like calling down to you angrily in Glyn. You know what I mean? So it's just like like gesturing at you aggressively and calling out to you angrily in Glyn, which of course gets everybody's attention to like look down to where you are, including the one you're approaching, and so on and so forth. Do you say or do anything, or?
Yeah, I just look over at Roxanne and the group of them, and I say, "Sorry, and he like kind of shakes the wineskin. He's like, "This, warms the belly, but not the body. I'm cold. I just wanted to go over to the fire for a minute."
You say that, and that the angry one that just at you and says, "Thief!" in Perrin, and you can see that they say, "Thief, thief, chop at the wrist, thief." What they call out, but then the other one that was trying to be convinced by Roxanne, that was more calm the whole time, like lowers their hand, like grabs the hand, lowers it down, and is like says something to them in Glyn to like more or less like, "Whoa, buddy, back off, like don't make those kind of accusations." Because as they do that, you can literally see the two on the tower turn and they're looking down to like see what, like they now have their attention. They're like looking down and you're like, "Oh shit!" Like they're like more or less like calling guards, kind of situation. So the other one's like lowering them down, and Roxanne, says something to them like really sharp, and then looks back to the guards and starts speaking to them in Glyn as well. It's just like, "Oh." I assume you continue to approach that one individual person.
Yeah, I do.
You approach. Do you sit or say something as you approach, or?
I approach, kind of stand over to the fire, and I'm like, I see him with a drink in his hand. I point at him, and I'm like, do you mind?"
Looks to you. They just recognize that you're speaking to them, and says, Not the first thief I've had company with.
Well, I'm not a thief, but thanks all the same.
None of them were either.
Well, I suppose a thief doesn't get by. Doesn't make it fast saying he's a thief. He just nods at you. He nods at the guy.
Mm-hmm. And
he just tried to take a seat next to him almost.
Yeah.
Winter's really setting in. I know in a few weeks it'll be nearly impossible around here, but you can definitely tell the turn.
Nods. Yes. This is the end of my last trek. You?
For the winter, hopefully. Still have to make it back to Leshev.
Ah. That is where you trade from.
Yeah.
No, Leshev. I've never visited. Is it warm there? Or is it just the hot items that keep you warm?
Oh, yeah, I've seen some hot items come and go, don't you worry, but no, it's not as cold as here, but winter is still winter after all.
Is it?
Yeah. You don't get out much?
Some winters bring good tidings, and some bring frostbite.
Yes, they do. He looks at the guy and he extends his hand and he says, name's Aldo.
He sees the hand and says, I'd shake it, but it very well may be taken at the wrist, and I don't think I want any of that left on me.
You say so?
He leans
What are
in
you
a bit. He leans in a bit and says, "The guards, they watch, they notice. If I take your hand now, I might as well lie in your bed."
Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay, interesting to know. You don't want to lie in my bed, right?
Raises an eyebrow and says, "Well, that all depends. It very well may be a cold night."
I don't think Aldo's willing to go that far.
I just got back. Is Aldo fucking a hobgoblin?
He's definitely getting hit.
That
on
wouldn't be
by
the
one.
first time.
Want to share some Terran blood and fuck?
Oh man!
Jesus.
Underneath a warm bird.
Right? Oh my god.
Unique pickup lines
Aldo.
brought to you by.
Aldo just laughs at that, and he says, "So you're from Dresden, then?"
Nods. Yes.
You don't have a group like Roxanne?
No.
You brave the goat paths and things by yourself.
Yes.
You must really. No. You don't have any problems with wyverns?
No. My family has been here for many, many generations. I know the paths.
Fair. Thought they were becoming more of a problem around here, but it's good to see you don't have any problems with them, I suppose. You don't have any tips or tricks to avoid them.
Yes. Walk by the towers. Sleep
Fair.
by the towers.
And when you have to venture out of the range of the towers?
Make sure you travel with someone who is slower than you. I see you did that, huh? He nudges you as he looks down at the halfling.
Yeah, you could say that.
Meanwhile, she's probably faster than Koa.
No.
60 feet.
Jesus.
He says, you've been out trading?
In a way, yes.
Oh, what do you trade?
Hmm. We are not partners.
Hey, not yet. We're fairly well connected with the council at Leshev, though.
Um,
You haven't been yourself, but there is, business is business, and there is opportunity.
I'm willing to hear opportunity, but I imagine right now you are grasping. You were trying to, how do you say, lights the kindling before the snow settles? You come to me with a fresh deal, and not some half-baked one.
Well, to come to you with a fresh deal, I'd need to know what it is you're offering, what you do. At the moment, I don't know anything. But business is everywhere.
Ah, ignorance can make making deals more difficult. I know little of you, aside from the fact that you are a thief, and the fact that you are looking to take their eggs.
Not so much take their eggs as strike a deal of sorts.
You play heartstrings.
If we were just trying to steal their eggs and I was a thief, I suppose we could have done it in the dead of night, right? But we're here in person, negotiating.
You play their heartstrings. You wish to lure them away from safety. They are safe here. They will not fall or fail here. But if you lure themselves...
Well, it's good to be suspicious. And, it's probably safer to be that way, too. Not everything people say are lies.
It's true. Unless, of course, those lies are about whether or not you're a thief.
Yeah.
Ah. I see you have two sides to your mouth.
Do you?
Now, were you
Interesting.
coming to actually offer deal to a stranger? Or are you coming to distract me from the conversation about the deal you're offering to those you know?
Oh, both.
Then make your deal.
Well,
Half-baked
I
it
am-
may be. You've piqued my interest.
Well, like I said, we're rather connected with the council in the show. We helped install one of the members there, if you must know. But
Oh,
like I said, I can't really
thief and
make you a deal.
politician. I must say, those two tend to go hand in hand.
Yeah, well, you're not wrong there too. But like I was saying, I need to know a bit about what you can provide. And if I figure that out, I can offer a deal that suits.
Not even half-baked. You're still searching for ingredients. He slaps a hand hard on your knee and says, "You come back and talk when you have deal."
He nods. He'll get up and he'll go stand by the fire, I guess. He'll warm himself up, I guess, before going back to the group.
Cool. What was I gonna say? Wade, the whole time you see him standing by the fire, you won't lie. Like, it does look awfully warm. Like, you have a bit of a chill to you. Nothing crazy, but like, it does look like a nice warm fire. It is. Probably was a good idea that he went over there for that. But that's neither here nor there. Eventually, the three of them turn and they start walking down towards you.
Why'd you single me out? Tell me about the fire beat.
I don't know. So the three of you turn and they start walking down
I
towards you.
was also confused.
And Roxanne says to you as you approach, Roxanne says to you, "They have said they will hear your words. They have heard your words through me, but now they will hear them through you. Do as you can. See if you can convince them to see this through." Pause. We've already role-played it out. No checks need be made for that whole time because you role-played through it with him, Roxanne, who you had a rapport with. With them, I will need a diplomacy check. And immediately it's like, Wade's not the one talking. Mikhail
I'll
steps forward.
assist.
Yes.
Because Koa can't help himself but speak. I mean, if I luck that, it gives a +1 or 2, right?
Yes.
You give +2.
Yes, it does. But you can wait to see what he rolls before you decide.
Oh, okay. Please. I'm going to...
Have the +2.
I am also going to roll up, because holy fuck.
You guys already used the 2 3s, yeah?
We did.
Yeah, we did.
We're up to a 16.
I believe that is a 16. Does this sound right?
That is indeed a 16.
Take a long yawning, please. All right. Hold on.
Yeah, which is either
that
quite good or pretty bad. Depending on where they're at.
The last thing I'll say is that as you step forward to say something to them about this, and Yara will actually put a hand on your wrist, like as you go to step forward to say your first word, put a hand on your wrist and say, may Vroga help you break the chains on all of them.
Mikhail kills them.
And she says that, and says you could like feel like there's meaning to it, like touching back on the conversation that was said earlier. And then, like as you turn back to speak to them, you can almost feel like emboldened by the words that she said, like they had extra meaning to you, and you realize that you actually rolled a 17 instead of a 16.
Yay! Enhanced diplomacy. Yeah, he kind of
going on 17.
He does kind of straighten his back a little bit. He walks a little prouder as he approaches. Once that happens, like almost as if he is much taller than he actually is.
Puts on some aviators.
I tried on aviators a couple weeks ago. Man, they're like the stupidest.
They're meant for
sunglasses. Adults. Okay. Like they I think they look bad on everyone. Like I'm not a fan of aviators.
I love aviators.
Oh god, I hate them so much. I tried them on my face. I was like, it looks like my eyes are drooping. Like my eyes got really warm and started to sag.
You wear like the big Kim Kardashian style?
Grandpa owned them before he died, so they were like old people aviators. So I imagine not Kim Kardashian style.
They either look cool or like a sex offender or pedophile. There's two ways you can look with aviators.
Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure it was the latter of the two.
Maybe you should have let them then.
It's probably racist, but to me, they make white dudes look like cops. It's like it just makes you look like an officer. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I was sitting in the mirror. I put them on, and I was like, I'm getting stitches. Let's come right up. So anyway.
I think you look great in stitches.
Anyways, so
Compliment, does that count?
Does that count? Okay.
It's like, Scott, I think you look like
I think they counted it.
What the fuck?
Anyway, stop it, Scott. Back to game.
So yeah, where were we?
17
says that you deliver the lines as best you can, and so you try to deliver them as best you can. As a reminder for how it is that diplomacy works, it's based off of their opinion of you beforehand. So the worst is 25 plus whatever modifiers, and that's for if they're hostile. If they're unfriendly, it's 20 plus. If they're indifferent, it's 15 plus, and then it gets easier from there.
Well, what were they? Because they were friendly with us when we traveled together, but right now they might not be. So I have no idea where they're going to end up on the spectrum.
Yeah.
So
because it's hostile, unfriendly, indifferent.
Yeah. Friendly and then helpful.
Friendly, helpful. Yeah.
We had a good report. We were like, hey, can we have your eggs?
Right.
So are there any other modifiers you guys can scrounge up? I don't know if there were any other abilities you guys had before you accept your 17.
I have a javelin.
Right? It's... might come in handy. Depending on how this goes,
level 1.
might
What do you
come in
think we
handy.
have?
It's a bard. Sometimes they have abilities. Oh my god.
I do have abilities, but I have first level fucking abilities. Yeah, no.
I
get a hero point or something for that? I'll use it. Mikhail does have a hero point.
Oh, actually,
it's true. I do have a hero point, but I don't know what their disposition is.
I forgot about that. That's funny.
I could get like a straight +4.
Because Keegan's thing is like, while unfriendly there, but friendly before, could average to an indifference, but it might just be based off of an unfriendly now, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I hate to have
Like,
you use it, but like that might be the only other thing we have.
It's a +4 because it's post. It's not a +8.
I have
because
2
it's
rounds
post.
of rage left. Oh wait, we slept.
Wait, we slept.
You
Yeah.
have all your rage.
Oh, I can scream.
That's why I could do prestidigitation at all. Oh my god. No, we used both +3s, Ellie.
A +4 would only get us to a 21.
A 20. I'm confident a 21 would do it.
That's up to you.
Because
I think 1 is unfriendly. I don't think they are at
Not
hostile
hostile.
because
no,
but
I
unfriendly.
don't think they're at hostile. But if they are unfriendly,
Jake's
I'm
taking a
confident
different path.
21
Jake's
does
saying
it.
it's not a matter of both of them. It's a matter of each of them.
Right. It's like, does this who? Because I feel like right now it would probably be good enough for the dude who was receptive, but not the one who was like
Here's the
openly
problem.
screaming thief.
Bonus
right?
dude was listening in, and Scott is definitely not above having that dude and the other dude team up and just start a fucking fight. Scott
Right?
betrays us every chance he gets.
What?
Or I feel like that other dude is gonna join the fight if he feels like he can make one side win. So if we're losing, he's gonna shoot one of us.
So does this?
I'm gonna use the hero point.
But before you do, does this roll
Okay.
include any bonuses from us offering them, like the mole coins or anything?
I mean, there was nothing off. Wade, very valid point.
Oh,
we skipped
okay.
past that straight into RP. Sorry,
Because
straight
we
into a
had
die
the
roll.
conversation, but we did not
Straight to
discuss
roll.
like, hey, we have a few mole coins, and
If you're actually offering the mole coins and they can look them over and see that they're verifiable mole coins, I would actually say that gave you a +1 to the roll. So you're
'Cause we were
actually not
gonna
working
give
with a
them-
17, you're working with an 18 to be clear. And she cast Bless, which gave you not Bless, sorry, guidance.
Enhanced diplomacy.
Guidance.
Oh, guidance. Okay, that works.
Yeah. Enhanced diplomacy is a +2.
so
Well, yeah,
'cause
you're
we
right,
were going to
yeah.
offer them 3 mole
guidance.
coins, and I forget. I think I was going to offer them like 5 gold pieces or 3 gold pieces or something too. We had something else. We were going to offer 1 for each of them, but I don't
Yeah.
know if Roxanne would be like or
No,
not.
he wouldn't. He's a good person, as far as you've been able to determine.
Okay.
So you got him with words alone.
Okay.
So
'Cause, yeah,
we've
I
got
know we
the
were
mole
offering
coins.
the mole coins. We're gonna offer 3 of those, or at least that was my thought. For the 2 who were mad,
Joe
and
was
then
like,
the one
asterisk,
who they
asterisk,
lost.
asterisk.
Are you cursing at us, or are you like, fuck yeah? I'm assuming you're saying fuck yeah.
I assume he said onlyfeet.com.
Well, yeah, those are all the
I am
options. We're not going to offer them all of it.
Yeah, no, that'd be crazy. And I'm against giving.
I imagine
NPCs
the good
yet
words
another
for
healing
Leshev
potion.
and the mole coin. Obviously, the giant eagles helping kill the wyverns is part of our argument, but like talking
That's part of the
about
argument,
Leshev and the mole coins would be the 2 I would say most likely.
Yeah, I would agree.
We could produce a few gold
'cause
coins,
I
but it
don't
almost
wanna-
feels like an insult when we're like, hey, 750 gold pieces or these 5.
Well, no, it's also because the mole coins we're offering, those aren't currency that they just go spend. They have to trade those to get the value, whereas gold is immediate value. So both can be good,
Yeah.
right?
I can offer, I guess, up to like 4 or 5 gold pieces. Maybe it would be 4, 1 for each of them. Like 1 for the guy that passed and 3 for the ones that are there, but that's not much. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of gold.
Yeah, we really don't. I have 4 on me, so
So we could offer 8, leaving us broke again.
right. Well, yeah, I don't think
I
Roxanne
have 1
needs
gold
anything.
on me.
Yeah, but
I
it's
don't think
more
we
so
have to
just
offer
like
Roxanne
showing that we're.
anything.
I feel like we'd offer him something just to be fair to them.
Yeah, and hope he rejects it. But yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so
kinda,
yeah.
but
So yeah, good
3
word in the
gold
chef.
coins and like
3 mole coins, 8
8 gold pieces.
regular gold coins. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so it's 8 gold, 3 mole gold, and then there's nothing else, right?
Yeah. Well, we'll tell them that we could talk to people in the Chev.
Yeah.
But like,
Okay.
About establishing more efficient trade.
Could you offer them the location of that hidden like area, like that the old mole little outposty thing there. They
Oh,
could
Oh,
use
where
that,
you found the
you know what I
swords
mean?
and stuff?
Yeah, they could use that as like a base and like a little hideout in the region too.
I mean, yeah, we could tell them where that location is. I can offer them like, hey, we found a mole hideout where we found these coins. Perhaps we missed
I
something.
honestly think we just give that to them anyway,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just
So
because.
you lay these
Yeah.
things on the table again. That counts as the +1, I would say. Roxana
That
is
still
most
only gets us to an
interested.
18.
Roxana is most interested in the location because that's like Roxana who leads groups. That's like a safe, like a guaranteed safe location to shelter against storms and whatnot. So I'd be like, oh, I cannot believe I missed this one before. Thank you. You know, like kind of a thing.
Mhm.
But the but that they're sitting at the 18, and so Keegan, it's still your choice
Yeah,
here.
and 18 is still low for the other thing.
I mean, it gets you to a 22.
Yeah, a 22 I think is definitely going to do the trick, and it's important. It's definitely important to Aldo since he got flown all over the place. And this is just to get them to go to the place. All right, whatever. Yeah, that's still important. I'll use it. You got it off me,
But now I want the mole coins back.
right?
Okay. You say it. So you say, like, you lay out the groundwork, so on and so forth. And you're like, this is the thing. This is the importance of it. This is why. This is what could potentially happening. You're talking about generations of wealth for your family. What about generations of them not dying because of the growing wyvern population? Be like, besides, you care about, you know, your culture. There's coins of your culture. Here's coin to maybe give to the fallen one's family, you know, to help alleviate some of the pain, you know, of XYZ, da-da-da. Like, this is what we're offering you, as well as a location for respite for the future, da-da-da-da. Right? You're giving all of this.
Mm-hmm.
And the one that was already, like, borderline, sorry, the one that was, like, the harder of the two, I should say first, they eventually cave. Like, well after the other one. They eventually cave and agree to it. They agree and say, fine. But if these are lies, they're switching to Perrin. If these are lies,
Buy money.
if this is not true, and then these eggs expire, then there will be no warmth you can find that will give you protection from the wrath of Drozan. You know, like, frustrated. We must leave now. The stones are warm. The sun is lit. We must leave now. And you better find wood. We must burn anything and everything we have. They're like so frustrated, but then like storm off to go get the shit.
Good.
Should Aldo and I ride ahead then?
Roxanne turns to the two of you and says, yes, this is probably a good idea to do so.
No, it's-
Roxanne, how much are those mole coins even worth? I don't know what we offered you.
He looks down at them and looks up and says, it is delicate, he says. But actually the other one that was convinced earlier says, our culture is, we know what once was, and we know that much was lost and forgotten. There are those that finds remnants of our people to have great value. And many of those people live, many of those people still hold power today. A coin like this, it's not just a matter of having value. It's a matter of asking favor. He
I
says,
see.
there are those that have the bloodline of the Rock and the Rain bloodlines. These have value to them. In fact, he seems to chew on it for a moment, like he doesn't really want to say or admit. He says, there is a certain someone that you have met before They would be even willing to offer services in exchange for 1 or 2 of these coins. And her services cannot be undervalued. The other one that's with them says, she walked from the family. She knows the value. And be like, but you going to question how much I know that she is? And then the person responds in Glyn. And he responds like, ah. And they'll chuckle back at him. And then they'll walk off to go get the other bag because the other one behind is like, about them taking too long to get the bags.
When they walk away, he'll turn to Mikhail. This is the smith you were speaking of.
Yeah. Hinta. Oh, that would have been a lot easier. Sheesh.
And cheaper.
Yes. I had to use up my whole damn favor for that.
On the bright side, you have more favors you could ask.
Yeah, I kind of used up the open one from that we had in Leshev for this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
I wonder if I could go get it back. If I just give her the coin instead and say, hey, can you give him back the stuff he gave you?
that would be a hell of a favor to ask. He'll say as he pats you on the shoulder and turns around.
I might need 2 of the coins then. Is that...
Oh, you guys have left.
4.
4? Yeah. So it's 7. So. Alright, yeah, you guys, I guess, ride ahead and be safe.
Just don't let your guard down.
Day.
He's looking at both of Yara and you. He's like, don't let your guard down, just in case.
Yeah,
She nods and
dream of
says,
it.
you let me sleep last night. I'll make sure that my eyes are open this night. Oh, but actually, she let me sleep the past few nights. I'll make sure my eyes are open this night.
Aldo,
Ready?
let's get to it. Mikhail, here's the copy of, well, here's the map. The trail kind of goes along this way. I'm sure they know it, but in case they don't pass through the valley, just remember here.
Take it. Okay. Got it.
Right.
Do you
Aldo and I
want me to
spot
make a
any
copy of
wood
it?
along the way. Yes, copy it down. I might need this one. If we
Right,
spot any
but
wood along
he
the way,
starts
we'll
doing
try
that.
to leave it along the trail, but our goal is to get there as fast as possible.
Okay.
As long as you're far enough away from Drazstone for her to be safe to approach, it should be fine. But if you all need to take time to find wood, do what you need to do.
Okay. Whew. Hopefully this goes well.
Hopefully this is what she wanted. I imagine it has to be.
I'm sure it couldn't hurt. Oh no, how dare you rescue my children?
Some parents. I'll say with a smile as he hops on Nightstorm.
Okay. You guys, Wade, survival check. And do you push?
Probably.
You guys want to make constitution checks to push? DC 12, which is this first one. You pass the first one. Does, what's his face?
Nope.
Does
You
not.
can luck.
He's, no, not you, Keegan.
Oh, thank God.
He's Aldo is
Aldo, you can
fatigue
luck.
after the first hour of pushing.
Well, I was
Would
saying
you-
you could luck it before you said that.
Oh, well, he could theoretically luck his 50-50 shot.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
It's up to you if it's worth
I
lucking.
think, yeah, I don't think it's worth using a luck die on that.
Okay.
Would you guys try to push a second hour? It gives a chance of exhaustion, but it could also get you even further to where you need to be.
Would exhaustion wear off once we sleep?
It does wear off when you sleep. It's just if something happens overnight that it's really bad. Actually, exhaustion wears off after an hour, and then you just
hour
fatigue
of-
again.
And
Yeah.
fatigue is until you rest. How much non-lethal did he take? Because that's going to be important to know.
Oh yeah, you do take 1d6 when you
Yeah.
Fully
force
healed
one.
again, right? Because the other one would have worn off during the
Yeah,
travel.
he's healed now, but if he takes 6 non-lethal, that's
That's
Okay,
true.
were
no.
you missing any lethal health before, Jake?
No.
So Force March does 1d6 non-lethal, and Joey already rolled you 3.
Okay.
Would you push a second hour?
I'll leave that to Aldo.
Yeah. Like Aldo is weirdly like okay with what's going on.
Oh wait, did you heal one more health point for the night that you slept while traveling as well?
I've only healed 1 total, so
Okay,
I'll
so
heal
so
that.
you should have healed one more for the night that you slept while traveling, like that you slept in the past.
Okay.
All right,
We're
go ahead
pushing
and
one
roll
more
me
hour.
a Constitution check, both of you guys. Okay, Wade passes the DC 14.
Nope.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a D6 again. Here's the fun part where your character is probably going to wake up, like with damage on you. If he rolls high, or whomever it is rolls high, you will like let's say they roll a 9. Oh no, it's only a 3. So you'll recover all that health while sleeping. So that's not so bad. Anyways,
I imagine we will stop after that second hour if he's exhausted.
yeah, you'd see like it's one of those things that Aldo's like slumping in the thing in his seat, like he's not doing well.
Aldo,
The
we're
horses
gonna have
are
to
okay,
stop.
but I'm sorry.
Aldo, we're gonna have to stop.
Yeah. Thanks, Koa. I can barely hold on. It's freezing.
Right. I'll get a fire set up so you can warm up.
Which horse is Aldo on?
Simone, probably.
Yeah,
That's his
Simon or
horse, right?
Simone, whatever one it was.
You gave away Simone, and Keegan keeps Daisy.
No, we didn't
so-
give away
No,
Simone.
no.
We gave away Daisy.
No.
Oh, sorry.
It's Daisy.
So you left Simon and Jacobo and what with the others?
Which one's the riding horse? Is it
Simone and
Simon?
Daisy are the riding horses.
Daisy's gone.
Oh,
Simone and
okay.
Nightstorm are
Yeah.
the riding horses we have,
Mm-hmm.
and then we left
Okay,
the other
then
ones
Simone,
with Mikhail.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So that means you guys don't even have a tent here. So you're gonna have to like paper
Wouldn't
bag
we
it.
have brought the tent with us because the other ones have a way to camp?
I mean, they also need the tent to keep the eggs warm. Now, they have their own shit, mind you, but like, would you guys be spending your time with the tent when you're just trying to get there ASAP and they have to move slow?
I mean, I guess not. I guess if that was the case, then I would have been. I guess I'll be scrounging for like a cave or something.
Would you spend time finding a cave, or would we just try to move quick?
I mean, what's the alternative? We're sleeping out in the snow otherwise.
Yeah, in a camping sack, and you dig out snow around you to help break some of the wind. And get a
I
camping
mean, if
sack.
I'm not
and
risking
build
us
it.
dying of frostbite or something overnight.
You just have to roll a fortitude save because your pack makes it so you only have to make one fortitude save overnight. You'll be fine. So
How hard is the DC on that?
First time you pass, first roll you go against is going to be a DC 11.
Yeah.
Fort
Is
save DC 11.
Is it cold enough for frostbite, or is it just for
Environmental
damage
cold,
right now?
which means
Yeah.
which means non-lethal damage as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, then we'll do that. I guess.
Okay.
I don't know how good your fort save is, Aldo. Hopefully you don't get knocked out.
Am I making
Get up
this
again.
fort save at the exhaustic edition as well?
It doesn't affect your saves.
It doesn't, no, but I wasn't sure. All right.
Okay, go ahead, no problem. I was made of the cold.
Ooh, there we go.
Hey, and you're fine too. So you guys wake up, and honestly, just a combination of like how you had, your packs are set, you maybe just warm, whatever it was. Maybe you just happen to, push your sacks up next to each other. What? That's not that. Your sleeping sacks next to
God.
each other.
You know how we sleep, like men. We're just normal men. I wrote that part of Sweet Caroline. Sacks, touching sacks.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways,
Was your sack as warm as mine?
okay. So
Yes.
you wake up feeling fine.
I bet he does.
You pushed yourself so far the next day. You pushed yourself so far with this day of travel that you had left or whatever. Wait, you don't need to roll the next day. You guys are gonna make it.
Okay.
Keegan, your crew doesn't have to roll at all. Give it to hobgoblins. They know the exact path to take, so they're gonna get there. So 2 of them do arrive into the valley, and they can travel across the valley to go get to where it is. Perception checks, the 2 of you. Woo! That's good.
Good.
Aldo?
Oh, this is us. Sorry.
See.
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Damn.
Damn.
Wow, okay. Both of you guys
in a row.
notice coming out here, gnolls. The gnoll camp. Over by where you guys are, in the valley itself. Okay, you notice it early enough that you don't have to worry about bumping into it. You can just straight up avoid it. However, you even notice the size of it. This camp is dozens of gnolls. Like, several dozens of gnolls. Now, please understand, that's going to include, like, young or old as well. So, like non-combatants as well. But that means there's going to be many hyena, dozens of gnolls, so on and so forth. A scenario where you definitely don't need them having the scent of you. So you're like, ooh, shit. They're far enough away from like where it is that the trail breaks into the valley that you're not concerned of them noticing your friends necessarily unless they go stumbling the wrong path. But you also notice it early enough if you want to leave some sort of a sign for your companions, you can.
Just say we would, right?
We said we'd leave wood. We could try to like carve something into one of the pieces or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll try to find some wood, Scott. I'm okay making a survival check if that's what.
Sure. God, you traveled here pretty quickly. Okay. You find some of that brush, if you will, because it's not like tree wood necessarily. That there are trees around. You're going to be cutting down trees. There's a few trees around this valley. It's not like it's a whole forest or anything like that. But there are like trees about. Anyways, you can find some dead wood or some brush or whatever it is, and you can kind of like stack it up or whatever. But then eventually you'll have to leave that and.
I will, but I'm going to carve in, like. I'm just gonna write like a number like 30 or 40, and then like gnolls. I'm gonna leave the dagger on the pile, like a dagger on the pile of wood.
Okay.
Which I feel like will be unusual and might have. Hopefully, Mikhail picks up on that and like looks at the wood, like why would they leave a dagger on it?
It's 30 to 50 wild gnolls, right? And then you guys are finished making your way the rest of the way to the area. Now you never fully shut the door before. You left it slightly ajar. That way,
Wait, why did we do that? Oh,
that way you didn't have to pick the lock.
Yeah, we wouldn't have to pick the lock again.
That's
Unless you would have argued against it, but yeah, because I don't think we wanted to again. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna come fuck with that door, and even if they do, they're likely to die to the boulder anyway, so that's fine.
Yeah.
So you
no, the boulder's not set.
It's not properly reset. Yeah.
True. There's other traps though.
There
Yeah,
are
they'll die.
traps.
They'll die to something.
So you guys get there, and obviously Mikhail gave you his map of all the traps, and it looks like, oh boy, looks like a what is it? One of those children's TV show pirate treasure maps. You know what I mean? And so that's what you have to try to avoid the traps on the way up.
Why do all the dead bodies look like me on this map?
They've like labeled Koa.
Mikhail triumphantly on top. Aldo sitting there drinking next to it, and like Koa like X's in the eyes.
And your characters, to get up there, I just need a single check from you. To get up there, you want somebody looking for the traps, so that'll be perception, likely Aldo, and you want somebody just trying to make sure they properly analyze the map. And for this one, Wade, I'm willing to let you roll a survival check.
So you guys are just going up the stairs and not climbing up the.
Well, we
whole
still have to
thing?
get to that point. But I imagine once we get to that point, we'll take the rope.
Oh, okay.
But we still have to get like there's still traps below that half that we didn't set up.
Oh,
Correct.
okay. Okay.
So we're gonna get to where the
misunderstood how
bars
that
are.
worked. Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to open the door and go through that way. So we're not
Correct.
gonna go through all the traps, but we still have to get past
Oh.
any other set.
Yeah. No, I got you. I was misremembering something. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll Probably lucky to at least get over a 10.
Well, you didn't see what he rolled for his perception. Luck is a matter mechanic. You can let him roll his perception first since it's simultaneous.
Well, if there were two separate things we were looking for, but that's fair.
Okay. Are you happy with that, Aldo? Okay.
There.
You guys are able to easily make your way up the stairs with the quality of results that you have there, finding traps that you didn't notice beforehand from a combination of perception.
I'm marking them on
and
the way, even though we're kind of in a hurry. I'm still marking them.
Yeah, that's fine. And you mark, even if it's quick markings, you mark it there. So it's, left side, right side marking. So like, okay, be careful here. One of the probably more nasty traps there are is a spot where the step itself is actually ever so slightly misshapen. From like the step itself is ever so slightly shorter. And the step to get to this one particular stair is off by like maybe half a centimeter, what it is. There's that old what's that stupid TV show, Big Bang Theory, where they're like, oh, if steps are even off by like 1 or 2 millimeters in their height, it'll cause the average person to trip or whatever. So the step is off by like half a centimeter, and it's ever so slightly more narrow. So the average person won't step quite high enough to get their foot properly on it, and because it's more narrow, you'll get less of your ball of your foot on it. So it's more of like only your toes get on it, which make it, as you shift your weight, like your foot like slips and you fall forward. So it's like this stupid, like almost like a trip step, except the next like dozen steps above it, the front face of that step is a bladed area. So it's like you slip forward and you fall into a whole bunch of blades, which is pretty nasty. And according to the map, those blades at certain points, well, actually on the map, maybe it was noticed or maybe you overlooked whatever it was, but this is noticed by Aldo here. Anyways, normally those have poison on them. Though likely at this point in time, that poison is broken down over time, and instead you have to deal with rust. But either way, that's like an example of the kind of bullshit they have on these stairs going up and down them.
The only thing nastier I could think of is a couch of holding, where when you drop the remote, you can never find it again.
A couch of devouring. It eats that ass. So anyways, you guys are you go over to the wall by the bars.
I'm laughing at Jake laughing. Your joke was terrible.
Sorry.
Even muted, Jake's laughter is funnier than your jokes.
Hey, what's up? Tess is still here. So you guys go over to where it was that the boulder had originally swooped in or whatever before, and you hit that button until eventually it depresses in and the thing opens up. But when you hit that button, that actually triggers the reset thing to go off. And so the button opens up and that reset thing starts to go off. And now the boulder is actually there where it wasn't in place before because you guys got there first. So the boulder immediately starts getting like lifted by the one thing that lifts the boulder that you guys rode up before.
Honestly, at this point, that's probably fine for us, because now we're like, more things to protect the bird and ghost man.
Roll me climb checks or reflex save. Actually, my apologies.
Reflex save over climb check?
Yeah, reflex save. I assume you're happy with those?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Anyways, so you guys as the things grow jumping up very quickly, you see like Aldo Koa gets the idea because Aldo like reaches out and quickly grabs onto a little bit of the leftover rim of where the boulder, because it's like curved shape, isn't properly held by the stone bit on the back that's like sliding upwards, or the metal bit on the back that's sliding upwards. Quickly grabs the rim of it and he's like holding on as it's pulling him up with the boulder that's being pushed up. Right? You're like, oh shit, and then you're quicker than he is, so you like run and like jump up and catch it just barely last second. So the two of you guys are being dragged up the slide behind the boulder, so that you don't have to like worry about clambering or climbing slowly.
It's like this steep, so it's like slow and kind of awkward. We're like, this is really cool.
Yeah, this isn't the crazy. This is not a crazy high speed. Or anyways, so you guys get to the top, and when you get to the top, two things happen. One, the boulder rolls in your way. So because it comes up to where it needs to, it says rolling forward ever so slowly, and it rolls in your way. And two, you see the door closing in front of you that you last time you came out of to get onto the stairs to finish the path.
I mean, I imagine even with the boulder in the way, I can lift Aldo up to get on top of the boulder to get to the rope, right?
Yep, you can do exactly
And
that.
the ropes very long, so I imagine
It's more.
20
The rope is longer than the distance of that hole.
Yeah, so like even if the boulder's in the way, we just kind of use it, climb up to get to.
Actually, I
further up
suppose
in
it's
the-
not longer than the distance of the hole because it would have the extra length would have been to get over to and wrap around another boulder at the top. But either way, that's fine. So you do exactly that. You go over, you help Aldo up to get up there and to climb up. You don't even need to make a check for that. Aldo can reach down and pull you up afterwards. And now you guys can climb up the rope, which is a DC 5 climb check.
I thought that was a 1 because the dice for me is right in between.
Okay.
You guys easily climb up, and this is the chamber that Aldo hadn't seen before, with like the where the boulder gets crafted and reset down and so on and so forth. You guys able to walk over, grab the levers, check for spiders, and to open.
I would.
Spins around, and finally, last check for you. You're able to go over and climb across or jump across. Okay, no problem. Do you know acrobatics if you want to do the higher DC? No problem. You run and jump across, and so he climbs across, and while he's slowly climbing across, you just run and jump it like you always do. And it's nice and easy for you to get across. And you guys can go over to where the bird is. And as you walk out onto the balcony, the bird is not in her nest.
Yeah, I figured it was daytime or whatever.
But she is on the balcony.
Oh. He'll like nudge Aldo like now he's like, you lead the way.
Aldo just yells out to the bird and he says, Sammy, we found them.
Bird looks up, looks at you.
We found them. The eggs.
The bird like immediately like full upright turns and like it makes 2 hops over towards you. Which again, remember, this is like a 15-foot tall bird, right? So it's like hop, or whatever it is. So it's like big hops over to where you are.
I'm Koa. I'll say like behind Aldo, bowing. They're on their way here. Can you carry them?
It looks to Aldo and looks to its back, and then turns around and hops over to the ledge.
Aldo walks over, he puts his hand on the thing and he says, he looks to Koa and he says, can you need Nightstorm, right?
Yes, I can. If you need to go, then go.
He says, Sammy, can we take him down to ground level? He'll need to come with us.
Looks over at Koa, inspects him, like a head twitches to the side, twitches back the other way, like ducks low, pokes at his belly really quickly.
Koa is not happy. He's like, like maybe he mistranslated. Maybe he thought it said, "Can you eat Koa?"
Eat it real quick.
Give me 1 second to check something. That is 170 plus equipment, and Koa weighs 180 plus equipment.
Scott, I hate to tell you this, but you could pick me up, set me down, and come back up here in like 2 seconds.
330, 350. So plus equipment is well over 350. So that's fine. Okay. So she looks to you, Aldo, gestures to her back, looks to Koa, gestures to her back, and she hops around and faces towards the ledge.
Yeah, Aldo will climb onto where he was seated before.
Koa will follow suit. Thank you.
It
Aldo.
jumps off the ledge.
Aldo!
Spreads its wings and doesn't drop you off at the bottom. Flies outwards because she can actually still travel 82 and a half miles in 9 hours with up to 700 pounds on her. She just moves slower than if she has less than 350 pounds on her. And you guys buck naked weigh 350 pounds combined. So if you're wearing even so much as pantaloons, you guys are she moves slower. So since you're not
Or
naked,
Nightstorm being cooped up again.
you guys are she flies out with you guys to go out to join with the rest of them. And at this point, why don't we finally ends today's session on a high note, not just because their characters are defying gravity.
Ave Maria.
No, okay, that's it. Never mind. I was gonna say some really good news, but I take it back. We'll
We have
wait
good
till the end of
news?
the next session.
We never have
I was good. I would like good news, please.
Okay,
I wasn't.
Mikhail, your character can level to level 2.
Oh shit!
Yay!
But since these fucks both want to sing Ave Maria, they're stuck at level 1.
I'll do the
Yeah,
dance.
they get to ride a bird, so.
No. Yep, that's it. That's all they get.
Alright.
No,
You guys
no,
wanna see me
level
roll
2.
hit points?
This is what, session 18, I think?
Yes.
Which means 15 sessions at level 1. Mind you, these sessions are 5 hours plus. So that's 50, 70, over 75 hours at level 1.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah.
At
Yeah.
this rate, we'll be
Actually,
level 6
were we-
before we turn 50.
Right? Shortly before we turn 50. Alright, here we go.
what were we going to say, Keegan? What was it, the thing?
Are we rolling hit dice now?
I was like, oh, do you guys want to see me roll hit points? I did, and I'm not happy with it, but it could
Oh,
have been
I don't
worse.
think I have that talk. If you guys are rolling hit points now, but I thought we were going to end you do, but that's fine. No, we can do it. We can do it now. I just have to turn that on if people want the ability to give you the rerolls.
If
on.
you want to wait, I can wait.
No.
I
I just have to
but
turn it
can
on.
wait.
I just
We'll
have to
roll
turn it on
now,
right
and if people give us rerolls, we'll keep it. If they're not here to do it, we'll save it for next session.
Okay. They are actually already were turned on. Sorry. So
Oh,
yeah, reroll hit points is an option that people can redeem for now.
Do I click
Yeah,
hit points? to
everyone
roll hit dice
who's
on
still
this? I don't
left.
remember.
Yeah, you click the word hit points on your sheet. Your giant fucking hit die.
Mine out of
Nice.
12's not bad.
Yeah.
3.
That's the total that goes up because that includes your con bonus.
Ellie gave one reroll, and
rolled a
you guys
6.
get to choose who it goes to.
I
I rolled
think-
exactly in the
well,
middle, so I'm not the lowest.
Me and Aldo rolled the same roll. The same roll.
Yeah. So hold on, wait. Aldo rolled 3 out of 8. Koa rolled
I have-
6 out of
I
12.
thought I rolled a 9. I rolled a 6.
No,
Those are-
those include our con bonuses.
We're all pretty bad. Mine's
So I rolled a 3 with a
average,
+1
dude.
con. Aldo rolled a 3 with a +0 con. Koa rolled a 6 with a +3 con.
So who would you guys like to have the reroll?
I mean, Aldo or Mikhail are both the same, basically.
Same die roll at least.
We rolled exactly-
In my heart, I would say Koa because he's the one that's most important, but he also has the higher chance of getting lower. He's up to 12. He rolled a 6
Yeah.
up to 12. That's
Well, it would be
who
up to
who
a
gave
15.
it? Was it Ellie?
Ellie,
Who
yeah.
gets it?
yeah. I don't make them choose who. I let them just kind of click it, and you guys get said. But if you're asking, Ellie,
I'm just
they're
asking.
more than welcome to
She
respond.
doesn't have to
yeah.
answer.
That's
Be like, no, fuck you. You pick.
I'll choose.
Damn it! You're not supposed to do that option, Ellie.
Yeah, that was the false option.
Well, let's just roll off here. We'll do. We'll just roll a d20, and whoever rolls highest gets it, or gets to not get it if they don't want it.
Jesus Christ!
I mean,
Now
we
you're
all-
adding more
there we
options,
go.
Keegan.
Easy to beat.
There you go.
Oh wow! Wait, come on. Whoa!
Not me.
Keegan, I guess
Holy
it's you,
shit.
buddy. I was just
I
gonna
guess
say,
it's
if,
me
you,
for
if
the
you're not
win.
gonna choose, just take them in order. It goes, Keegan, Wade, Jake, because that was the order that your original dice were rolled. So Keegan, you're first. Snaga
enough.
also gave one, so we can have potentially Koa go next.
Oh, thank God, I'm good there.
All right, 6 out of 8 is a really solid roll. So Wade, do you want to take an extra roll?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's
Way better. Holy crap! 10 out of 12 is amazing. By the way, Solo Wolf, I don't know if you're still here or not, but you redeemed an 8 of the Martyr
Damn.
earlier, and I didn't award it because it didn't make sense for the moment. I'm going to refund your 8 of the Martyr back to you, just so you're aware.
Thank you, Solo.
Yes, thank you.
I did
MVP.
see it when it came, but it didn't make sense. I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure if I was going to use it or not. And
All
so,
right. Who likes Aldo? Can I redeem one? I've got the points.
no, you cannot impact the campaign that you're actively in. You actually already found a loophole way of doing it, so...
I don't remember which way. Oh, the fucking hype trains.
Yeah. Yeah, the Solo Wolf tried to give it to Jake earlier, but it didn't make sense. So I didn't want to take it. I wanted to be able to refund it later. which I'm doing right now.
How much total health do you have right now?
Me?
Either one of you, yeah.
I
I'm
have
sorry. Ellie
16
did choose.
now.
Ellie actually chose Mikhail, but I didn't notice it until now that was a. I have to actually click on it to see the thing. And then Snogger
That's
later
fine.
on said both you pricks roll.
Oh, did we give 2?
You guys got 2 total, and that's why you've done 2
Yeah,
rolls.
we're hoping Jake gets 1.
I was not looking to see.
Ellie's out of points.
How much
Can I
total
give?
health
Can I
did you
give
guys
Ellie
have?
my points? I have 16 now.
Well, how much did you have before?
9.
Aldo, how much do you or Jake, how much does Aldo have?
I had 11.
Sir, yes, sir.
Tesh just gave a reroll.
Tesh, you're the man. Don't watch
Thank you,
this earlier
Tesh.
part of the session when I made a horrible joke about you and your character.
But
When Jake was running toward the edge, I was like, don't get Teshed.
oh,
He did say that. He did say that.
I forgot about
Thank
that.
God.
That's still
It
better.
means something
Yeah,
different in
it's
Lethal
better.
Company instead of here.
I mean, so you rolled
I'm
what?
happy.
So at
5
least
out of
above
8?
average.
5 out of 8
Yeah.
is that's
Or that
okay.
is technically average, but yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
okay. It's not bad. So
Do
what
I
is
give
your
this
happy
to my
with that.
max and my current, or how does
correct?
this work?
Yes, you added to your current as well. Yeah.
Dude, I almost
I've done games
doubled
in the
my hit
past Wade,
points
where
from
it
that
doesn't.
one level.
But I've done games in the past where it doesn't. But that's always because I would award it after like a big adventure, so that like characters are already beat to shit when they were getting their health points. But now it's like it's kind of weird because what if you weren't beat to shit? Now all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm just not feeling the best. Anyways, so a couple things.
That like doubled my hit points.
Oh wait, it's so late. I'm so tired. I forgot to say your character when he got up this morning and had to ride to get here. He noticed that he was like really like feeling frigid and under the weather. Like he's definitely coming down with something and he's not sure what it is. But yeah, he's definitely feeling like not the best. But he still made the ride, still climbed up the stairs, did everything he
I
needed
passed
to do.
every save. What do I possibly have?
Oh, it was a save that was actually made 3 sessions ago. But I had to wait for days to pass for it to kick in. So
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
but either way, so that's why I described the fire and narrowed you out earlier. But what was your health point totals now?
22
Your
out of
maxes.
28. 28.
28.
It was
wow.
15.
Wow, 28's huge.
That is
It's
huge.
massive.
I'm 16.
Okay.
I'm also at 16.
Oh, nice.
If I had gotten a 12 out of 12, I would have literally doubled my health in one level.
Yep.
And Wade, when you rage now, it's plus 4 health, so you get to 32. You're literally double their health points when you rage. They are half the man you are.
Yep.
All right.
Hey, but combined, we're a strong team of 2.
And with that,
We have the hit points of 2 barbarians. Our powers combined.
Unnatural _1s, Tuesday evenings, I think 8 p.m. EST to midnight EST-ish. Go and see Keegan DM his own homebrew world. It's pretty fun crew he has over there. This is one person that's not the best. Giselle is take it or leave. But the others they're
Not even here
fun.
to. She's not even here to hear you rag on her. She probably went to bed forever ago 'cause she's old.
I mean, that's when you're old. Say, I'm 39 and I'm up. I'm always up. But anyways, Jake, anything you want to say? Jake
not touching
has
that one.
nothing to say. Oh, Wade, he's very distractible. Are you guys doing a Christmas episode? A Christmas-ode?
Something I think came out 2 hours ago or comes out today at some point. Yeah,
Is it a Christmas-ode?
I don't remember.
You remember? if it's
Recorded it like
Christmas?
2 or 3 weeks ago, man. You think I remember what it is?
Oh, so not
I
Christmas.
think if I remember right, it's like a early New Year's / rehashing stuff about this year episode. Yeah.
Fun. All right. Well, good night, everybody. I'm tired. I have work tomorrow.
Hey,
Bye.
bye.
I click the button. Where's the button? I think it's this button. That's the button. Oh, I gotta find somebody to raid. Guys, I didn't find somebody to raid yet. Give me a moment. I gotta find somebody to raid. Keep talking to
The
the.
word we were using for like the temple we were in. It's not a temple, but it's a fortress, the keep.
I've just been calling it the
I've
Doom
got to
still.
catch my note. My notes are so far behind. I didn't keep them after meeting
bird,
Yara.
bird streaming.
Yeah, I've just been calling it
He
the
is.
Valley
He's
of
even
Doom
saying
still.
hello, neighbor. He's welcoming us in.
Oh, that's nice. of him.
No, because he's just Wade's being
Yeah.
the raid button's still being weird. I click start raid, but it's still thinking about it.
Huh.
Okay, now it's saying it is starting the raid. Okay.
Well, normally it has
Yeah.
to clear some time before you're allowed to click the button. It like gives you downtime before you can click.
Mm-hmm.
No. I clicked the button to start the countdown, and it was like, no, I'm not going to do that.
It's like a skill issue.
I clicked the button.
Not very well.
Apparently not.
Excited for the two new people. Oh, the shadowy people. Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
I'm also tired.